After an incredible inaugural year of the ALGS, it's time for a fresh start. The ALGS has been reborn with a whole new season and tournament system, and we wanted to give you a quick intro to all the changes that are coming your way.
Our path is made today.
To start, the new ALGS has been broken into two distinct splits, each with its own playoff series and all feeding into the season-ending 2022 ALGS Championship. The season will begin with 40 teams in each of the 5 global regions. 20 of these teams were invited to the ALGS based on their previous ALGS performance and other considerations. The remaining 20 slots have been filled by teams having fought their way in through a preseason competition. These 40 squads have been split into 4 groups of 10 and play in a double round-robin system throughout the 5-week, 12-match regular season, earning points based on their performance. At the end of the first split, teams will be broken into 3 groups. Top-ranked teams that qualify for the Split 1 playoffs, middle-ranked teams that auto-qualify for Split 2, and at-risk teams at the bottom of the table. The 8 lowest-ranked teams in Split 1 will move down to face off against the top-ranked teams from the Challenger circuit in the Pro League qualifier. This do-or-die 2-day tournament will determine which 8 teams return to join the rest of the competition for Split 2. And we'll all be waiting to see if the Split 1 veterans can emerge victorious or fall and be replaced by hungry new faces. The Split 1 playoffs will be a global event involving the top-ranked teams from each region facing off in a 40-team clash to claim glory, cash prizes, and playoff points. In addition to the playoff title and points, each region's performance in the Split 1 playoffs will impact how many teams each region will send to the Split 2 playoffs, with higher-performing regions unlocking more slots. Of course, at the end of the playoffs, the top 3 finishers will officially be the first teams to secure their place in the 2022 ALGS Championship. All the playoff teams will then move back into their respective regions to begin Split 2. We know this is a lot to take in. For more information on all of the ALGS rules, scoring, and schedules, read our blog about the season at playapex.com/ALGS. Now, it's time to settle in, because the battles are about to begin.
Time to rock and load, fellas.
Rock and load indeed. We're here live in studio for week 4 of ALGS APAC South, and we're heading into now the second half of the split. Genome, I'm glad to be back, by the way. Avril, by the way, back with Genome, obviously, to bring the action as we sort of round out who our top 5 in the region are going to be. If you paid attention to the kind of format video that we just had, what you really need to know is you need to be in the top 5 of the region to make the land, to make the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier for some other regions, Avril. Some get 10 for APAC South. Yeah. As well as, I believe, it's South America. It's only the top 5, so it's really only going to be the best and the brightest from our region that make it to that international event.
So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be the best teams. I mean, we're not going to have anybody who really doesn't deserve to get there now. When you're talking about the top 5 here, we are talking about the absolute top of the line teams. We already have a few teams that are kind of reaching the upper echelon to the point where they're almost locked in, and where you're 3 weeks deep in kind of a 6-week format, or at least 6 match days, right? You're getting to the point now where we're getting a really good look at exactly where those teams stand. But first of all, we're not just playing for land. That's part of the prizing here. But we also have cash on board for the teams actually make it to the top as well. So a lot of extra dosh to take home, as well as the opportunity to go to the playoffs.
And here we've got the prizing. So first place walking away with 15K. You need to be in the top 20 teams out of the 40 teams we have here in Pro League to be walking away with some money. But look, yeah, plenty across the board there. Plenty to go around. And yeah, look, a nice little something to walk away with before we get to that big end of season finale.
It is, and 15K right at the top as well. Big stuff happening. I mean, ALGS, we're known to have some pretty large prize pools that everyone remembers from the previous split as well, the previous season, where NXL Wolfpack took home a pretty major prize. But now it's about more than that. We're going into some really serious business, because I guess a lot of these teams probably haven't had a chance to go to LAN yet, haven't had the chance to play against some of the big competition overseas, and that's going to be quite different, because that's the real test at the end of the day.
It's been a while, right? There's precious few players that are still around that have actually made it to one of the 2 live Apex events that we've had so far. I think it was just X Games and the Poland Preseason Invitational. So, a couple of them still around. Templex, Banterstorm, those guys are currently competing in Pro League. Will they make it back there? I think some of them will, not all of them.
Let's take a look at standings as to our 4 groups, A through to D, and which teams are kind of at the top at the moment and have the best chance of making it to land. This is points accumulated over the 3 weeks and 3 match days worth of gameplay. Top of the table, you have Reignite, 31 points. That includes, by the way, 2 match days where they came out on top, 12 points apiece. I think that was day number 1 and day number 3, and even in the middle there, they still got 7 points. So we're talking about a lot there. They're the only team on 30. We've got 3 teams in Burger, Exo Clan, Lightning Unicorn sitting above 20 as well, and everyone else below them kind of catching up, and then a bit of a gap as we head to below, the middle of the 10s and below after that.
But what you can see on this scoreboard is that it really does reward the teams. This format, it rewards the teams to get those top couple of places. That's why we see Reignite so far ahead of everyone else right now. But it's also why, as you move down from sort of 11 to 20 there, and now over the bottom 20, you can see how much these guys have to catch up. But at the same time, one good performance from them, Avril, could see them moving up through the ranks. And we were talking about it a little bit earlier today in terms of, once we get into that second half of this split here, do these teams have a chance to push their way up and make one of those top 5 slots? It is still doable, considering you get 12 points for a first.
And I think one of the teams that we saw highlighted there was actually NXL Wolfpack, who are defending champions of the last season. What we saw that they have the 5 points. I believe they got all 5 of those points from their last showing in week 3, if I'm not mistaken. So, and that's with the return of Zaratas and co. And so that's probably one of the teams you look out for as maybe having the opportunity of having a bounce back, but they would have to require them to need perfect gameplay and perfect results for the rest of the games available, because, I mean, the difference between 31 and 5 is quite a lot, especially when we still expect teams like Reignite to be right at the top and probably locked in for a top 5 finish at the end of the split. I mean, it would be almost kind of ridiculous to assume they wouldn't already be in there. So that's one of the teams to look out for. Let's go ahead and take a look at our beacon now, see where teams in today's matches will potentially be dropping down, and that will always be a little bit contentious, as I'm sure, looking at last week's games, we had some pretty massive hard drops.
Yeah, look, there were, you're right. The Perihelion versus MBT Saga contesting each other all 6 times. Earlier in the weeks, we have seen some contests from Golden Sage down at Lava Siphon, one of the more, up for grabs kind of POIs at the moment. But as we see on this screen here, we're in the second half now, Albert, right? So that means all of these groups have played each other once before. The last time they played, these 2 groups did sort it all out. Didn't have contests, and so we've got... I don't think we'll see any contests this week, at the very least in this group, where most of these teams have sort of put their stamp where they're playing.
And obviously, got guys like Reignite who make their home known in Fragment East. That's always been their location. The 2 kind of really contested positions that I've seen, for the most part, has been Golden Sage, I think, versus Kokoi. In Lava Siphon, Perihelion versus MBT Naga was over towards Thermal as well. Those are probably the 2 more contested ones. And those other teams are in the other lobby today. So if all goes well, you're not going to have too many contests on board. Yeah,
so Reignite, they've been in Frag East for all of ALGS this year. But it was the change around in the map that sort of, I think, left it open, right? That's why, with Sorting Factory changing over to Lava Siphon, that's when that created the vacuum. You saw those other teams start piling in, people like Golden Sage, who were then looking to try and take over the new POI left by, arguably the best team in the region. So, interesting to see if, Golden Sage have, fought off the competition for that for now.
And, I mean... So far, I don't think many teams have really tried to contest that. I think Reignite they've been the kind of the top dogs, and we'll talk about them a little bit more in the scouting report, because they're one of the teams that is on the list there for good reason, as the top dogs in terms of the points so far, the ones we expect to be able to be in that top 5, and along with them we have Kokoi, Ogre 3, Stinky B, and Dreamfire, other teams that have had some reasonably good results, but definitely not as consistent as Reignite. Yeah,
so Reignite we've put up here because if they have a good result today, April, they're essentially through to land, right? We saw how far ahead they were. I think, by my calculations, if they get 3rd or higher in this group, and you got to remember, this last time they played in this group, they got 117 points. They absolutely thrashed this lobby. So we're expecting them to do very well again. And if they get in that top 3, they probably have enough points to get all the way through to land. The other 4 teams we've highlighted there, they're teams that have been absolutely fragging out. So, they're sitting slightly below the top 5 right now in terms of where they are in standings. But when we had to look through our stats, these teams were absolutely punching it out in terms of, how many frags they were putting down per match, per series so far. And I think that, is giving them the option when we get towards the end of the season. Teams are going to start getting a little bit more aggressive. And at that point, we're looking for those teams to start pushing the packet a little bit more, and I think they're the ones who might be able to sneak up into, say, a 5th place or a 4th place going towards LAN.
I noticed you guys had Ogre 3 on there as well. I mean, Ogre 3 are a team that in that first week is when you talk about this 117 point total that Reignite had in that first week. Ogre 3 are the kind of that team that snuck through that people didn't really expect, weren't on their radar, and they managed to come in, 2nd place in the A versus D lobby, so that they managed to get a lot of points on that. Wasn't a great second week for them, did have a decent bounce back in the last week as well, so maybe an opportunity for them to bounce, to kind of climb up the rankings. Dreamfires, we took a look at in week 2, had that monstrous game 1, but couldn't quite capitalize further on that. So still a lot of teams with catch up to do who aren't quite in the upper echelon of when we look at the Reignites, the Burgers, and the Exos.
Exactly, but we've seen some big things from your Stinky B, your Dreamfire, as you pointed out there. They've had a couple of absolute monster showings, and if they can start to sort of string those together a little bit more, we've talked a lot about the introduction of Roy over on Dreamfire to that roster and what he has brought to them. And, it was, what was it, like 12 kills in one game or something?
Yeah, something ridiculous.
That's a lot of points. Some teams don't get 12 points overall throughout a series, let alone, just kill points for one player, for one match. So, Yeah, look, I think there's definitely a skill ceiling for these guys. They haven't quite got there, or at least they're not getting there consistently. But as we look through, we looked through that leaderboard, right, where you've got Rig, Burger, EXO, and Lightning Unicorn. Those guys, that top 4 is looking pretty good for LAN at the moment. We're not really ready to call any of them right just yet. Maybe Reignite after today. But for the rest of them, it's that 5th slot, really, that I think has a lot of opportunity for teams to change around. And some of those ones that we've just highlighted, I think are the ones who could push up and potentially find themselves overseas come January.
I mean, it's a lot of the teams that are currently, for me, sitting above or in the sort of tens in the points currently. So the Yoga 3 has kind of brought that one up as well. But you got the Inside the Ring, Stinky B as well. Ath are currently in that top 5, but they, whether they can hold on to that top 5 will be another question, because they've had some good performances, but they still are kind of lacking compared to the consistency of, I mean, definitely to Reignite. But the only kind of teams that you feel really confident about are probably the Reignite, Burger, and the EXO. I think Lightning Unicorns are that next team that are potentially securing the top 4. So we'll see if them next to Ath can hold on to a top 5 position, and then for a team outside of that are currently sitting between 10 and 20 points to maybe snag that last 5th place.
Yeah, Lightning Unicorn have pretty much been the only team so far that have sort of had middling consistent results. Everyone else has either just dominated every week like Reignite, or they've had one big week like your Ogre 3s, etc., who have managed to come through. And that just bumps you up the standings because of getting a 12 points or a 9-point kind of result. So Lightning Unicorn, they're kind of that. They're just a little bit different to everyone else so far in how they've performed, but it's putting them in good stead to get through into that top 5.
Yeah, and I think the other team is in this lobby, and I'll bring them up again. It's a team I already kind of mentioned on the offhand, is NXL Wolfpack, who up until last week had kind of nothing to show for it. And then they come in, Zeratis is back in the roster, looking like a pretty strong team now, more so along the lines of where you would expect. They came in, 4th overall in their lobby, which is a pretty stacked lobby. You consider that Burger, Lightning Unicorn, and Reignite were in the same lobby as them. And now, they're in, I would say, when I look at this particular lobby today, at least to start things out with, which I believe this is currently B versus C, right? You don't have, the Burgers in here. You don't have the Lightning Unicorn in here either. So perhaps maybe NXL Wolfpack, another good day. They start climbing up the ladder, maybe threaten a 5th place when we get to day number 6.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, as we come down to that end of the season, that's where we'll start getting the clearer picture of who's going to get through. It's a little bit muddy at the moment, but there's definitely, some people poking their head above water. As we kind of highlighted, those top 4 teams are definitely ones we expected, I think, from the start of the season as well, to do well and have performed. I think Ath is the one at the moment in that top 5 who we look at and we're like, we weren't completely sure about them because they've got Nutsuru Sama, who is just absolute class through and through. But then they made some roster changes, but I don't know what's up with that guy. It seems like it doesn't matter who you put with him. He'll just kind of mold them around himself and and make a workable team out of it. Not just a workable team, but potentially a top 5 team in the region.
Whatever they were doing certainly worked last week, because Ath managed to take the top position in their respective lobby. That was A versus C. So we'll have to catch up with what Ath are doing when they get to play a little bit later on, because I think they'll be in the A versus D group that we're taking a look at. In B versus C, though, starting out, as I said, this is probably going back to week 1, where you have to remember this is the Reignite 117. I don't think we expect another 117 day to come on through, which would, how many wins they get? 4 wins. Their worst result was a 5th place.
Yep.
And the other result was a 3rd. So 5 podiums in there, including 4 golds. It's just, I don't think I've ever seen a dominant performance like that ever before, but it's so dominant that you probably don't think you'll see it again. And even last week when Reignite had that kind of poor start, they still bounced back and they still came around. That's probably the mark of a really great team.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely the gold standard when I think of in terms of, who's had the most dominant period in APAC South. Well, to be fair, if you actually go back even before ALGS was broadcast in the region, or even before ALGS itself, it was what is now essentially Team Burger. They had quite a big period of dominance, and they've changed the roster a little bit. Pricey, I think Pricey's no longer with them. But they do have the core of that. And I think it was after that that we saw Reignite in Winter Circuit, the 4 wins in a row, another period of dominance where, they'd often be winning, say, 4 out of the 6 matches in a match series, which is incredible. So for Ath to come through and be kind of, reaching that kind of form, well, it's a scary thing for the other teams.
Absolutely, and they're one of the teams that we're looking out for this weekend for sure in that top 5 currently as far as points goes, but they'll be on a little bit later, about to head into game number 1 here for our first lobby, and it's indeed Groups B versus C. So let's take a look at where we're dropping.
Alrighty. Our first game of the day here. Countdown going to be our hot zone. Seen a lot of talk about, ring pulls. There's been some good data people have put up over the last couple of weeks, Avril. Actually having a look at, all the regions around the world in ALGS and sort of where things have been going. I've got to say, if you're down near staging, I think that's actually probably the best place right now in terms of how many favorable ring pulls you're going to get. And oh my, the timing couldn't have been any better on when I said that, because if you want to put the exact middle coordinate of where the first ring is, I'm pretty sure that's exactly on top of staging. That said, we do have a bit of a contest here to start off with. So interestingly, NXL, we were expecting them to drop over in Geyser. Geyser is bereft of anyone right now, and they have actually decided to take on Dreamfire, who, was, we did expect them to drop in Countdown. And honestly, they're a pretty fearsome team to take on straight away. I wouldn't be that's the kind of team that, they will just get a tiny bit of damage on. They will absolutely send you. That's it. Peter, the new member of Dreamfire, who's not been playing with them for as long. Obviously, Ems has been there from the start. Roy, we talked about, a slightly newer addition to Dreamfire, but definitely no slouch, is there. And it looks like they're actually going to
exit.
Yeah, look, they're not gonna take the fight. Interestingly, they're actually going over to Landslide, which kind of the ancestral home for Dreamfire, we like to call it. Used to be Train Yard, Landslide, not really taken by anyone apart from Primus Commander usually in APAC South, but they know how to play from that position. Maybe, the POI itself is a little bit unfamiliar to them, but certainly in how they rotate from there, everything else, the balloons, all that kind of stuff is still in the same since we had the World's Edge Season 10 changes.
I'm noticing something here, and you have to tell me if this was in effect last week as well. We did notice that Roy is actually not on the Wraith. Roy's moved over towards the Gibby instead, so Ems is the one on the Wraith this time around. And Dreamfire are definitely the team that I think you hate to watch, or maybe the other way around. They're the team that will absolutely want to just turbo into you straight away, as far as what I remember them doing in the previous week's gameplay. Circle is starting to shift ever closer towards Southwest, currently onto Thermal. And we did see Dreamfire make that early rotation quite fast, as you noticed that they didn't really bother to take any fights against NXL. We'll have to catch up with some of the other teams further out as well, where, the first team that we actually looked at as we dropped in was Method Madness, who started very far northeast. Things will start to get pretty spicy over in Thermal now. Is something like 5, nearly 6 squads already coming into play.
Yeah, so as I touched on at the start, we're seeing a lot of these pulls that either go Lava Fissure, staging, Thermal Station, sometimes around Lava Siphon as well, or maybe between Launch Site and Dome. But yeah, a lot of love on the south side of the map, and if you're landing at Thermal, staging one of those POIs, you are very happy, and this is exactly why. This one definitely going even more on the sort of the southwest extreme side of that, and a team that has to worry about that is Method to Madness, right? These guys have got climatized to themselves. No one's really bothered them up there yet, but you can tell why, because man, they're having to make a marathon every time they want to pull out.
Did actually notice as well that Method Madness were running the Ash in their composition, so we were kind of wondering in the pre-show, or wondering before the broadcast even, how much of a factor is that going to be today? what are we looking at with the new season? Our team is going to be, adding Ash into the composition or not? And it seems that at least one has. And, we'll take a look through some of the other rosters to see if that's been the case or not. But it's definitely new. It's definitely going to be something that, first time seeing the professional play for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's, we've had a couple of, fun competitions on Stormpoint, I think, around. But, yeah, certainly in ALGS, this is one of the first looks we're getting at the new character. Of course, you saw I think we saw a car on the ground there as well. Been a couple of changes. That's why we had those few weeks off to let teams acclimatize to the new season, Season 11, and the changes that brings. A new weapon, car SMG, the new legend, Ash, as well as some other balance changes coming through. As well. So it looks like, we do have, I think, just 2 teams picking it up, Methods in Madness and MDY. And look, that's further diversifying the legend pool here in the region.
I mean, I'd spoken to players as well, and, the kind of notion that I was getting was that potentially you'd look to replace an Octane in your composition with the Ash instead. And, maybe teams, after a bit more experimentation of scrims, could figure that out. As all squads are live currently. I believe there had been a couple players drop in, but no one's been eliminated. And we don't have any rats in the lobby just yet, as most teams have found some sort of positioning near Thermal. No one's really been too heavily contesting each other at this exact moment.
Only one player dropped so far. And as you can see, Thermal, especially with the first rings, there's generally quite a lot of room for these teams to play with. Seeing the Valk ult in there, MDY having a crack at them. That was Methods of Madness that were making that rotation. So MDY on the high ground, kind of looking for some gatekeeping duties here on the top. But yeah, it's going back to what I was saying there. It's the sort of second, third, maybe even fourth circle that you get those kind of changes. Now, we've also got a Watson in the lobby. Now, talking of balance changes, right? There was, we had a complete rework of Watson. So we're seeing, there's changes in how the generator works there, as well as some other ones. So this is quite exciting, and it was a long time ago now. It really does feel like a long time ago that almost every team was running the Watson and getting into a building. You weren't worrying about the gas, you were worrying about the fences. You were worrying about how you actually get in there. And, players always getting up on their tech, how to whip out the fences nice and quick as soon as you get in there to try and fortify somewhere. But yeah, so I think the generators run on, I believe it's now the amount of shields they actually put out rather than the time that they're up. And there's been some changes there, which apparently some of these teams think that Watson is viable again, which is very interesting.
Which is definitely going to be impacting the caustic meta that we've had over the past 3 weeks of gameplay as well, where I think most teams, something like nearly 50% of the lobby is running a caustic, so maybe those numbers will be affected with teams thinking, at least entertaining the idea of the Watson back into action.
Yeah, we did see some stats on that in that, it was getting less and less every single week, Avril. Where, I think the first week it was something like 60%, and then it was down to like 40% and 30%. And yeah, caustic has really been dropping off in the meta, and now with these other options seemingly becoming available, it's helping us out there.
What we actually just saw there as well is Method Madness is still into combat at the moment, but they did eliminate a team. I believe that was Team Xenomorph, as first one out so far in game number 1. They'll be out in 20th. Method Madness picking up the first KP of the day as well. Definitely get into the position where teams closing in on Thermal. Real estate is going to start being limited. You can already start seeing a lot of utility being placed. Dome's already coming through, and
yeah, we saw that hard south shift. It's heading over the back there. All right, we've got a fight here. We are good gamers. Just getting out with the tiniest scrap of health. Mexus is going to try and put the portal down on the door just to make sure that they can get the meds off in time, but it's only going to block off one of the entrances. Now looking into going finish off the fight. That was an extremely brave fight to take there. I mean, come on, you've got 100 health left. There's a couple of those guys left alive. I guess they'd already used the Into the Void, so maybe they thought, you know, there wasn't going to be another option for them to pull out of that, and they had to just try and maybe catch them off guard, pull out a couple of lucky shotgun shots and take the dub. Potentially, you in that sort of situation, I mean, you do sometimes see them go for the finishes as well, but I'm not sure if they even got a single down in that fight. So as a result, you know, Reckless Lads now have this whole sort of whole section to themselves. But yeah, as you said, okay, we've got Dreamfire in a scuffle here as well.
So they can get out of there. I mean, the Plate's gone down at the moment. Hims has already gone, so we're down to only Roy, who's now in the Gibby. Away from the Wraith that we'd previously seen, and speaking to Reckless Lads a little bit here, as now Roy's definitely by himself. A team who is currently, where are they? Down in the bottom 20, I think, so Reckless Lads definitely need to do quite a bit of catch-up again. I do remember in Week 2, Reckless Lads had at least a win somewhere in there. So, not a bad start in terms of KP. So eliminated a team out of the picture. Still 18 squads left.
Yep. Stinky B, of course, was the team there, grabbing the 2 KP onto Dreamfire. And look, you know, sometimes Roy can take a 1v3, but usually you probably need some meat shields in front of him. So trying to do it by himself, a little bit tough.
I'm pretty sure Stinky B was one of those teams next to SNG from Week 2 that really gave Dream5 some problems. Especially in the middle portion of that day's worth of games between, what, 2 and 5, really.
Yep.
Stinky B came through as the overall winner of that day. And
just seen BRP make an interesting rotation almost off the map. Meanwhile, NXL Wolfpack here. A lot of the teams still pushing through that sort of northeastern quadrant, and they're going past Parangai Esports at the moment. I'm not sure how interested they are in taking this fight, honestly. Like, now that they're on the right side of the map, they can kind of choose to do it if they want to or not. You can see the ults coming out here, so potentially just a chance to disengage.
They seem like they were quite keen on it. I mean, they threw a lot of grenades in there. Defensive bombardment still available for Big Z as well, and Zaratas is thinking about it, and that's defensive bombardment now thrown in. So right next to them is going to be the edge of the circle, so I think they really smell blood against Parangai. They're forced up the dome.
Yeah, they've got time though. I mean, the ring's not moving in for 2 minutes. So, okay, we are seeing a Wraith portal out for Parangai. They're not happy with the position they're in, but they haven't really portaled that far. And you can see we've got the revved up Rampage there. Pulling in for some damage, but NXL, yeah, again, just not pushing it too hard.
Stinko, what, losing all shielding there? That NXL just kind of respecting it and not moving too much further in. So a lot of damage exchanged. Some healing and other utility exchange there as well, and teams now kind of just hacking Alf. See where NXL Wolfpack want to be pressing through next. They are another team that we're keeping eyes on for sure, as the potential to maybe make a bit of a comeback happen. Obviously those first 3 weeks were not great for them. Well, definitely the first 2 weeks were not great for them points-wise. They're currently on 5 overall for kind of the split standings. A lot of work to be done. Starting with, I think today would be quite important for them.
Very Hellion. No MBT Naga to
Instead, they got the rest of the lobby coming.
Yeah.
Because they have the circle on top of them. They don't have MBT Naga to start with, but they'll have just about everybody else. And Hal is on literally 1 HP, hasn't quite healed up. Got a Phoenix on standby, but just kind of thinking about it.
Yeah, they've got... Oh, Golden Sage has only got the 1 player at the moment. Looks like... I think the other players actually failed to load in, interestingly. So...
Which ironically is what Parahelion had to deal with in Week 2 as well. So I do remember Parahelion, like, forever just didn't have their full players in for whatever reason.
Yeah. NXL actually have made the rotation, so I don't know if we actually caught them through that sniper scope there. This is Stinky B. So they are well on the bottom side here, and they're... yeah, look, the south side is becoming a lot more fragile at the moment. Yeah, we've got BRP. They rotated all the way around the side, and then Stinky B, they're pushing into where Reckless Lads... So Reckless Lads are currently inside this building they're playing outside for. You can see that's BRP player K getting some angles from that sort of, it's, yeah, as I said, they're almost outside the map sort of position there.
Yep.
Nades pushing them back, and if they go too far, they're probably going to run into Estrel, who are towards their east as well, sort of like, you know, towards the zip lines that come down across the lava.
We're down to one player as well. It's just Gaijin down, and that's going to be our fourth team eliminated. 16 squads remaining now. As okay, we had like what 4 squads towards the south of Thermal. They didn't quite get into action, but another team gone now, and Reignite still just chilling, playing for the long game here. Jim Burn on the white armor, not ideal, but they haven't really had too much action.
It's such a dangerous spot, this one. I mean, you know, you take one single misstep, the team that is above you in the dome house is just going to come down and roll you immediately. I mean, yeah, sure, they've got the caustic traps there, but, you know, a couple of...
Just looking at where the circle shift has gone towards as well, it's like really open. There's like 4 compounds inside that circle. So a lot of rotation is now required from everybody that's like kind of deep into Thermal to drop down closer to where we saw BRP and Stinky P and the rest. So those teams, those 4 original ones with Estrel on the back end, probably in the best positions right now, but I'm definitely noticing a lack of real estate in that area of the map.
Move this way.
Method to Madness managed to pick up Kraber, but they haven't picked up the zone shift. As you said, the hard south shift of the zone is actually eliminating most of the, you know, the actual thermal station itself. It's really just that southern village that is going to have some, not even all of it, as playable space in the next ring. So we've got teams like the ones we were mentioning before, Estrel, you know, Reckless Lads, BRP, and Sticky B that are in position for this. Teams like NXL had to, who've already used their Valcult to get over there. They almost got it up again, and they'll be looking to go through. Evo Berserker, they might want to trade, you know, they've been looking at these guys in the other house for the longest time, but, you know, they can't get in there. They're trying to deal with the Watson. Too many damn fences around. Look, you have to spend so much time just shooting these fences down, and in the meantime, Ink has gone down.
Berserker's in trouble as well. That's going to be them eliminated. Just, you know, couldn't quite find a good position there, fully out in the open, caught out when fences were giving them a lot of grief. Things are starting to get real small now. Only 13 squads remaining, so we dropped pretty heavily. We are trying to make some rotations over as well. Pretty low HP. NXL Wolfpack now being forced to move. The circle is definitely enclosing in really quickly. Rudine, the only one surviving on We Are Trash currently, and is just being beamed down. That is going to be them eliminated just shy of the top 10.
All those teams that were sitting in Thermal Station now dropping out. When we look at the placement timeline later, we're going to see this bubble fight happening as well. So we've got Pavlova looking in here to try and take this down. I think Rig were the ones who won that fight just in front of them. They've got way too many teams on their backside. Pavlova coming in. Methods of Madness looking at them as well.
Bernard just trying to stay alive, you know, via the gas he's putting down, but the only one surviving currently, pretty much no HP, and this is the problem with every single team being forced to rotate down the south side, and Jim Burden now just got the battery up and already has to re-heal. This is a really troublesome position for Reignite, currently in the top 8, but perhaps that's going to be, as far as they go, a sort of position where I'm not really expecting Res onto Zero to come on through.
No, very unlikely.
I mean, Templex's banner might even be too difficult to grab at this stage. No, Jim Burn for sure is going to end up having to be a rat to just try and survive, as so many squads moving through to what is going to end up being the last couple of circles. You're just caught in the open the entire way through.
No chance. Yeah, he's putting down and popping these barrels immediately, because once they are underway, you know, spewing out the gas, it does become, you know, invulnerable. It's the only kind of cover he can hope. And just on the other side of the rock from him is Pavlova, and they are probably going to run over him in a matter of seconds.
The stand as well.
They're just currently worrying about Methods of Madness, who have actually managed to reset. So they took a pretty tough fight, but now with 8 seconds left, pushing into this next round where essentially only Estrel are currently in the circle. Everyone else is going to have to push into this. The last circle was brutal. This one is going to be too. Jem Burton has made it a little bit further away, but no, there we go. He's going to get taken down now. That's a nice work from Inko there on Pavlova, one of our ANZ teams. But now the rotation's coming in. Many teams Valk ulting We've got BRP, I think, inside the ring as
Dude,
well.
in the lava.
Have tried to make it in there, but they've only managed to pull in the lava. In this sort of space, the Wraith probably a much better choice than the Valkyrie, just in terms of how safe you can find. You can see, you know, just find the tiniest little bit of cover. Something like those shipping containers right there is working for Pavlova right now.
Pavlova just have this one dome to work with. Once this bubble is gone, they're going to be wide in the open. Yeah, they did manage to get the elimination to Jim Burton. They had the scan onto him from a while back, and despite having that, they're basically in the open, as is Stinky B going to be in a hot second as well, as they lost Chris. He was looking pretty low there as well, down to only Deep remaining. He'll potentially take one down with them, but big Stinky B down. BRP, one of the top 4 squads now, as they are down to only 1 player as well.
There's essentially 2 different fights happening right here. It's BRP versus Estrel. They take it out after being in the great position that they were for quite some time. Reckless Lads then going to take on Method to Madness, and this one is a close one. Bam Bim Bum does get the high ground here, going off with the Eva. Just trying to finish them off, and they will get it. So now we've got down, we've kind of had our semi-finals and down to the final between Estrel and Reckless Lads. Reckless Lads finishing off a little bit later though, so that gives Estrel the opportunity to try and push in there if they want. Don't, you know, maybe not let them have that time to reset, but it doesn't feel like they see the opening. So I think we're actually going to get a pretty clean 3v3 to finish this one off here, Avril.
Yeah, I mean, Estrel got some decent damage onto Reckless Lads there, who had to kind of back out and get that heal in. See if either team wants to make movements. This is where I think having domes available is going to be pretty big. And Bum, they go for the bat. Oh, she played just right on top of him. That's going to be Bam Bam Bum down, and Galco down to pretty low HP. Estrel in really decent positioning here. 3 players alive, definitely far more healthy than the Reckless Lads currently have on board. As long as Lenny and Shusty can get some more damage and they go for the final push now, they will be able to take it out. And Estrel actually to defeat Reckless Lads in what you mentioned as a clean 3 versus 3. Estrel are going to be your game 1 winners moving through, and in that final top echelon of teams as well, you didn't have the Reignites, you didn't have a lot of the kind of the big favorites going in there. It's going to be some of our other teams that more on the outside, on the outskirts of the points overall for the split, that are going to be taking away, you know, the top placements.
Yeah, well, I mean, there aren't a lot of favorites in this, you know, BBC lobby here, right? You know, there's only a couple here, and I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the massive points discrepancy in that first week when all of these guys matched up. You know, that's it. Estrel, I really like how they played that. They, you know, they took that southern position, got the lucky pull. It didn't. I think we're used to seeing a pull definitely more over towards the sort of big rock at the back of the southern village, or definitely more southwestern. But you know, funky zones in split 1. Yeah. That's what we're used to here. And yeah, it goes over onto the zipline platform. Estelle play it really well. They deal with BRP, who were the big threat, Valk ulting in under them. And yeah, then once that was done, the other teams essentially, because they had no cover, and had to beat each other up outside, and then they really only had that one last team, which they, you know, yeah, solidly took the 3v3. It was, you know, some good damage trading by them. They, you know, essentially just focus fired a little bit better than the other team there in that final fight and managed to get them down 1, 2, 3.
Really interesting ending as far as where the circle goes, right? You talk about these kind of, you know, where our circles have been this split so far. That's been one of the more open ones where there's not a lot of cover to work through. There's very minimal compounds, and you actually had, when we're taking a look at a few of the teams in that southwestern side, you know, we had the Estrels, and, you know, there are a few other teams there as well that kind of had that circle shift on them. Quite fortunately, it was everybody else from Thermal having to move down that really caused a bit of chaos, because those teams, including, you know, the Reignites and everybody else, being in the open to rotate in, that was pretty rough.
All right, well, that's got the first game done now. It's you know, it was an exciting finish there. That's what I like about these new circle pools, Avril, because the teams honestly haven't practiced them much before, right? You know, when we had the more predictable circle pools, especially towards the end, the teams have got the playbook already in their mind. They're right, okay, yeah, we play this position, we move in from here, this is how we rotate. These kind of ones, they have to think on the fly, and it's really fun to see which of these teams have that sort of, ability to adapt well and that ability to think through these situations that maybe they haven't played in a live, really like high pressure environment before.
Yeah, I mean, it's really how many times you're going to get a circle in that sort of position, and what it's going to come down to is, as you saw in the replay, that final fight as well, Estrell's ability to get some decent early damage, and that probably secured it at the end of the day. But I think Reckless Lads being able to even get that kind of high placement to start things out with, as one of the teams that, probably most people are not super focused on, that's going to be a brilliant start for them and Estrell. So that's going to be game 1 done and dust. We'll be taking a bit of a break now, but when we do come back, game 2 will be waiting right here for you. like the ALGS APAC South here for split one, and we got Estrel, Reckless Lads, top 2 finish. Really weird sort of zone shift into the southwest as well that ends up with everybody kind of in the open, trying to rotate through. And I don't know, would you say it's a bit of a weird result for our first game? It's definitely, you know, you come in today, you probably wouldn't have said, yeah, Australia's probably going to be a winner today, but there they are, right at the top.
You never know. You never know, right? That's PRs for you, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're all in the race. Yeah, look, it's definitely not like teams are expected to come out on top overall. But like, look, why don't we have a look at the scores and we'll see that'll be, tell us the full story about that first game and sort of, who managed to pick up some KP along the way and all that sort of stuff. So Estrel there, obviously with the win and 11 kills on top of it, not too bad. Wow, Methods of Madness. I mean, I guess they got what? I think it was top 4 placement they were in the end.
Yeah, they eliminated team as well.
Yeah, so them, bringing up that top 3 as being quite a gap there. And then, yeah, your teams like, BRP, Stinky B, just grabbing a couple of kills along the way. But everyone obviously has a bit of catching up to do there with those 3 teams who had a really solid first performance here.
Definitely noticing teams like, the BIP and the Estrels, Reckless Lads, who originally had some decent positioning, and Circle kind of landing right on top of them in that southwest. Yep. They got that sort of high position because they weren't having to kind of go through in the open like everyone else had to.
Well, I mean, we talked about Methods of Madness. They're a climatizer team, right? Like, that was literally the furthest any team could be. That is northeast to southwest. That is the biggest circle pool you can have, and they're showing you can do that. We
just got to rotate quickly.
I mean, look, we've seen a lot of complaining from some teams recently about like, oh, we're in the north, like we can't do anything when there's a southern circle. But to be fair, APAC doesn't play out the same way as some other regions do in that way. It's not all just about, I mean, this kind of like the Ghost of Watson meta where it's like if you find your way into a building early, you're fine, you're safe, you can just stay there forever. APAC doesn't play out like that. People tend to be a lot more aggressive. They're happy to run those fights in and just sit, take the 50-50 and see if they can work it out.
We did actually have the Watson kind of cause problems for Evo Berserkers who were looking for some positioning inside compounds, and they struggled to get past the fences, and that ends up putting them on the outside. And that got them killed, and that got them eliminated pretty quickly.
It was almost like they just weren't used to playing against it anymore, right? Like, you saw them because they were like, okay, ring's closing in. We need to sort this fight out before it reaches this. Otherwise, we're not going to have time to push through and rotate cleanly. So they try and take the fight. But as they pushed into the house, they were just like, oh, like, how do I shoot all this? Like, how long does it take to get in here? It is a little bit different to playing against the caustic gas. And yeah, they struggle with that. And it just looks like the other guys just like, ran out of the house and dealt with them as soon as they were, they just took too much time.
So we are definitely seeing like a slightly different meta evolving through into Season 11 now as we head into Week 4 gameplay, right, or Day 4, where previously our last 3 weeks was just mostly around Caustic kind of stuff. Everyone's playing mostly Caustic Valk, and now I think a lot of teams still are, but we're seeing more opportunity for teams to swap things up. At least some teams are experimenting. I don't know if we really got too much out of the Ashe gameplay. I don't know if it really impacted the game too much. We got a little bit of, we got a little bit of Watson gameplay coming on through for the most part. This circle pull that we had towards the end probably wasn't going to be the best for Caustics or Watsons at all, right? Because again, it was just super out in the open.
Yeah, exactly. You've got, sometimes, just depending on where the circle goes in the end, yeah, it definitely does, favor some comps over the others. Of course, everyone's got the Gibraltar, so everyone's got the portable, the portable cover, but the other cover, well, yeah, exactly. How useful is that? The gas grenade is always useful. Like Caustic's ult, doesn't matter, open, indoors, whatever, is always going to be good in that last circle just because of how constricted that space is. But the Watson ult, not so much.
So, we'll see if maybe, I remember last week we had some very interesting circles that landed directly into frag where it was just on top of a bunch of buildings. That's where those teams will definitely have a much better go of it, much better time of it. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how those circles move on for the rest of our 6 games, for the rest of the 5 games, for at least this lobby, and where some of these other teams start to come on through. As you mentioned to Method Madness, the giant pull for them, the big rotations for them didn't seem to impact their gameplay too much. Some strong rotations in there. I mean, at the end of the day, you can always Valk ult in or just play for edge, and they managed to get themselves into a pretty prime position from starting super far away. So
Yeah,
that was quite impressive.
we saw some good Val calls. We saw some, not so good Val calls, but it's
Pretty standard.
Like, yeah, exactly right. It is a bit of a coin flip, honestly. Valk is obviously it's a much longer rotation than you get with the Wraith, but it's much less safe. And we saw in that, especially in that last circle, I think who was a BRP who was trying to play, the shipping containers in the middle. It's like that's the kind of rotation that people got around Wraith and why she was, at 100% pick rate for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, we're still seeing a bit of Wraith coming on through for some of these teams. Which,
more and more.
And,
yeah.
Especially when you had the circles that we had out there, the Wraiths would have been pretty high value compared to maybe some other positions in that game. So, interesting that we are seeing some more Wraith bounce back in. I mean, long gone are the days where I think most teams would have probably been running Octane. I didn't really see too much Octane in that lobby. Maybe I wasn't really paying attention to it, but
no, I mean, yeah, there's
starting to fall out of favor, I think.
Yeah, look, a couple of teams, were picking up the more aggressive compositions. Not really seeing that the Revtane much anymore. It was more.
We like one of those teams in week 2.
Yeah, and maybe not even for all 6 games, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was more like Octane Valkyrie, that kind of stuff, just to give you a little bit of that aggressive option, but not necessarily fully committing to it with your composition. And yeah, it might be that now Ashe is that kind of character just because of how her ultimate works. You get the katana out and you're right in their face, before they even sort of realize. I know a lot of players have been calling for changes to the sound effects of the ult,
right.
Saying that they've just made Octane's jump pad a lot louder, because that's something teams were worried about. People just pulling up on them and they hadn't even heard. They're just bouncing right on top of their heads like the Goombas there. But yeah, Ashe's ult kind of does that, and it's even more silent and more deadly. So we didn't get to see too much of the Ashe gameplay just yet. But
2 teams are running her, but
hopefully a bit throughout the day.
Didn't really see too much of it. So we'll see in game 2 whether that makes a bit more of a difference. Maybe if the Watson will come back through again, or if it's just going to be the Triad and Truce's head over back into towards Edge now for game number 2. B versus Group C. Xenomorph was the first team eliminated in our first match. We'll see how things move this time, especially with the circles shifting. Obviously, the hot zone is going to be climatized this time instead of countdown. And the Madness will be happy with that.
So remember, we did have that contest at Countdown last time. Looks like it's happening again. NXL and Dreamfire. Well, I mean, we say contest. It was more like there was splitting Countdown, really. They didn't try and fight for Ascension, fight to be the one and only team landing there. They were happy to just kind of split the loot a little bit, and then see how it went from there. All the other teams... Actually, no, we do have a contested Lava Siphon as well. So, Xenomorph are also dropping alongside Golden Sage, but of course, that's because Golden Sage still haven't got their full complement in Avril. There's only 2 of them there. I think there was 1 in the first game, maybe 2 now.
It's an improvement.
So it makes... Yeah, look, maybe by game 3, they'll be back up and running. But yeah, that makes total sense now that another team would be like, hey, why not just get a better POI? They can't stop us.
And Golden Sage, they've been contested at this position, whether they've been doing it or someone's been doing it to them a few times. I definitely remember in week 2, they were a team that were contested specifically on Siphon. I mean, a Siphon's sort of big enough that you can kind of share it, even though I think you're not wrong here in that teams realizing that Golden Sage don't have the full squad, it can probably take advantage of the fact and just bully Golden Sage out, as you can get a feel for the fact that they just have to play the outskirts of Siphon instead.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they're not actually just dropping, honestly, 2 players, dropping out and punching out, or, not necessarily punching out, but just, taking them down super early and just grabbing the KP. Because, you can't do that. Lava Siphon, see the trails, depends on, where the dropship runs, I suppose, to start with. But, yeah, look, either way, Xenomorph are pretty happy that they get to pick up that. We have once again seen Dreamfire go over towards Landslide, so that just looting part of Countdown and then going through to there. We might actually have NXL running into our Lava Fisher team, which today is Pavlova. They've actually made their way quickly from Countdown and decided, hey, we didn't get enough loot. We're going to go steal some from the guys over at Lava Fisher, who, luckily for them is not Team Burger, but is Team Pavlova. someone who I think they'd back themselves against.
And I think they've kind of made a bit of contact so far, so we'll see what happens. I mean, Dome's already been forced out. I think that must have been from the other team, NXL. Smelling blood for sure. Here we go. There's some decent shots coming through from Kasan. This could be our first squad being eliminated straight away. Indeed, it is. Pavlova out of the picture straight away, and Wolfpack on the board. Some decent KP.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing we expect from Wolfpack, honestly. You know, Pavlova, they're a team they back themselves against, and you see them just roll in there without any zero fear, you know. Pupils wide as anything, just being like, give me the KP, please. So, Love Fissure is theirs as well, essentially, but they are going to have to get out of there, because as we can see, we are pulling over to Geyser, and that's very interesting, because no one looted it. No one looted it, no one landed there. It's completely open, so it'll actually be... who's that? Parangai, I think, who were coming down from Overlook, who really get first look into, you know, which building they decide to take.
On top of that, you have teams Valking in by the looks of it as well, so it will be pretty heavily contested right away. I mean, based on our Beacon report as well, you know, I would have expected NXL start over towards Geyser, but it seems they've been dropping elsewhere so far, so I have to make their way over. Obviously, is the first team that have kind of put themselves on board for game number 2. Everyone else moving from their respective locations.
Let's relocate here.
Ignite already making a bit of a home in Big Maud, so they're inside that sort of advanced circle for now.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if this is, you know, this is a circle call from Templex, or if they've just decided that that's where they'd... I mean, you know, they would have had to have gone through Geyser to get to Big Maud, right? So surely, you know, they would have preferred to do that first. If they really wanted to stick in Geyser, they would have just gone and found their position there. You know, they're not that far away in Frag East, but they've gone all the way through and decided to stick around in Big Maud. So I would be very interested to find out why that's the case later on.
They can definitely come in late here. Maybe they are just, you know, playing the time game, playing the waiting game. Everyone else is going to end up fragging each other in Geyser. There's very limited real estate in Geyser. I mean, we've done a Geyser circle in week 2, and it was pretty... and in fact, Reignite were one of the teams that were kind of caught in a lot of crossfires there. So,
I mean, we've gone from one team, you know, Parangai Esports, to about 10 teams in Geyser in the space of about 30 seconds or just the last minute.
Myth and Madness had already, you know, had a bit of contact in this area. So they currently have one of the compounds, just firing a few shots into the distance, and not super contested. They're probably one of the teams better positioned inside Geyser right now, where most other teams, including MDY to the north, are kind of just, you know, they're definitely in the open right now, just waiting for an opportunity to make their way in, but no available positions as far as actual buildings to get into.
No, buildings are now camped. You know, we've got MBF alongside Stinky B. They're currently in this situation here. And Golden Sage, the duo, actually coming through to try and cause some problems here for Stinky B, who are trying to make it into that building we just said is already occupied. But hey, they need to find a home, and it looks like they're not going to. Owo having to get out. The Valk probably not able to help out his teammates here. And just going to be struggling by himself for a little while. On the back of this, though, Golden Sage, I think, taken out. Yeah,
Always dead.
Jipe and Azu both going down. So that's another 2 squads. As a result of that, you know, they were just like, hey, maybe we can grab 1 KP. And that was honestly, at this point, too much to ask.
I think he'd be down in, what, 18th? Maybe even 19th there. Not too sure who that other team that went down was, but...
That was Golden Sage.
Golden Sage, yeah, they only had 2 players left anyway. But Stinky B, one of the teams that had performed quite a bit better in recent days of competition. They won't be too pleased with an 18th finish there. So another kind of unlucky game. I mean, what they had, their last game as well was slightly better than this, but still, even then, not a good start to their day, and definitely not for Golden Sage either, who are still struggling to get 3 in the server.
Struggling to get 3 in the server, struggling to, you know, outperform 3 other teams or stay alive longer than them in our game 2 here, unfortunately. BRP with the crypto on their side. You know, in Geyser circles, there's a lot of chokes that surround Geyser, right, Avril? So you often see teams, you know, playing those chokes and trying to work out, you know, how many KP they can get from that safely, you know, without getting grief too much from the teams down the bottom or anything. You know, Dreamfire is trying to do that from Ghost Town right now to the north of Geyser. And, you know, there's teams above them, right? We've got Evo Berserker up there, and Monkeys are currently in Overlook as well at the moment. So they could potentially run into Dreamfire. Looks like Fragment West still actually being looted by NXL Wolfpack as well. So those teams, they'll be looking to try and get past BRP, and next to them, MDY also holding one of those chokes.
And looking at it from BRP's perspective as well, as we were on their camps for a little while, and then you didn't know they were playing the crypto, it's pretty likely they would have already scouted out MDY to just have a look at where the closest competition is. Those are the teams currently right on the edge with the capability of maybe going for some gatekeeping as the Evo Berserkers and everyone else are starting to move down now from their positions, which are extremely far away. I mean, you got, like you mentioned, Evo Berserkers so far to the north. Some of them are even still outside of the circle. Geyser is... at least it feels like it's such a small area. It's like physically large, but just the amount of available position to play in doesn't seem like a lot. So you have so many teams just on the very edges of the circles waiting for opportunities to maybe play for a later Val cult and drop onto another team in a third party or find an opportunity to get inside a building.
Yeah, well, as you can see, so, you know, we've talked about a lot of the teams on the screen there. A couple actually coming from that southern place, so maybe Rig will get some action there as teams like We Are Trash play from the south, as well as the team Valk ulting right next to them. That's Wiz, so they're going to get ahead of Rig, and Rig are not happy because, as we can see, you know, if that was a gamble by then, they have look, it's come up. It's come up against them there, Avril, because they're going to have to make the rotation into Geyser, potentially in the tunnel. Like, considering how much of the next circle was covering the tunnels, you would have to expect that to pull all the way into Geyser. You know, so basically everyone in the buildings right now is going to be very happy. They're probably not going to have to move for another circle or two. So, you know, you've got Parangai up the end. You've got, you know, M2M, MBF as well, also sitting pretty well in there. Now, finally, we are seeing that an engagement we did theorize about. NXL Wolfpack have come over from Fragment West and finally made their way to Ghost Town, where they now found themselves against Dreamfire.
Yeah, and Pike's taking a bit of a warning fire there as well. Ems has just barely got that blue shield, so a lot of Evo still left available for Dreamfire to try and level up towards, but NXL Wolfpack, I mean, they're going to have to go through Dreamfire. They're going to have to go through a couple of teams to get in position to even attempt to make their way into Geyser, which, as we start to see the circle closing in, this fight probably has to happen at this stage, and potentially see a team being eliminated here. And then Bum did actually go down on the other side of the map as well, though, so that actually could be Reckless Lads taking a bit of a hit.
Bit of a slow fight, this one. Dreamfire do have the circle on their side. It's closing now. They've got 50 seconds, and they're holding the buildings outside. You know, it's going to be tough for NXL to push in here, honestly. They've got a little bit of space to work with, but if they do decide to move on the outside, they will, you know, go into the circle in a more southerly sort of indication there. It'll be BRP that they run up against. The team from Overlook, they're currently moving into the tunnels. That's, of course, Monkeys. So they could be a factor in this fight. They might think about third-partying this.
I was going to say, I mean, they have a pretty clear pathway through for Monkeys if they just want to get towards Geyser, but Sun Series does have vision over Ghost Town. He's even thrown a few pot shots, connects a couple of them, so the third party is definitely on, and KP's up for grabs. Just not a good look for NXL Wolfpack, who at this point absolutely have to dive straight on top of Dreamfire, and circle closing in all around them.
Zaratas, they portaled NXL under this building that Dreamfire were playing in. They were playing pretty risky, actually. They were, you know, not just sitting safely inside the zone and seeing if they could hold them out, but actually playing right on the edge to try and... Oh my god! Zaratas just gets a stick! And that means P-Day's down, right? So Wolfpack are going to absolutely push off the back of that.
Yeah, brilliant stick coming on through, and that's going to be Roy taken down by Kazans as well. XL Wolfpack have a huge advantage here. Ems doesn't want anything to do with this. It's just attempting to portal through, but it won't happen. Dreamfire, even if they're not going to be the team to get aggressive today in the first two games, other teams are going to go through them. And as mentioned, NXL Wolfpack versus Dreamfire was going to have to happen because Wolfpack don't have a lot of other positions to go. They're going to have to go through some team, and it ends up being that team
Okay.
Push themselves down to one member as well. Rainy, likely to go down here.
Down on the south side here, Reignite doing very well against Wiz. Rainy, the only hope left for his team. Rig will smash them now, and that's very helpful because Rig do need to move out of this position and through into Geyser. The way ahead of them is now clear. It was a clean fight for them, not dropping too much, so they will also have the full minute left to loot and keep going. So Rig's still alive for this one. We did see Monkeys Valk ult in behind Parangai Esports right at the end of Geyser.
Yeah, P's also Valk ulting in over the top of Geyser right now, taking a look at everything around themselves as onboarders currently still Reignite, just kind of looting through their the players they took down on Wiz earlier, who is a team that hasn't really been able to do too well in most of the lobbies that we've seen in Wiz. Reignite, like you sort of mentioned, has a pretty clear pathway forward now. And look at this. I mean, so many teams trying to contest for what little real estate is available.
Okay, so this is MBF. We've also got We Are Trash in the end building here. Or, I mean, I guess we called the other one the end building. What's this? The start building. The sort of the most western building here in Geyser. Not one of the bananas, of course, but teams having to share those now. It's getting down to that kind of real packed-in section of the game with 14 teams left. Reignite are looking to take another fight here against Evo Berserker. The ult is up for Jen Burton. They need to use that, force out this fight. They've managed to position themselves well. They're on the right side of the circle. There's 30 seconds left. Evo Berserker getting pounded by that ultimate there coming out from Templex.
Burton landing some decent wingman shots though, as Reignite are playing again.
They're just going to try and Valk out, and I don't think Ink's even going to make it. He's going to drop, but of course he's the Valkyrie, so the rest of them don't get out as well. And I think just dropping down from the sky is actually going to be too much health damage. So Evo Berserker just absolutely destroyed by that. Meanwhile, they're glad that they didn't have to do the damage because Reignite are busy trying to fight off another team, and they actually managed to get there as well.
Still alive right now. I mean, they're trying on the edge of the circle, as mentioned. Raced up to take down Evo Berserkers. Jim Burton Zero still up. Implex is still in play as well. So Reignite has just kind of managed to squeeze through against all odds there. Still landing decent shots. They just need to heal Templex up, which they've done, and things are looking okay for them because right on the edge of Geyser, looking for potential openings. They know teams will, at least now, have definitely taken all available positions indoors. So,
man, that was close. That was Perry Hellion that dropped down on them there at the end. And yeah, as we said, it was all of the it was the ring damage that really finished off Evo Berserker and gave them the space and the time to deal with Perry Hellion. So Rig doing very well out of that fight and picking up quite a few kills. But now we're looking at the north side of the map where NXL is going to have to try and do something here because they've got Monkeys who are gatekeeping them. That's who they're currently seeing those shots out against. Kissans is actually all the way outside the tunnels, watching their back at the moment, but they don't have a Wraith. Right? Oh, sorry, no, of course they do have a Wraith. They do have Zaratas, right? So that means that there is still a bit of playable space in the tunnel they can take come the next ring. If they don't figure out this fight soon, they can always at least play in there and then portal out later.
Well, they got options there as well. I mean, I don't know if they have to find a position to try and get Valcott at some stage, but you're right, you know, the Wraith portal will be priority number one here as Sands has moved away from the entry of that tunnel. Schustig as well. Estrella, winners of the first game, are in a ton of trouble here, and well, Schustig's just on 1 HP. He's trying to exit via the Geyser, but is being shot at by pretty much everyone at this stage.
He's just he's on the bouncy castle at the moment. Yeah.
Bouncy castle death as that looked pretty inevitable from that position.
Your parents wouldn't be too happy about you playing in that one in the fair. And a couple of other teams now fighting over this topmost banana. So Method to Madness have been in there for a while. MBF are on the outside trying to work out what they can get done. I think there's MDY's in there as well, and they're really struggling as these teams decide that, you know, this is exactly the kind of time you want to pop that Gibraltar ult.
Yeah, I mean, defensive bombardment there is going to absolutely ruin MBF, who have already lost Jargo. Method to Madness in one of the best possible positions. I think Method to Madness will be potentially a favorite for this lobby. depending on where the circle shifts. And as I say that, I mean, it actually does shift away from their compound, which is quite unlucky for them. Be moving just slightly further to the eastern side, where only one team actually has great positioning. But Method Madness haven't really had to spend too much, and they're landing a lot of damage, so the Evos are looking pretty fresh at the moment.
See Loki there on the Ashe. Eventually we'll get a look at her abilities as we saw them taking down what almost seems like a new character, Watson, because it's been so long since we've seen her in ALGS, at least in APAC South. I think there might be one or two teams throughout the world who have stuck with her for the longest time, but certainly gone down in usage dramatically. This fight here over at the tunnels, NXL finally do portal through, but Monkeys come out on top. But as they do, it's Parangai Esports on the back trying to take advantage of this, and they're going to pull in here and try and mop up this fight.
Well, should be contested in this tunnel here as well. I mean, the fire, straight the frying pan into the fire, I should probably say, is it's going to be Parangai. You still got two members alive here, so at the end of the day, the one team that comes out on top in that tunnel, over the top of NXL Wolfpack and Monkeys, is going to be Parangai Esports. The numbers are getting quite low now. 7 squads remaining. Circle is, as previously mentioned, shifted directly on top of inside the ring, the only team that actually had a compound available. Parangai is the only team that will be coming through that tunnel area.
Yep, so they're portaling underneath that. They'll try and play that side of the building. We're having a look at Rig, who have had to deal with a lot of teams and problems over this south side.
M2's moving.
They're still in the moment. Yeah, exactly. M2 have to try and make the move up north. You're seeing the bubble up there as they try and work out how they can get through this situation. A couple of kills, actually. They're going to smash out Parangai. So that was the team, of course, underneath. On the other side, they portaled in from the tunnel, and Methods of Madness have taken that over.
Loki took a lot of damage there from that ring. They're out in the open. He only lost Banter's Storm, which is not great. One member surviving now. It's everybody, it just looks like so many people have good vision on them. I believe that is inside the ring who's doing the majority of the damage.
Gone.
Him too. Methods of Madness, who, as I was saying, we're looking like heavy favorites for this lobby in this particular game. The circle just shifts away from them, and I think 5th place is where they get to exit. Top 5 is still pretty good, but ends up being inside the ring, and Reignite still in that top 4 now, fighting for that 1st place.
Yeah, Templex, not too much ammo left there, but Jem Burton's got heaps, so we're going to be seeing him fire that Volt out over the next 20 seconds as the final ring starts to close in now, where we're getting some vision there. Seeing where all of these teams are playing. It's Rig right next to Xenomorph, and then of course you got BRP down the bottom, and inside the ring, who have successfully held their building up the top.
Gotta say, Xenomorph, 20th place in our first game. They've made the top 4 this time around. They're very heavily contested, or they're definitely within reach of Reignite currently. And inside the ring have had kind of the prime compound location, where the final one's available in this last circle, and in a pretty decent position, have been in a pretty decent position. BRP making top 4 as one of our teams that are really starting to come through points-wise as well.
Yeah,
that's
so
got to be a dome being popped, though.
Yeah, inside the ring, they popped out of their building because they know it's about to get taken out, and they were trying to take some space away from BRP. And as you can see, there's grenades going down against them. If a Gibraltar ult comes in now, BRP pretty much stuffed. They do have the EMP available, but the drone is being destroyed, so it might be a little while until Bunny Hop is able to use that. In the meantime, the rest of the team's coming in what could be potentially the final bubble fights.
Yeah, I mean, Reignite's out in the open now. They're looking for the 3v3. And all the gas coming through. 132 to kill only Noob. That's a huge amount of damage. That's probably going to be Xenomorph eliminated here. Looking like it. Did Jem Burton just having fun with the shield swap as well. Pretty cheeky. Templex so far, the only member down. Zero's in a fight on the other side. And here comes Jem Burton. More damage to be found. Reignite doing so much. A melee, but inside the ring, end up still being the champions. Xenomorph get eliminated. Inside the ring is still available. Reignite looking like they could have a decent shot at claiming number 1, but they'll have it ripped away from them. And inside the ring, who indeed were in probably, I would say again, the best position in that final ring. Full compound available. They push out, have their own dome fight, and then get that 3rd party onto both Reignite and Xenomorph when they have their battle.
Yep, sitting up in the, I don't know, the ball and chain building. That's probably the closest thing I can think of that it looks like up there on the north side of Geyser. That helped them out. You know, Parangai, with a circle like that, again, you know, in days gone past, you probably would have expected that to pull all the way into Geyser, but it doesn't go that far. It stops short, so Parangai are having to move in there, and they just got, you know, slaughtered from the low ground where everyone had the angles on them from underneath the building. And then inside the ring, just playing out that last bit really well. I liked how they were a little bit proactive about it, right? They could have stayed in that that building for a little bit longer there, but no, they forced the fight. They made some problems for BRP, and once that happened, you know, you saw the other teams finishing them off, right? They'd done enough damage that Jem Burton was all of a sudden feeling pretty frisky, and he got in there, finished them off for them, and that softened them up just enough for inside the ring, who had bided their time, and they came through with the finish.
Obviously, Templex was already down, so, you know, Reignite were down to only 2 members. More players taking separate fights, and, you know, we'll get to that part of the replays in a hot minute. Was Method of Madness, who had pretty prime location at least to start out with. When we saw the initial shift over, was the eastern side onto Geyser. Teams got into compounds pretty quickly, and of those teams, Method of Madness probably, you know, one of the first there, and one of the ones controlling a lot of space straight out. And what was really interesting is a couple of things happening on the north side as we started going through, and, you know, that was kind of where Parangai dropped on top of NXL Wolfpack, who were then also in a battle with Monkeys, and, you know, towards their western side was also MDY hanging out as well. So a lot of teams having to try and find opportunities to get into the Geyser was also a bit of a story of this particular game.
Yeah, as we talked about, you know, those chokes do make Geyser a fun one when we see those circles. You know, a couple of teams, look, you know, Rig had to get in there pretty late, right? And they still managed to make their way through. I'm expecting them to end up with a lot of kills. I think actually we saw just in that final little clip there, Jem Burton was finished off with about maybe 7 or 8 kills just himself. Yeah. And that was because, you know, they took 1 or 2 fights when they were sitting down there in Big Mord, which again, interesting option by Templex to start off there. But then, you know, it forced them to, rather than just holding a position like Inside the Ring got to do for quite a while, right? They worked through 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, maybe in 5 teams by the end there as they pushed through the banana and out to that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, they had to definitely, they didn't have a comfortable position to start with. They had to push into the guys from the south. Kind of similar story to where we were looking from NXL Wolfpack and Monkeys, right? And Reignite kind of just won every duel up until right to the end when, you know, they only had the 2 versus 3 versus inside the ring, but we'll catch up on scores in terms of where everybody lands for points coming out of game number 2. You did talk about the KP, and the KP ends up being pretty huge for Reignite. 17 kills so far, so 28 overall.
Yeah, so look, you know, it was not a great first game for them, but now pushing up and being exactly where we expect to be them to be top of the lobby. Estrel only picking up a single point overall to be equal second place there with our winners in game 2 inside the ring. Methods of Madness, they've had 2 solid games now, so they build up upon that, and they're moving up into 4th place with 23 points. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from them, Avril. They really feel like a team who have been getting better and better as this split 1 has gone on.
Yeah, really solid so far. I mean, that's 2 top placements for Method of Madness in back-to-back games that we've had, and they're the team that I'm looking out for right now in terms of the consistency, at least over the first 2 games. Reignites obviously didn't have a great shot in that first one, but they come through with a second. I mean, I say not a great shot. They still got a 6th place, and that's still pretty decent right at the top. It's Estrel that unfortunately bomb out very quickly in that second game, which is not ideal. You saw the 11 KP that they had. Overall, that was all from that initial game that they won. So that's going to conclude game number 2, though. So we've got 4 more still available for our first lobby. We'll take a bit of a break. When we do come back, game 3 will be available. Welcome to the ALGS APAC South here in week number 4. As we are heading into game number 3 very shortly, but we've got 2 games so far where, we had Astral taking out game number 1, inside the ring for game number 2 here as well, and got some very different circles that we end on, like a very open circle into the southwest of Thermal to start things out, and then a little bit more closed and, a little bit more of a standard circle with some buildings to play through and Geyser for our second game.
Yeah, and it really zoned in on Geyser again and again, and that's why as we look at the placement timeline here, a couple of teams getting picked up early. Of course, Golden Sage, that was the duo that really tried to fly a little bit too close to the sun, but then look, the ring at 13, 15, 17 minutes, we're seeing a lot of teams go out all at once, and that's when those circle constrictions happens. Looking towards the end though, it was Reignite who just pushed in, got so many KP, and ended up in second place. That has actually catapulted them to the top of the standings just now. So why don't we have a quick look at the scores as well, just to confirm that.
Yeah, so inside the ring, obviously winning our last game, have already caught up to Astral, and both teams are only 4 behind Reignite at this stage. Method Madness only 1 behind them as well, so a team that has had 2 decent games back-to-back. Wicked Slayers did come second in that first game as well, so not too far behind, and everybody else still on the catch-up towards the end there. But we looked at that last game, and I think NXL Wolfpack had a pretty decent shot, but kind of got caught out by, in the firefight versus Monkeys, and then eventually versus Parangai as well, couldn't quite make it in. And Sinky B probably is one of the bigger talking points, is a team that got, shut out very quickly. Was it 18th is when they their placement? So as a team that we expect to do quite well, that's a really unfortunate position for them to be in.
Yeah, a little bit rough. I think NXL Wolfpack, from their position, had to play it a little bit quicker. They left it a little bit too late, and then when they pushed in through that the tunnel, just didn't make it work.
Let's see if they can make it work this time in game number 3. So we're going to load up and get ourselves back into World's Edge. See how things pan out here, where those circles come through. Again, we've had a Thermal, we've had ourselves a Geyser one. This time Overlook is going to be our hot zone. See, there's going to be some early contests. We talked about Lava Siphon actually as being one of those contested zones, and Golden Sage with, figure out how many players actually loaded up. I think all 3 managed to load up this time, so they can actually fight for Lava Siphon properly.
No, unfortunately only 2.
Really?
We've still only got Azur and G-Pi in, sadly. So Golden Sage, who knows, might be a duo for the rest of the day. That's going to put a dent in their hopes of flying up the leaderboard for now. That said, Xenomorph probably not going to be that happy about it either, because they're just getting, they're getting half a POI.
They can't be too unhappy. Xenomorph just came, 3rd place in our previous lobby, and okay, yeah, they were 20th in the first game. Second game, though, huge bounce back. Another team that we probably didn't have really high expectations of, that, is not a team that you would really expect to be contesting top placements, but there they are on the podium.
So NXL, again, these guys up at Countdown, still seeing the same starting route play out, where Dreamfire will take the southern half of Countdown loot-wise, just fire off a couple of warning shots over towards the Wolfpack, and then head down to finish their loot off at Landslide. Both teams, not really willing to, sort of, put their stamp on it and really try and say they're the better team by taking that early fight. It's a risky thing to do, right? And if you've got a big enough POI like Countdown, you don't necessarily have to.
And it seems like every single game so far, at least from what I'm noticing, that has been the game plan of Dreamfire. Loot what you can out of Countdown. Don't take a fight with NXL Wolfpack, then go straight over towards Landslide and get some additional loot. And you can get there before anybody else. As so far, we haven't really seen Wolfpack kind of contest that area, and that's just 2 opportunities, back-to-back opportunities for them to get some decent loot. A very different Dreamfire style of gameplay compared to what I remember seeing at week 2, at least, when they were very aggressive and very much looking for those fights.
Well, our lobby leaders here heading down south nice and quick, because as we just saw in that circle vision, it is going to be heading somewhere around, Lava City, maybe Big Maud, potentially pulling across over to Lava Siphon. We've got the vault in the middle there, so it's definitely, it's not going to be going too central in the end. But, yeah, look, Southern teams, once again, pretty happy there.
Reignite's going to pretty much drop on top of Golden Stage here as well, who have been pretty bullied out every single game so far. So potential free KP. As we take a look at Stinky B, who themselves need a much better result in this game than what they had last time around. Again, 18th is not what you expect for a team that had, like the first place overall on week 2. So Stinky B be for a good one now.
I mean, yeah, look, they're definitely happier about the circle pull. They're going to take up position in the front of launch site. You know, pretty quick route from them. Dome take up this position and then not really have to worry. A lot of other teams actually going right beside them, like, you know, the launch sites team themselves, Wiz, are looking to go a little bit more central. So who knows? Maybe Stinky B knows something that we don't. But Dreamfire, these guys, always looking for a fight, rotating through.
Or are they? Because, I mean, I think so far they've been pretty calm and collected and quite cautious. And even when we saw last game through the tunnel heading down the geyser as well, they weren't directly just trying to run into anybody. Now they're going to have to...
I mean, they're not playing Circle, after all. I mean, you know, they took that fight against Reckless Lads in Game 1. They took the L. And then in Game 2... you know, look, they were trying to take the fight against NXL Wolfpack, and they lost that one as well, man. So yeah, they're taking fights. They're just not finding enough of them because they go down in the first one.
Game 3 now, Gino. They'll be taking a fight versus Pavlova, or rather maybe Pavlova runs into them. This could be potentially first squad eliminator, or at least some huge damage done, depending on whether teams actually want to commit or not. And, well, the answer ends up being, okay, they see each other, exchange a little bit of gunfire, and then Dreamfire, I mean, they're out of there. They go into the Harvester. Pavlova is still on the outside of Harvester, and both teams just kind of shake hands and move off.
We got plenty of time. Reckless Lads here, you can see them. They are, of course, the team that starts up in Big Maud. So they had first pick, or maybe second pick, if you're looking at the teams in Lava City, because no one has... they've decided it's not finishing around Big Maud. No one's sticking around there. They've taken one of the Lava City buildings. They're currently splitting that with
Xenomorph
some
and,
other teams there. Yep.
Rather, not next to Reckless Lads. No, they are. It's Xenomorph, Reckless Lads, and Reignite all pretty locked up together in this kind of single compound. And to their western side is the duo of Golden Sage, and then on the east is 3 other teams. So starting to get pretty congested over on this eastern side of the map near Big Maud.
Making contact with the enemy.
So finally a little bit of
Oh, Jesus.
some teams pulling up into there. Yeah, you
That's
can
what we're
see.
talking about.
You know, the multi-level buildings are home to many teams at a time. But Big Maud has just gone from, you know, a desolate wasteland to potentially showing us a fight here between MDY and MBF. Keep track of those team names.
So that's going to be a Lava City finish. I mean, you're definitely going to have a situation where those Caustics and even the Watsons, especially the Watsons, could definitely come into play and get some huge value. And right now, the teams that have managed to find a decent position are taking any huge risks, as you'd imagine.
So MDY there within Big Maud. MBF have actually had to move out to the little, you know, paintball shed out the back there, as you can see on the low ground. Oh, okay, we do finally have some action. The team's not content. Once again, it's Golden Sage, and they've obviously just decided, hey, we just want to try and get some KP every game. I mean, as a duo, you wouldn't generally expect this, but my lord, they must be backing themselves. They're taking often the first fight of the lobby as a duo. So you see they got a KP there. There's one on GPI right now, but Azu, very unlikely to probably get back into the game, you would say. 15 seconds. GPay needs to survive until he's got his get out of jail free card available again. That's going to be just enough for him to you know, maybe get back up to full health, but no, spotted. There's another team coming for him, and this is an ugly spot here for the Chinese team, as once again, they go down in one of those first couple of teams to be eliminated from the lobby.
Yeah, they're going to be gone first, and they took a fight versus Wiz, who, you know, you talked about the 1 KP that GS were able to take away that was onto Horrid, so that's the Jibby of Wiz down, which is going to cause some problems in later skirmishes that I'm sure Wiz are going to get into, and maybe thankfully for Golden State, they ended up dropping on to a team like Wiz, who are probably one of the more struggling teams in this lobby compared to some of the better teams. So that's more of a fair fight. And despite them being down one member, it still was technically a 2v2 that ends up in a 2v1. Not expecting a lot from a team that unfortunately is going to be starting out as only a duo instead of a trio. And for Wiz as well, we'll be pretty happy to pick up 2 KP.
Monkeys have just decided to sit put. Just run away from a fight, and you can see someone knows that they're there.
Streamfire, I think.
Valkol's coming, not Valkol, but the Valk Tactical there coming in. And yeah, I think that is...
It's Monkeys versus Dreamfire again. You'll find ourselves in a very similar position to our Game 2 sort of matchup.
Ooh, BRP going to be coming in with the Valkol quite close to them as well. 2 white armors for BRP. They can't even afford to take that much damage in the air. We'll just make it in there. Safety as we look at some of the teams from Lava City. Having a look at them. Bunny Hop is going to get the lay of the land here. The drone out. Probably just pop that immediately on Big Mord if you wanted to just grab a couple of, Evo points for his armor.
And BRP are actually in an interesting position because, they could potentially take a fight and gatekeep Dreamfire. Because they weren't, directly inside Big Mord, you ended up having, or rather, BRP with a team that kind of dropped in and didn't take the inside of Big Mord, which they'll go for now. There's one team that is inside to contest MDY, yeah.
They do have the high ground, of course. And they're playing Bloodhound here. So Goose Empire does see them on the lower level. Now we're wondering if they've got that option, if they're going to potentially, they've got the Ash Ultimate ready. Do they want to slice and dice their way into this fight?
Let's go here.
Was as well who were trying to take this one slowly. Beacon was collected, but see if a res can be available at some point. Just a duo left, and again, they don't have the Jibby, so that's just going to be presenting a bit of a problem. Method Man is still rotating their way down from their currently around guys. So again, the team starting over on Climatize, it's going to be a long rotation. Seen them play for those long rotations though in the game 1, and that did still work out reasonably for them. Another team that's playing for that the long rotation is Evo Berserkers, so we did see that in our last couple of games, as now the Valkol's going to come through for him too.
But right on the other side of mountain range there, so no one's really got a chance to take a crack at them while they're heading up. Now they actually go right down on top of Big Mord. I guess they just haven't realized, maybe didn't see the indicators there, through the Valkyrie passive, that there were players inside ready and waiting for them. MDY have done a huge amount of damage already. Shield's gone for 2 of them, 1 of them Knight already on the floor, and now Loki and Bannerstorm are going to have to pull out something really special here if they want to make this Val ult work, and it does not. Getting absolutely dominated there, and MDY, are they going to be, it was such a clean fight when, honestly, BRP on the low ground and MBF, who were sort of having a think about this on the other side of Big Mord, neither of them decide to press it.
It seems like a difficult situation for M2 because, yeah, you're flying in via the Valkyrie. You're not too sure exactly where everybody is. Big Mord, the top of Big Mord seemed like it was going to be clear, but they didn't really see that MDY was already inside, and BRP's not that far off as well. If they go any further out, they were going to run into another team in MBF, so just not a lot of clear space for them. And M2 out in 18th place, a team that had been doing pretty well in the last 2 games. It's a really difficult position for them.
Yeah, we've just seen a 3-way scuffle here between Perry Hellion, Stinky B, and NXL Wolfpack. And Stinky B, I think, managed to pick up most of the kills in that battle. NXL Wolfpack going down first, actually. Unfortunately, they were the ones who got sandwiched in the middle. And then Stinky B just really coming out on top. Perry Hellion, unfortunately, having to play from the ring, which didn't help their chances in that. So that was a 3-way fight over there at launch site, which now opens up quite a bit of the map for Stinky B. They're gonna struggle because they've got to get through probably a couple of teams. The southern buildings actually right now are completely uninhabited in Lava City. So there's actually some chances for teams like We Are Trash, who are sitting in the tunnels or inside the ring, who are currently coming up towards from I guess, dome direction,
And
they can actually get in there if they move quickly.
even the teams, and we look at Wiz right now, they're on that kind of southeastern couple of buildings. That's only a duo. I mean, I'm not too sure that everybody realizes that is only a duo, but there's a decent amount of clear space. But it's just come down to if teams like inside the ring are able to scout that properly, as I believe Emiliazi's already kind of portaled through, and they're going to be able to claim a pretty decent position on that south side as Reckless lads pulling some shots over towards the trio of teams currently on Big Mord.
Southern buildings are starting to fill up now inside the ring. They made the portal play to get in. You're seeing Team Valk holding in here. That was Stinky B. Oh man, I think they picked the wrong building. They actually picked the north side, and as a result, 2 of them go down just from concentrated fire from all directions. I mean, there's what, 3, 4 teams, as we can see here throughout all levels of this building, and there's enough windows
coming too
to be able to take them down.
Stinky B's eliminated. That's 17th place. Another really poor performing game for Stinky B. And just as they leave, I mean, as I said, Estrell was kind of running into resurrection of it. Stinky B actually not. No, I lied. They are fully gone. Deep was just barely alive, thinking about a res, but no, they are definitely going to be gone now. Not in 17th, but in 16th. It's marginally better, but not enough for them. The same kind of, northern building in that ring, Reigniters in, is still extremely full because, as I was saying, despite Stinky B going out, Estrell comes in.
So all of these teams that have gambled on the Lava City Circle once
have
again.
lost big. Oh dear.
They bet red and it's come up black, Avril.
It's come up all Big Mord.
Yeah.
So that ends up being, I think, another really good circle for BRP, where I think, remember in Game 1, they had the initial southern shift that ended up being pretty good for them that gave them the high places. So pretty happy with that, as will be the other 2 teams
we're looking
playing right next to them inside.
This, of course, is MBF there, having a look at them down the bottom. Those guys just occupying that that space underneath Big Mord near the tractor wheels there. MDY still on top of them. BRP still sticking around. So all of those teams that chose Big Mord as their home for this game are going to be very happy about this. And oh man, it's all those teams in Lava City are about to just absolutely get into it. I mean, there's a minute left. We're seeing inside the ring, they portaled into Lava City, and now they're Valk ulting on top of it. Somehow they've actually made themselves, they've found themselves a spot there right on top. They've gone, right up on top where the beacon is, and it's actually free. So this is a great spot for them, presuming that they have the resources to be able to stay up here and deal with, like, Gibraltar ultimates just popping down the, painting the target from inside the building could be a problem for them.
So trying to do what Method to Madness could not there in terms of dropping on top of Big Mord, and just as a bit of an update as well, you had Paranga Esports, Wraith Portal, just north of where Wiz were. So they've started to make some movements as well, as teams will be thinking about how they want to get in towards the Big Mord area. Reigniter in the open currently is Pavlova sending out a few shots.
Pavlova having a look at Evo Berserker on the north side of the ring here. This is a fight they probably need to get over and done with, because once they get through that, and the ring's about to start closing, we've only got 10 seconds. They're going to try the Valk ult out. That's Evo Berserker. They bubbled into it. Surely the teams on Big Mord are going to be dealing with them. That said, Dreamfire now looking for Pavlova, who were trying to push into the ring. But yeah, look, we are trash. Have the Watson, and that's very helpful in Big Mord.
Well, what isn't helpful is that they had to, they've Valk ulted in, as every team has tried to do on top of Big Mord. They lose Rudney almost instantly. Ganley's is really low, and
you saw the nades coming in. They put down the interceptor pylon, but it wasn't up in time. I'm not sure if it comes up mid-grenade, if it can actually zap a grenade or not, but either way, they lose another player there, and it's going to be very hard for them to try and stay in this. Dreamfire look like they're about to finish off Pavlova as well, so that's softened up the northern side of the ring for them. Ooh, some nice rampage shots here from high ground. Allow inside the ring to find a nice little angle there. I mean, there's so many of these on Big Mord, and I think, it's been around for a little while now, Avril, but honestly, I don't think teams are as familiar with it, and there's just some weird little angles like that where you're not necessarily thinking about it. You're not thinking, oh yeah, look, if someone's on the top right now, they're actually going to have a shot down onto me. And now we're seeing all of those teams from Lava City get dumpstered.
Exactly, because they all have to move at some point. I mean, everybody's just going down. We even saw a play, I think that was Zero from Reignite, go down as well. Pavlova have potentially been eliminated. We'll have to see if there's a single member left towards that side of the map. Some decent shots from Apex SQL for inside the ring, where they had managed to safely get a position around Big Mord. So right now, these teams are doing okay, but Big Mord is looking very, very congested. And the circle shifts slightly north, which means teams are going to have to be in the open. The only team that has decent position in that next ring is actually going to be Dreamfire.
It's a little bit of an ugly one. Down to the south here, we've still got some teams alive. It's going to be Monkey versus Parangai Esports here.
He's doing a lot of damage.
Thermite ticks coming through there. The Mastiff to finish off, and it looks like Parangai are easily going to come out on top versus Monkeys.
Still have a lot of damage taken, though. They've got to be careful not to get third-partied here. Seems like they'll be okay for now. So Monkeys...
Okay, this circle shift is absolutely massive. It's closing in now, right now. It's removing most of Big Mord as playable space. It's like it is a ship on the sea. There's been a big wave that's just hipping it over to the west here, and everybody's just sliding down the decks.
Parangai there, still just kind of on the outskirts currently. As I said previously, with that circle shift, Dreamfire, the only team that are in a really good position. Dreamfire right now, potentially the team that are kind of raining down terror upon Parangai. In fact, it definitely is. Dreamfire looking for some KP. Ziva Berserker down to 2 currently. We've lost all of his shields. And the circle's closed directly on top of them. That is potentially going to be them eliminated.
You can see them just barely struggling to get inside. Body blocked there by BRP. Just pushing. Who was that? Refills and co there outside. Dreamfire, as you said, have great position out in the yard. Hakim here, after he heals up, might be able to get that Spitfire in his hands. We've got 6 squads left, most of them clustered still inside remaining part of Big Mord that's alive. But Parangai there on the outside, they were taking so much damage from Dreamfire on the edge. They're now struggling to get up further, to get up north.
I mean, it's
make their way into the yard.
It's Dreamfire that are trying to really get on top of them right now. You saw that M's, the Void was used there. They definitely are aware of exactly where the rest of Parangai are, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to really land on top of them to try and get the cleanup. Parangai are back up towards 3 members. Circle's making this one really tight now. Apex SQL has been eliminated from the lobby. That is going to be another team gone, so down to only the top 5 now. Pike's now the kill leader, so again, Dreamfire in the best possible position. All the rest of the teams on top of Big Mord still fighting each other, and it's most likely going to be Dreamfire that can just play it slowly, play it really patiently, be one of the last teams remaining.
Yeah, we'll have to see how these teams inside Big Mord do deal with this situation, though. MBF, we were seeing, having a look at them, they're playing from underneath, waiting for someone to come down that conveyor belt, potentially into their waiting arms. It was BRP who got the cleanup inside, and they've heard, they've got the sound cues correctly here. They know that MBF are underneath them, and now they're looking to take that fight. They do a lot of damage. They're waiting, you can see, for that bubble to go down before they lay down the Gibraltar ultimate and deal damage to then. Unfortunately, Dreamfire with the R301 at range, as we predicted, are causing problems for them there.
Dreamfire are the only team that have 3 alive. The other 3 teams on MBF, MDY, and BRP, so our 3-letter acronyms here, they're only down to 2 members. I mean, MDY's only got 1 player remaining. They'll be eliminated in 4th place now. Just MBF looking to try and get a couple of last members. Unavailable Mexus is down.
BRP have got back up, though. They've managed to get the revive. Just need a little bit of time to heal. The Valcult was that. I think that's, yeah, MBF. Jargo has managed to get himself up and just try and, you know, play the time game here, essentially. But no, both teams wait for him. They snipe him out of the sky, and now we do have the 3v3 with Dreamfire versus BRP. The alternator putting in massive damage here. The disruptor rounds will just absolutely crush through BRP.
That's going to be Dreamfire taking on game number 3. They had, in my opinion, the best positioning at the end, just north of Big Mord. They waited patiently. They were able to have all the other teams inside Big Mod take each other out, and Dreamfire on the edge damage the superior numbers. At one stage when there's 4 teams alive, they were the only ones that had a full squad of 3 before obviously BRP able to get the third up, and Dreamfire played that one excellently. And again, a very different look from Dreamfire compared to what I remember in week 2, where in week 2 they were this kind of hyper-aggressive squad. Now playing a lot more patiently. You know, you and I kind of had a bit of a debate whether they were doing that or not, but I think when we looked at them moving into Harvester and kind of avoiding the fight versus, I think it was Pavlova, that to me was kind of a mark of the Dreamfire that we're seeing currently in this game, that we're able to play patient enough to take the number 1.
The next evolution, right? Because, yeah, sure, they avoid that fight because it's too far out of the circle. They move into a spot where, you know, they've got that gatekeeping capability right on the edge of the circle, and that's where they stayed, right? They weren't playing ring. They got extremely lucky in that the ring moved further and further up, just moved cover out. All those teams that were playing in Lava City, stuffed. All those teams were playing in Big Maud, eventually stuffed. And it was just them playing, because they were playing Edge, hoping to try and just pick off teams coming through North, which they did a couple of. But then somehow the ring just fed all of those teams to them at the end.
It does remind me a lot of that game 1 with Thermal, where it really does feel like a bit of a 50-50. Is it going to land on top of all the teams on Thermal? Was it going to go south to those other teams? Here, was it going to land on top of Big Maud or stay there? Or was it going to go a little bit further north to where, well, rather, it's a difference between Lava City and Big Maud, right? It ends up going Big Maud. If it was the other way around, all the Big Maud teams come down, then probably the Lava City teams are having a bit of a laugh. At this stage, though, I mean, as the final circle is coming on through, if it didn't go towards Dreamfire, they probably would have had to kind of make that rotation onto Big Maud, as we saw so many teams, including Method of Madness, who unsuccessfully tried to drop on top or tried to Valk on top of Big Maud and got instantly taken down, and Big Maud got real busy.
Yeah, there was some big damage going on in Big Maud this game. Paintball games absolutely everywhere. People being splattered against the walls, and it was Dreamfire more than any other team really who did that splattering. You don't always see the team in the best position convert, right? You don't always see them come out on top. Sometimes those last fights can be a little finicky. Bubbles go down at the wrong time. All of a sudden, you're dealing with too many teams at once. You overextend a little bit, but Dreamfire, they play it beautifully, coming in with this final play here where you see the alternator just absolutely shred.
I think they knew they had the best positioning as well. They didn't have to spend that much utility or that resource, and they still had a lot going for them at the end. Again, they have the best numbers overall before BRP sort of had to get the revive in, but even then, you're still spending a lot to heal, and everybody's fighting each other in Big Maud, and you're Dreamfire on the outside like, we can wait. We can chill here. Somebody's going to end up being the winner of that fight, and then we're going to be the winner of that final engagement. So Dreamfire will end up taking away a game, and good to see that, and good to see a sort of Dreamfire that is going to be a little bit more cautious and a little bit more decisive in terms of, okay, maybe it's not just about running at the other team as we saw in that second week. Let's go ahead and take a look at how that result now reflects in the scoreboard. Dreamfire taking away a game, as Reignite still right at the top with 34. I mean, they still had a decent finish. They were one of the teams in Lava City that couldn't quite shift up towards Big Maud when that circle pull happened. Inside the ring, and BRP still, really respectable with 30 and 28.
Yeah, Methods of Madness, they don't, I don't think they got a single point that game, I believe. So they've shifted down a little bit, still in the mix. And honestly, halfway through today, Avril, it's looking pretty tight, right? You've got that top 10, 18 to 34 points. It's not a big spread. We're not expecting, at this point in the first week, Reignite would have been sitting at, 60, 70 points or something like that? Yeah. So half of that, it's definitely tightened up a little bit. I think that's honestly also due to partway through this season, the team's all really getting the lay of the land, and everything's tightened up a bit just overall. The teams are a little bit, more practiced at this point, and they're not just giving away, the free points that we saw towards the start.
And NXL Wolfpack as well is still kind of in that bottom 10 for this lobby so far as well, where they ended up finishing in their particular lobby in the top 4 last week. So looking to see if they can maybe make a bounce back, as well as Stinky B now. 2 games in a row where they did not really end up doing too much to early elimination. So we'll have to see if they can maybe make a bounce back in future games. We have 3 of our games done and dusted for our first lobby, which means 3 more still left to go. We're going to take a bit of a break. When we come back, ALGS APAC South continues. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to APAC South here for ALGS. About to head into game number 4, so nearly halfway through, or exactly halfway through now, our first lobby. And 3 very distinct and different winners, and you know, a lot of different kind of placements. We were maybe thinking that some of the more consistent teams were looking like Method Madness today, and then they kind of ended up dropping out. Reignite have had a decent day, but they haven't quite had those super high placements you were talking about earlier. And that was week 1. This is the exact same lobby as we had in week 1, and they absolutely dominated. Things are looking a little bit more even this time around in week 4.
Yeah, halfway through, there's not a huge spread between those teams, right? So, you know, as we look at the top 34 going down all the way to 18, you know, not a massive difference, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a few different teams get those top positions now, so it's not just been every single time the exact same teams. I mean, we've had Dreamfire kind of had some okay results, then come through with a pretty big win. I mean, what we've really had is when I start to look at the more bottom side, is a few teams kind of underperforming, and that's when I look at the teams like the Stinky Bees, and you know, we are now expecting a little bit more to NXL Wolfpack as well with the return of Zaratas compared to what we had in our earlier weeks. So looking at the scores currently, Reignite's still to 34. I feel like they really haven't moved too much though. So they've been, you know, kind of at the top, but the gap seems to be slightly closing. It's just moving in that direction.
Yeah, look, a little bit, right? Okay, so BRP, you know, only 4 points behind. There's still so many teams that could overtake now and definitely get into that first position. So why don't we have a look at the 2 best Gibraltars today and how they've been performing so far overall. The teams are loading into the next lobby right now. We've got Genius here, Team Estrel, as well as Knight to Method, from Method to Madness. So 6 kills and 7 kills apiece halfway through the day. Not too shabby, and we're looking at the average amount of points that they contribute to their team. Setting up at 4 is a good result.
And, you know, probably for Estrel as well, that would be coming through from their opening matchup today where they actually did take that win. Yeah. So getting a lot of kills in there, and the 3,500 damage is quite a decent amount as the Jibbies coming on through. Defensive bombardment would have been pretty huge in that first game also, considering how open it was. And we'll see how the circles go for game number 4 now. Obviously, we are now halfway through our opening lobby. Let's go ahead and get back into World's Edge for this game 4.
Well, some better loot going on over at Countdown, and look, Dreamfire will be happy about that, considering they're next to Wolfpack as well. Both those teams taking away a little bit from each other by contesting that location. I'm still not sure, honestly, why Wolfpack are deciding to do this rather than go with Geyser, you know, which is
empty.
Yeah, well, and that's the reason, right? Other people have probably left it empty because NXL have been known to drop there in weeks past. So I really am a little bit surprised by that. That said, they're running a little bit closer into each other. Zaratas is actually chasing Ems out here. They might have worked out that they're, you know, swinging over to landside every time and perhaps trying to take a little bit of a quicker route there. This time, yeah, rather than going, you know, sort of the way they have been in the previous games, Dreamfire actually had to take the southwestern exit of Countdown, sort of, you know, the one that goes back through Lava Fissure to try and get out safely through to Landslide. So NXL perhaps thinking about trying to sneak out an early kill there and claiming it for themselves, but they don't. And there we go. It's another one of our very southwesterly circles. Staging, you can see teams already pinged on the map where they think it might be heading. Somewhere between Staging and Harvester is their guess. And honestly, probably not a bad one.
And a similar game to game 1 for, I think, most teams starting, especially in the northeastern side. So Method Madness once more, they'll be making that really long rotation over. And, I mean, when you have a lot of the central teams, this is pretty okay for them. A little bit more, you're probably hoping for a lot of teams that you're not getting these super open outside kind of finish. So looking at staging, staging's going to be interesting because it does have that kind of highway section with all the small little train carts and stuff like that. It does currently include thermal stations, so Hellion, who start there uncontested, will be okay with their positioning for now. We are trash. They get trials to themselves without
it's Ath that usually lands there from the other lobby. Certainly wouldn't want to be taking them on. They've got first dibs on that location, but luckily in this matchup and with the Pro League format, you do get to switch those positions around a little bit, even if you're not one of those sort of top 10 or top 5 teams that don't have any trouble with that.
Ignite on screen currently as they kind of just move past inside the ring on Harvester, so I'll look to mess about too much there. Deep inside the advanced positioning, and staging is actually completely open right now, so the first team that gets inside staging and realizes that's a fully open to claim position, it's free real estate as they call it, they're going to have a pretty good time, and it's looking like it might be Reignite.
Efforts of Madness making their way down from Climatizer, the balloon hops. Who's that? Like MDY, the one sitting in Fragment West right now. Having a little bit of a crack at them, but they're not in construction, so that should be plenty of cover for them as they pull down. The charge rifle following them in. A nice quiet start to the match.
Yep.
I guess unlike Geyser, you know, there's a little bit more open space around the end of the first and second circles, so you know, unless you've got the teams deliberately staying on those edges and trying to find their way into the fights, then
Follow me.
we will usually wait a little bit longer before seeing that first, you know, team or two drop. And after the balloon hops, a couple of zip lines, gonna follow it up with the Valk ult as well. The Skyward Dive.
Speaking of which, by the way, Method and Madness are now Valk ulting over the mountain, so going to get on top of potentially a couple of different teams, including Xenomorph and Reignite. The Hellion in their own positioning, trading a bit of damage over. And
Scan this area.
still a lot of time here. I mean, looking over to the very northern side is Evo Berserker, who have time and time again been a team that probably one of the slowest rotators. They like to come in super, super late, I mean, even to the point where circles close in around them and they're still looting. They're still looking for final fragments of loot. And to confirm positioning as well, yeah, Reignite did end up taking the prime positioning in staging, and BRP were thinking about it. They scouted it out with Bunny Hop onto the Crypto with the drone, but realized it was already been taken by Reignite.
Yeah, look, you call it prime. It's you know, it will get you through a couple of circles usually, right? But it often doesn't end up being you know, the kind of place you can play in right until the end. And often you've got a lot of teams on the high ground on staging around that highway who are looking at you. And talking about that, we've got a couple of teams looking at Perihelion here, and they've moved all the way down to Thermal Station. They've managed to, I think, grab a down at least on Estrel. It was either them or the Golden Sage duo who were also in that sort of northern thermal station area looking to try and grab KP down there. Wiz, of course, coming up from launch site. They're being followed by their dome friends, Stinky B.
It's a sniper. Got ourselves a bandit out there.
And Stinky B looking for a much better placement than they've had in the past. Wiz, you'd have to say ideally is not too much of an issue for Stinky B, and some shots are being exchanged there as Wiz. They can do a little bit of gatekeeping, even though the sort of position, Stinky B can still go anywhere on the map that they want to. It just depends whether they really trust themselves to go through another team or not. You mentioned Golden Sage a little bit earlier. Yeah, they are playing in that sort of northeastern side of Thermal, staying alive as a duo. If you remember, they actually took a bit of a fight versus Wiz in that in the last game that we had. So that ended up being 2 Golden Sage's demise, but they did take down 1 player of Wiz. So those 2 teams fairly close to each other again.
We can scan this area.
Does tend to happen when you've got, you know, similar landing spots, right? You will often find yourself battling against those teams more than perhaps one on the opposite side of the map.
Just like monkeys in Dreamfire.
That said, yeah, exactly, right? You know, that said, that kind of, you know, that scenario, that meta, like, has changed a little bit with Valkyrie, right? Because before, where you had, you know, you could only do the short hops with the Wraith portals, now the fact that you can just fly over people means you can sort of, you know, bunny hop people, and you do see that a little bit more, that people are, you know, mixing and matching in terms of where they end up, because you don't necessarily have to just move across the flat ground in small little leaps.
Valkyrie meta has been pretty interesting and dangerous for some teams as well. I mean, we saw in the last game, especially you have to bring up Myth of Madness again, where they're trying to Valk into a good position, ends up just screwing them, right? So,
Let's explore this way.
does come in with a bit of risk, especially if you're coming in late. We talk about certain teams kind of always ending up in fights against each other. Yeah, I did bring up Dreamfire versus Monkeys, which could happen. Their little area to the north of, or rather to the northwest of Harvester, where a couple teams have taken up positioning. Stinky Beach still trying to move in from the southern side. Was that Owo potentially going for a beacon?
Let's go here.
Right, this will give us a look at where we're heading here. It's pretty southerly, okay, so...
Thermal's still good.
Yeah, Thermal is still good. So Estrel, Golden Sage, Perihelion, even Wiz down there towards the train station. Those teams feeling pretty happy. Stinky B even, who are currently partly outside the ring, are also sitting pretty here. So, yeah, look, teams like Rig, they'll just be in, but they might want to actually take the Valk ult out with Zero eventually. Right?
This is, I'm feeling, I've got a little bit of protection here. I'm feeling like a Thermal finish. Potentially, it's that for me, or maybe a staging pull. Or I could just go, maybe just goes completely nowhere and just into the open as teams will be looking to Valk in now, as we're seeing Monkeys doing exactly that.
Yeah, BRP moving throughout as well. Monkeys, unfortunately, they've gone right on top of, I think it has Pavlova below them.
The Monkeys right now, definitely they have to drop their dome straight away. That is definitely Pavlova. Early fight, defensive bombardment's already been used and has to be coming from the other side as well. How are we about to see our first team being eliminated? I mean, actually on some other part of the map has actually gone down.
Yeah, so, yeah, look, Pavlova pulled down to the low ground. NXL, they were just sort of sitting on the side there looking to the third party. But because of the disengage from Pavlova, they are going to back off. They don't want to be the ones caught unfavorably in the sandwich, as they already have been earlier in this series. So, Monkeys this time will have the high ground. We'll be watching the entry of Pavlova, really. And they've already used... they've used all their ults in that last fight, Avril, so they're probably... I mean, the ring's coming in right now. They don't have the portal to get out. This is going to be an ugly situation from Pavlova, who also have Evo Berserker on their north side. So they've got the Geyser. That's one potential option for rotation here, but honestly, that just throws them up into those other teams' sites. What they have to hope for is that Monkeys run into NXL, and those two teams are too worried about each other as they pull into the circle. So we do see them taking some charge rifle damage there from Evo Berserker.
King's taking so many shots here. Vars and Inko as well. Pavlova might actually be the first team gone. It's too pretty for them currently. There's just so many teams on the northern side trying to get down over towards Thermal. And talking about Monkeys a little bit earlier, they seem safe for now. It's really Pavlova caught in between a rock and a hard place for an Evo Berserker and an NXL Wolfpack. It's a lot of squads coming in. Somebody's going down here for sure. I mean, 2 squads have already been eliminated, and maybe Pavlova joins them as King is just taking more shots.
You can hear the turbocharger there. Honestly, you don't see that picked up that often because you don't want to take it without the turbo. But hey, if you find the components early enough, I think it's a top tier gun to be wearing. And look, Pavlova with Inko already down and now struggling in NXL Wolfpack sitting on the top side here.
Berserker wants the kills. They smell the blood in the waters here. They smell the kills, the KP right upon them. That's going to be elimination. King, Vars, both down. 17 squads alive. The Berserkers will have eliminated Pavlova now, but themselves now still caught outside the ring. Weaver's super low, and I mean, refills and Incath are both down. Currently, it's now Zaratas and the NXL Wolfpack trying to collect bits and pieces are still alive on Evo. Evo Berserkers, this could be them eliminated in 17th.
Yeah, you can see Wave just struggling to try and rat this out, to try and hope he can do something, because NXL Wolfpack, they want the kills, but at the same time, they're worried about Monkeys. Luckily, this attention has brought another team to the fight. We are Trash currently also looking to have a go at monkeys if they get too far into this, Avril. So, you know, you've got that kind of chain effect where one team brings in another, and then they're worried about the other one on the other side of them. And it's spread far enough that NXL Wolfpack probably have a little bit of space and time
Scan this area.
to finish this fight off if they want, though. That said, Wave is going so far out of the circle here that they can't really afford to push all that way into him.
Well, Zaratas is actually starting to make some movements in, or maybe that's just for the looting currently, and indeed it is just for the looting. So for now, Wave will be live and okay. Will have to be a rat for the rest of the game and still find a way to get himself into the action to rat appropriately, but so far outside the ring, being gatekept successfully by NXL Wolfpack, and further south below them as We Are Trash currently in a duel versus Monkeys, and NXL Wolfpack are probably okay with that because they don't want to be pushed by anybody, and as they're kind of hearing the gunfire, they might turn their attention south to third party those two teams in a fight, or potentially in a fight soon.
So Estrel, once again, have just read this circle perfectly. And, you know, the South circles today very much going their way, right? It's definitely pulling on top of the Northern Thermal Station Village. And Estrel are the only ones currently occupying one of those buildings.
Wave's dead. Zaratas, the Rat Hunter, will find the last member of Evo Berserkers. Take him out of the action, and that will be 17th place for the Evo Berserkers indeed. And that out of the way, NXL Wolfpack can focus their attention down south, where MBF is actually among that kind of growing list of teams in the way for Wolfpack to move in. Jim Burton will probably see this rotation, so he's actually landing a couple of decent wingman shots. It's a crack onto Big Z, so NXL Wolfpack got their work cut out for them.
Because of the south shift of the circle, Rig have left this rotation late, and it's meant that a lot of teams have cleared themselves out of Rig's path without them having to do the hard work themselves. That said, not all of them have. Method to Madness, they're actually on the low ground here, so they might not be too much of a problem, depending on you know, how long Rig take to get through here. But yeah, look, circle's closing out. Wolfpack, they're trying to put a portal down to get away from you know, this stinging wingman here from Jem Burton. And there you go, Templex chiming in with a longbow as well. Now they've got them penned in. The bubble has to go down. Will they decide to push this? Might be a bit risky. They know there's other teams. Method to Madness on the high ground.
Yep.
MBF also up there and could cause problems with them if they decide to get down and dirty.
I mean, MBF are throwing in charged rifle shots as well, and a reigniter. Taking a few shots in there, and defensive bombardment coming through. That's already forced the bubble out from Templex. So a couple of squads now, multiple squads, and as you mentioned, Method to Madness getting in on the action. Just 4 teams throwing in damage. Zaratas has been knocked down, Meshes as well from M2M's Knight. So at this stage, I mean, I can definitely see a lot of teams going down here. Templex trying to drop in as much damage as you can via the longbow. Method to Madness looks like one of the teams that is potentially the best position for this fight because they're not directly in the line of fire of anybody just yet.
Interestingly, this fight has slowed down a little bit. I thought we were going to definitely see some teams getting taken out there, but somehow that bubble brings NXL Wolfpack back to life. And they do manage to turtle up just for the moment. That said, you know, Method to Madness, they were looking for that fight the whole time, thinking, you know, how can they take advantage of it? How can they try and at least get some KP before they make this next extremely tough rotation? And other teams are currently doing that, right? We've got Dreamfire, who are pulling up onto Thermal Station itself. We've got teams sitting on the tower at the moment, like MDY and Perihelion, as they usually are down there. And all of a sudden, Estrella are about to have a lot of friends up in the northern side of this. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of kills coming out soon in that sort of northern area as the as things go in. But yeah, look, we're watching the rotations here. Perihelion taking advantage of that.
Yeah, Xenomorph in a ton of trouble here. I mean, Kimik's the only last alive currently as, you know, we look at multiple teams flying up via the Valkyr. That includes Zaratas and Cohen NXL Wolfpack. Reignites their staging is also all of those 4 teams that are originally having that kind of multi-team battle there. They've all vacated. Madness are gone as well. Xenomorph trying their best to recover in any way they can. Beacon's been recovered, and what is going on here? Jem Burton with a lot more damage coming on through. Reignite looking for some real good KP. there's that Stinky B that may potentially have knocked out, or at least taken some members down of.
Yep, no, that's a squad wipe there for Stinky B. They're going down. And Perry Hellion now looking for some angles here. They're looking north as well, though. Rangai Esports also in a spot of bother.
Oh, man.
They're taking damage from so many angles right now.
Absolutely, and NXL Wolfpack being in the mix as well. A good game is down to Jargo. That is potentially going to be elimination, just very low HP. The circle is closing in just towards sort of northern side of Thermal. I mean, say northern, it's like on top of Thermal. So yeah, we are going to be pulling right down to Thermal for the finish here. Every single team that had to move in from the top is currently somewhere hanging out around Thermal. With the Matter still in, Reignite is still in. I think the squads are now. We're down to the top 10.
I'm here, so let's get you a duo.
Rangai just really not able to find a safe spot there.
DY?
And despite being right in the middle of the circle, it's not really the place you want to be right now. We thought Estrella were going to be in a good spot, but there's going to be a tiny bit of cliff face, I think, left in this next circle, but honestly, they're going to have to move, so they're dealing with, you know, Wiz, etc. Meanwhile, Rig smashing it here on the south side and have very nice run towards the end, you would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, even towards the middle of Thermal there as well, if you take a look on the minimap, there's just Fenderly's alive, who I believe is the last member of Perihelion who took down MDY. So, a lot exchange. I believe that's Estrella even dropping in via the Valcop. That could be directly on top of Reignite, so Reignite could be in a spot of bother pretty soon. We have Trash coming down from the north. Two teams potentially dropping directly into Reignite. And this is the fight for the last good positioning, or whatever's left of this positioning on top of Thermal.
Well, Estrella managed to make their way underneath. Perihelion still on top. You're seeing, look at this. We are Trash.
M2's in trouble. They're gone.
Just a little bit of space here on the side.
So what you saw there was Fenderly's coming through with the thermal charge, and that just completely deletes him, Method to Madness. So this last surviving rat of Perihelion has done quite a bit of work, picking up last bits of KP. I mean, still in the top 8. We'll have to see if Fenderly's will make a bit of a survival run. But as we start to move through, I mean, there are less and less squads, and they're getting better and better placement now, courtesy of other teams, as you're starting to see kills coming on in via all the other squads remaining. We are Trash getting in top of it, Rudenate getting one.
Yeah, look, I'm starting to wonder if the north side of the circle is the place to be right now, because NXL have managed to clear out so much space and really just make a lot of this circle theirs. You know, Rig, they're going to have to deal with the 2 squads on top of them. There's also another 2 out towards the tower there. And then NXL just have a lot of room to play with.
They're doing even more damage here. Top 5 now. Like you said, the top side of Thermal could be the ideal. That's where NXL Wolfpack are. Very similar to what we saw at Dreamfire in the last game. They are out of the action for the most part. They can play this one patiently if they want. Trash will finally clean out Perihelions, Rat, Fenderly. So top 5 there for Rat. I think it's brilliant in terms of Perihelions' ability to stay alive and still picking up KP on the way out as well. Reignite safely in that top 10 as well. Estrell, so it will be Estrell. We are Trash, Reignite, and NXL Wolfpack.
Okay, they drop down now and reignite. The gas grenade probably comes out a little bit too late there from Jen Burton. He's waiting for them to round the corner. Just manages to do the work, but will they be able to get him back up? Probably not. Zero's deciding to go up and go it alone here. Templex as well, just trying to get himself back in a good place. Somehow, Zero gets absolutely burnt to a crisp up the top there, and now it's all up to Templex with 3 squads left.
Rigger going out of this one, so it comes down to 3. It's Estrell. Still in the mix currently, NXL Wolfpack in a brilliant position, plenty healthy as well. And Estrell's taking a ton of damage right now. They're down to only, a little bit of sliver of HP. That's going to be Shusty dropped in, and I think they're eliminated, which means NXL Wolfpack surviving in the 3-way battle at the end, and they are going to be your Game 4 winners, overcoming some pretty tough competition in that last circle. 3 other squads live, some really good teams in there, but as mentioned, very similar to what I saw in that Game 3, similar to where Dreamfire, where they were just barely on the outside, of where 3 other teams are going to be fighting against each other, and they can take their time, they can pick their positioning, and really look for the perfect opportunity to drop on in. It's exactly what NXL Wolfpack did, and they were able to do so successfully to claim top spot in Game 4.
Yeah, it's about the fat side of the land, right? That's what you want. And yeah, teams like Dreamfire, teams like NXL in this Game 4 here, they've had that and they've abused that advantage as best they can to come out with the win. You know, you saw Rig, they're just constantly working, trying to work out, we are trash. You know, they were sitting above them on the dome house, be at the side. They were just trying to work out at what point they were going to make their move, come out of the circle. Unfortunately, a little bit too late. Jen Burton, he's the man you want with a gun in his hand, right? But he's got the ult out just waiting, trying to work out when they're going to drop down. Maybe he could have thrown it down a little preemptively and just denied some space for them. Hard to say. But in the end, having him out of the fight really meant that it went pretty quickly downhill there for Reignite, and it was NXL just pushing through on their side. Just, you know, I mean, not only do you have not as many people competing with you, right, but you can kind of like, you've got so much vision. Those other guys that, you know, they were sitting under the dome house, they're not really sure. They wouldn't have been able to see an NXL Wolfpack at all. They don't know what they're doing. Meanwhile, NXL have full vision of the entire lobby at that point, and they can really choose when exactly is the point to get in there and take out the dub.
And I think some decent circle shifts for them as well, as we're seeing, you know, kind of starting out in, I mean, what is the position again? It's like staging or something like that. They come, you know, they are kind of contesting Dreamfire early on.
Yeah.
Dreamfire kind of always get away from them. That's fine. You know, they kind of just having some pot shots, but neither team seem to be super interested in taking each other down. And eventually, as the circle shifts lower and lower down towards Thermal, and as I said, it was looking like it was either going to be that or slightly north, and all the teams eventually have to come down, and a lot of Valk ulting in on top of Thermal, and just NXL playing as patiently as they can. Reignite still get a really solid finishing, and I think a lot of KP as well, so a lot of damage coming on through at the end of the day, and with that you have to imagine some decent kills. Yeah,
and here's that moment there where, I mean, gosh, wow, he's still in the brief moment that he had the vault out, actually did hella damage on 2 or 3 of the We Are Trash players there. I mean, yeah, good. They still won the fight, right? But it was just, unfortunately, took a little bit too much damage and didn't have the resources to finish it out. So either way, NXL with a win. That's going to probably put them up close towards the top of the standings now.
You'd have to hope so. I mean, we saw towards the end there, Zeratas had 6 kills at one point, and that could be even more than that towards the end. They eliminated quite a few squads, including Reignite, so plenty of KP to be found. And NXL Wolfpack in our previous week finished 4th place, just behind Reignite, Lightning Unicorn, and Burger. So that's a pretty stacked lobby. And when you can come right below them in 4th place, that's a solid finishing. And we're looking for solid finishings for NXL Wolfpack, because with their results in earlier weeks, before Zeratas comes back in, it means a lot of catch-up is required. So let's take a look at where they fall after winning game number 4. Have they managed to catch up enough in today's lobby?
Ooh.
There it is. Yeah, 39, damn. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, look, in Estrell on 38 as well, right behind them with their impressive performances in several of the games today. But that consistency for Reignite, just pushing them ahead once again. 10 points the better of the rest of their teams at this point. And, you know, look, some of those other teams we were hoping that they really need to get up there and get some points, right? Stinky B sitting down in 15th.
It's kind of ridiculous for Stinky B, who just can't really catch a break. And part of the reason why Reignite is so far up, despite, you know, what they've had in 8th place, 2nd place at 13th, and here somewhere in the top 5, they have so much KP in the game that came second. It was 13 KP. Every single game that Reignite have played so far, they pick up a decent amount of KP. It's like 4 KP, 13, and a 5. So, I mean, yeah, that's like 22 points just from KP alone. And on top of then having some reasonably good placements, you got 1 placement out of the top 10, but every other placement for them has been within that top 10 comfortably. That's going to be game 4 done and dusted, though. 2 more opportunities for teams to try and get their way in. Is it going to be Reignite running away with the lobby again in week 4? We'll have to find out after a break. We'll see the other side of this. Back everyone to APAC South ALGS Week 4 here, where we're nearly done with our opening lobby of the day. We're into Game 5 pretty soon, and so far, Reignite, as expected, Genome kind of taking the lead, and we were kind of saying, oh, there's some teams catching up to them. No, in that last game, they really start to pull away again.
Right, and that leads into what we were talking about at the start of the day, which is if they continue this, if they make it into that top 3 today, Avril, you may as well write their tickets on that plane to land. So a big day for them, and definitely something to celebrate if we see them take out the dub.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Bunny Hop for a second here as well, who had been putting up some decent numbers over the course of the day. Over onto BRP, has been playing a lot of that crypto. 2.8k damage done. One of the few, are they the only crypto team in the lobby, or are there a couple in them here? But they're definitely, BRP are definitely one of the crypto teams that I've noticed.
Yeah, look, we have seen a little bit of a rise in crypto usage throughout the last couple of weeks. So we got to wonder, does that have an impact on the reason we're seeing less caustics, right? Because it just makes it that much easier to take a building. You put the EMP down and it immediately eliminates all the barrels and you can push in. They don't have time to resupply that as you take the fight. So we've seen a little bit more of that, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more of that in our second series of the day as well.
All right, well, let's take a look at game number 5 now. Let's see how Bunny Hop does on that crypto again, as well as every other team attempting to catch up to Reignite, who are definitely our leading team so far of the day. Without, that's an unsurprising thing. I think we always expected that Reignite was going to be right at the top there, but they are definitely pulling away from the pack quite heavily. And as you sort of mentioned, Genome, the big storyline of the day is, can they secure a top 5 pretty much in week 4, in day number 4 of the 4th match so far out of a total 6. They've gotten so many points, and they can still get so many points it will be difficult for anybody else to catch up.
That's what Reignite do best, right? Is just putting themselves in the lead, out of contention, putting themselves in a spot that no one can catch them because they want to say we are that far ahead the rest of APAC South.
They have been for sure. I mean, this lobby in particular has been, in some ways, quite competitive because we've had a few different winners now, but one team that has, it's the brilliant word here, this is the big C word, that consistency number we're talking about. So, speaking of consistency, we're going back over towards Big Moor. So the circle has kind of, even with the advanced beacon circle as well, it's heavily over towards Lava City, Big Moor. And we've already had one of those games. We saw how that landed.
Yeah, look, no love for the Northsiders today.
No, they really haven't.
It's almost a little bit like Game of Thrones. Like, resources always seem to be scarce in the north, right? And the guys up there always having to make it down to what do we call it?
M2,
Lava City / King's Landing.
They always got to make the ride down. They got to come down the King's Road and hope for the best. Evo Berserker as well have been a pretty north-sided team. In fact, they've been, again, a very slow team. It's interesting because they have been starting Survey Camp. M2 start over towards Climatizer. M2 rotate far quicker than Evo for much of the slower rotation. Evo haven't really had too great of a showing today, so we'll see how that changes up. And when you look over towards the middle, I mean, South has been good, but really middle is where you see teams have the easiest rotations, and Reignite straight away, obviously they're going to be able to go straight over towards the southern side, no issues.
Yeah, well, out of anyone in APAC South, they get first choice, right? And so that's why they've taken Frag East after, Sorting Factory. Unfortunately, met its demise, got split apart by the lava and became Lava Siphon. They decided that wasn't the place for them anymore. And Fragment East, honestly, has been working out just as well, if not better, as a starting base. Evo Berserker, a team that doesn't necessarily get that first choice. That's why they're pulling up over here at Survey Camp, right? And where do we think they were going to land, actually? They had been landing in Fragment West at some points, but they've been pushed out by MDY.
Obviously not even going to make an attempt over to Fragment East. That will be Reignite's home.
No.
Berserker, what is it, 14, 14, and 8 so far with 2 kills. Not the best day. So of the northern teams that have been trying to make their way south, M2 have had some reasonable success. Evo, not so much. And now let's take a look at NXL Wolfpack, who've come through big time damage early on as well.
Okay, so we've seen them take this fight once before. The early fight against Pavlova. They absolutely rolled them last time, but now Zaratas is down. All of a sudden, Pavlova have a chance here to make something happen.
Vlover are down to really low HP, but Inko and Vast can't really push in if they want to. Yeah, Zeratas might not be able to fight. XL Wolfpack have bought themselves time, so the grenades being thrown out there. That should be a successful res. They can get some early healing in. XL Wolfpack will be able to compete both domes. Have already dropped down. Kassans just puts so much extra damage on top of Pavlova, and Pavlova, they would love to get elimination to NXL Wolfpack, but it just ain't that easy.
Comes out looking left, but Kissans is on the right, and that allows him to do so much damage as they popped up out of that bubble. Pavlova now down on the low ground, and this fight is taking so long that We Are Trash are pulling in from the north. They've made their way down from Skyhook West and Trials, and if Wolfpack don't clean this up quickly, they might get mopped up themselves.
Speaking of being mopped up, I mean, Kimmick on Xenomorph has already been taken down. That could potentially be a squad wiped out. We'll keep an eye on that one. Kassans this time has been removed.
Okay, so that's Pavlova gone, but We Are Trash are here just in the nick of time, and there's no way the Wolfpack really can get out of this cleanly. As you see, Bigsy and Kissans go down. Zeratas having to use both of his abilities here to try and get out. The portal gives him the little bit of extra speed, but We Are Trash, they're not scared. They go through the portal. They know there's nothing but KP waiting for them on the other side, and they'll chase that down.
Oh my goodness, from first place to 19th for NXL Wolfpack. They took too long to take down Pavlova. They might have been able to eliminate one squad with themselves, and no opportunity to recover. We Are Trash up. We are third partying today for sure, and I think parties exactly what they'll do is they'll have all this loot available. They'll have 2 squads eliminated in front of them. And NXL Wolfpack, a truly disastrous result in game number 5 in a situation when they had made some pretty big strides to catch up in the lobby.
Yeah.
I think second place overall into points, right, just behind Reignite. This is going to set them quite far behind.
Yeah, they've got one more chance in this match series. And we might be saying the same of Xenomorph in a second as well. Team who has moved over to Lava Siphon is going to get smashed there. So that's going to be Estrel popping up from Tree, finishing them off. We're seeing the opposite of our last sort of southeastern circle game, Avril. So last time everyone piled into Lava City, and it was only the late adopters who really got into Big Maud. It's the opposite this time. Big Maud is it's a party in there, basically. And Lava City are only currently home to Stinky B, who've come up from Dome.
It's also the opposite in terms of the pacing of the game, and we've had some really slow games. I think the last game was a little bit slow to start out with, but here, 3 squads eliminated straight away, including a heavy-hitter team. Method of Madness now among the mix over on Big Maud. Now, as a reminder, in the last Big Maud game that we had, Method of Madness couldn't quite land on top of it. They were taken out by, I think it was MDY, who was, you know, the landing party to meet and greet them, and M2 weren't too happy about that. This time, M2 have actually managed to at least get underneath Big Maud, so they've survived and they've got themselves a location.
MDY, who, yeah, as you said,
Speaking of,
we're pretty good at holding Big Maud last time, have unfortunately not managed to replicate that feat in Game 5. I think the kill's going a couple of different ways there. A lot of teams getting in on the action. Reckless Lads, unfortunately, lost Bam Bim Bum in the action. Dreamfire, they're actually pulling up to reignite right now. So they want to hold a similar position to last time. And Lads, yeah, look, perhaps one of those other teams has worked out that, you know, they took a loss during that fight and they want to not only grab the KP, but clear out a bit more of Big Maud and make it a little bit safer for themselves.
Monkeys have also kind of flown over the top as well, so looking for positioning. They don't want any part of Big Maud. They see it's pretty congested so far. Like you also mentioned, Dreamfire versus Reignite could be a fight that actually happens. You see some damage coming on through. Monkeys take it down. That's going to be pretty rough. That's their crypto player gone, so... Well, not actually, just a lot of damage being put in. So we're asking maybe if there were going to be more cryptos in the lobby. There's at least going to be 2 for now.
Monkeys just getting continually bombarded here. Sitting around the mini dome.
Looks Stinky B's going in. Stinky B might be going in on top of Monkeys right now. That could be really problematic for them. And
well, they have
there it is.
They've already used the bubble, right? And so they put the Gibraltar ultimate down. They knew that they'd use that utility, and it was the perfect timing. They used the Wraith Portal to come in on top of them, and Stinky B absolutely wiped them off the top of the map there.
Yeah, so Stinky B will get themselves some decent KP, and speaking of which as well, Golden Sage on top of Pike. Is that Dreamfire potentially in a lot of trouble right now? Dreamfire somehow managed to kind of lose control of the area, and they split their team up, so they're going in all sorts of directions. The Ems has been dropped down as well, so it's only down to Roy and Golden Sage as the duo have managed to pick up some KP.
Yeah, I think they might have been the ones to take down that first Dreamfire player. I'm not exactly sure. I didn't have my eye on the kill feed at the time, but they were coming up south because obviously, yeah, Dreamfire, they wanted to hold the same position they did last time, but Reignite are there this game, and they couldn't push through and get that. They decided to move back up towards Geyser, but they were met with some resistance there in the form of MBF.
Great opportunistic play there. I mean, Golden Sage, knowing that they have a disadvantage in numbers. I mean, they don't even have a Gibby, so that always creates a lot of problems, considering Gibby's played in every single team composition. Collecting what KP they can is absolutely required of them in this particular lobby. They'll just be playing the rest of it safe as they can now. And speaking of safe, Parangai, anything but, as they took a lot of damage on their way in.
We're having a look at the train station here in Lava City, potentially, you know, a location the Ring could head towards. I think it's probably more likely to head towards Lava City than Big Mord at this point, which is just hilarious because, you know, obviously all of the teams have thought the opposite, essentially, in the 2 games we've had down in this southeast area so far in our first series today. You know, a couple of teams getting eliminated, just fighting over space for Big Mord, and perhaps it turns out the empty buildings that were sitting in Lava City were the ticket all along.
Well, I mean, the advanced circle from the beacon has revealed that Lava City is kind of within reach, so is Big Mord, so both are okay locations currently, which is definitely to, I think, the pleasure of Parangai, who kind of barely survived there, took a lot of shots from the eastern side via inside the ring, Stinky B towards their west as well. So, hotly contested, but they'll all successfully find a home, at least currently. Reignite is, I think, just to the north of where that advanced circle location was, so they'll have to make some movements, and down the bottom there into the south is going to be Team Wiz, who are eventually going to have to pop up and meet We Are Trash and potentially Stinky B as well.
Stinky B choosing to play in Lava City makes perfect sense for a team who starts Dome, and they might have been rewarded for that choice. As we can see, We Are Trash throwing out some bullets towards Wiz here.
Makes just something horrid. He's probably going to lose his shield here if he's not too careful. And fair, Wiz doesn't necessarily have to go in that tunnel if they don't want to, but if they choose not to, they would have to rotate directly into the Lava City kind of building complexes. And
once again, those southern buildings that aren't taken.
Exactly.
Overall, like, no one is choosing to pick them up particularly early, and as a result, you got these teams kind of just playing on the outside. You know, and they could be getting right in there and taking those early spots. I guess they're just assuming that other teams are in there already.
Yeah, and I mean, it just depends on how good the scouting is. I mean, when you Valcult in as well, they'll be to see what's available. Extra Wraiths are 2 really decent macro rotation tools in both the Valcult and also the Wraith ult. So Wiz will be under a bit of a timer here to make some movements. I don't know if they really want to take a fight against We Are Trash, considering We Are Trash are one of the Watson teams who just have the fences up.
Oh man, this is a spicy circle we got coming up. Is all I'm gonna say. If you know what? If you
What
said,
is that?
If you said,
oh my God.
we'll get there on stream eventually, guys. But just as a little bit of a teaser, if you said Big Mord, you're wrong. If you said Lava City, you're wrong. It's a little bit in the
So out in the middle of nowhere there
Middle of
is
nowhere.
correct. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just in no man's land, it's going to be another game 1 finish here. It's the middle of nowhere. Golden Sage might not even make it there. This looks like they'll be taken out pretty soon.
Check that. It's oh man. It's a dome circle, except it's not a dome circle, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty circle is what it is, as We Are Trash should be able to pick up a freebie now onto GPay as the last surviving member of Golden Sage, if they can find him, that is, which, you know, this is where the rat hunt begins, surely. There it is. It shouldn't be too much more effort here. GPay has really got nowhere to run, I don't think. Well, maybe towards the north, considering potentially people don't chase him, but that last circle, if I'm not mistaken, where the circle is going to be, was kind of where Monkeys was before they got pushed on heavily by Stinky Beast, so Monkeys rolled the dice correctly, but they also got super unlucky with Stinky B just running into them.
Might be something good this way.
Well, and anyone who's posted up could have trouble. I'd say the Valk teams are probably, you know, could have some options here in this next circle. You can play on top of the broken pieces of the dome north of Lava City. So potential Valk rotation options there, of course. You do open yourself up to fire from all sides, but at this point, really, I don't know. What are your chances? This is going to be an ugly circle. Not this one coming, but the one after that, of course, as we've seen with the recon scans, 2 circles ahead.
It's tough, man. Like, it feels like you can't really move too early, but you don't want to be moving late as well. It's one of those extremely difficult final circles where there is going to be next to no cover. Speaking of which, Evo Berserk would like to find some cover. Wave is taking damage from all sorts currently. Evo Berserker are another team that just hasn't really had the greatest success, so they might be successfully kept out, get Waves down for the count. Don't have the refills and in cap currently, and, well, not looking too healthy.
Oh, this is a gross fight. We've got Estrell on one side. We Are Trash have been holding the middle with that Watson play for quite a while, so they might be safe in there at least until Perry Hellion pushed them from the west. That said, you know, yeah, like Wiz, Evo Berserker really struggling in the middle as this fight just gets dirtier and dirtier.
Yeah, I mean, Evo Berserker just trying to fight for survival currently. There's just so many players everywhere. You mentioned Wiz, Estrell, they're basically all around currently. Refills is taken down in Incath. It looks like Evo Berserker will be the sacrifice for all these teams. Taken away, 13 squads remaining. One less on the server now. You mentioned the possibility of Perihelion coming in towards a fight onto We Are Trash in those tunnels. That is kind of happening at the moment, as they really want to fight for positioning. I mean, Boland's even just traveled his way through via the Wraith ultimate.
And Wiz, after dealing with Estrell, or at least splitting them, we've got Lenny hiding on one side, and now Wiz don't actually know he's there. He's right next to them. Perry Hellion somehow, despite being on all sides of We Are Trash, there's actually a disengage there, and it's going to be Golden Sage, GPay, on the back end, who comes in and does not find the right time to interrupt that fight. He is not the third party. He is nearly the meal there for Perry Hellion. So, look, they've taken down that 1 KP Avril, but they still haven't managed to push through We Are Trash. It's going to be tough in there. You know, at the very least, they won't have to worry about defensive bombardments to keep them out. But if they go north, they're just running into Rig.
I gotta say, I mean, this is a lot of what's happening here is the failure of every single team to push We Are Trash, who have just completely locked down the inside of this tunnel via all the Watson fences, and every single team that's tried, that includes, you know, Perihelion from that western side, who they exit, and as a consequence, end up finding GPay from GS as a consolation prize. And I think GPay was thinking, I can maybe think about a third party here. The timing is good, but the timing is just simply awful. Hellion will get themselves inside. I don't even know what to call this thing.
This is insane positioning, right? They don't even have zone knowledge, Avril, and they pulled themselves inside the dome without even realizing that this is perfect positioning. At least as far as the ring goes, whether they can actually hold a spot like this, you know, considering they don't have the Caustic on their side, they don't have the Watson, they don't have those kind of zoning characters to take space for them. At the very least, they won't have to move anymore.
Well, they're going to be pushed on all sides, though. There's the problem is coming in too early means you're going to get collapsed on by pretty much every single team, and Reignites thinking about it from the top end as well. And eventually all these Lava City teams have to move away, and they'll have to move inside that kind of dome. Looks even kind of like a cracked egg, and these guys all got to move. I mean, these guys can't stay here for that long. Oh, another circle shift is just really gross.
Okay, so teams now trying to work this out amongst themselves. The Lava City teams trying to do it. Rig also trying to clear out their north side. They do manage to get one down, actually, of Perry Hellion, who are unfortunately didn't clear their angles quite well enough.
Ooh, Loki just drops 2 with a single nade, and that's going to be Finley's from Perry Hellion down for Reignite as well. So Perry Hellion, like I said, they are the first to get into possession, but they are going to get surrounded, they're going to get pushed. And this is the moment where those Lava City teams have to start thinking quite hard. Method and Madness, but they're only down to 1 member as well. And tonight, there's more grenades just flying in from all angles. Knight dropped in a pretty decent nade, but they'll receive one from Little Arif as well onto low key. Method and Madness would love to get a higher placement here. Is there a team that did pretty well in the first couple of games but haven't been able to rematch the success since?
Yeah, look, the teams aren't too close to them, but as you said, they're dropping in some nades. They are having a little bit of trouble. If Rig even get a whiff of where they are, I'd say they are finished for. Stinky B on high ground. They're going to be looking okay. Actually, there is a sliver of the Lava City building in this next circle, Avril. So this high ground position from Stinky B could actually end up being extremely important.
I mean, look at this!
And probably a couple of other teams would be happy to sit in there until they absolutely have to move out as well.
I mean, We Are Trash are currently in the bin right now because they've been gatekept so heavily by Stinky B. I think that's deep. Right on that high ground you're talking about, nades are being thrown in here. Look at the damage coming on through. It's going to be so tough. Stinky B, well, rather, We Are Trash is such a great position in the tunnels. They were holding that so successfully against every single team, but now when they have to move out and rotate through, it's looking way too hard.
Yeah, they were so worried about the present, they didn't think far enough ahead about their future options, about how they were going to get out of that tunnel spot.
Savior.
And at the moment, it's looking like an impossible task for them. Savior's gone down, Yanli's has gone down, and Rudine is just having to hide behind some knockdown shields here from teams like Stinky B, who are absolutely dealing them a pretty bad hand there. So they're down completely. Now, once again, we have that situation where Rig have a whole side of this last circle to themselves. The other 5 squads are jammed inside the same building right now. And a lot of them are fighting. We're seeing, there's a couple of dome fights there. There we go. Parangai are about to go down as well. So BRP picking up themselves a couple of nice KP there. MBF are still alive. But Stinky B somehow managed to go down.
I think this is pretty much over right now. Reignite have the best positioning possible. We're just waiting for the coronation. It is a formality at this point. They push into Perihelion. There it is, the warning. If you rotate so early in there, you get collapse spawn, reignite, take full positioning. VIP are kind of on the outside. They're still thinking about 4 squads remaining currently. And, I mean, Reignite have got such great position. You can't see them losing. A Stinky B versus MBF versus VIP.
Okay. This is great vision here to show us. So we've got Stinky B on the high ground. You can see MBF on the bottom there, as well as BRP. These guys are all having to deal with each other. Meanwhile, Reignite have everything to themselves on that northern side, and they will just wait for this to sort themselves out. I mean, it's so close to the edge of the circle here. All of these guys are going to be forced out into the open extremely soon. The Gibraltar ultimates here, absolutely crucial when you use your bubble here, is going to determine so much.
Bubbles are gone. The bubbles are being used very aggressively currently, and look at the positioning. Jim Burton sees it all. So much damage coming on through. Reignite. Again, they forced out everything. They still have resources available. The damage across the field is so insane. 3 squads now remaining. And again, Reignite in such a commanding position. Almost all alive in Stinky B. There's 2 squads there for Reignite. Have only got a couple more members left to go, and it is an easy win for game number 5. For Reignite, who will finally take a first place in the lobby today.
I loved how they did that. I mean, the pacing of that by Reignite was fantastic. They, of course, they had that spot to themselves, and so far, every team today, which is that doesn't always happen, right? Every single team who's had that commanding position and that half of the circle to themselves has actually managed to convert, and Reignite did it really well this time as well. They just, you could see them just poking, prodding, waiting until a couple of team members from each of those other 3 teams had gone down. And then they were like, okay, now we know we basically can't lose. Let's push in. They start sending in, maximize KP, and of course walk away with the 12 placement points for the win.
And like I said as well, it was a formality at that stage. You look at Reignite's positioning, you look at everybody else, MBF, Stinky B, BRP and all the rest, just kind of on that last corner of the final Lava City building. They got to move. They're going to be in the open. Reignite sees absolutely everything. And like you mentioned, it's those teams that control half the remaining circle. We had Dreamfire in Game 3, NXL Wolfpack in Game 4, and now Reignite in Game 5, all win in exactly the same way. And dominantly is how that happens.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? Estrell in the first game, I think. Maybe inside the ring as well. Look, it's been, we don't often see that. Like, sometimes you see, there's a couple of teams on either side, and they have to sort it out before they sort of run into each other. But one team has managed to get that massive chunk of circle to themselves almost every single time today.
And this was just, you look at it from Reignite's POV, it is just so easy at the end. have 3 teams that basically have to kill each other as well. Reignite can do all they need to. The moment they win to me is when they take down Perihelion in that kind of cracked egg dome looking thing. And at that point, once they've got that position, and I was kind of contesting in my own mind, like, what is the correct time to rotate into that? If you go too early, you get collapsed upon, but if you go too late, maybe you get gate kept. There ended up not being that many teams going for that final positioning. It was just Perihelion. And then Reignite are like, well, no one else is here. We're just going to take this kind of 3v3 or 3v whatever at the end. And once they have that, they have full advantage versus all the Lava City teams, and it's a done deal.
Well, let's see where the scores end up then at the end of game 5 there.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Reignite now in
deal.
a dominating position. 68 points. They were 10 points ahead at the end of game 4, and they pushed the lead out even further now. What's that? 25 points after a resounding win in game 5. Reignite basically punching out those letters on the plane ticket right now. Very exciting stuff from them, but there's a lot of other teams with a lot to play for, Avril, and BRP as someone who have been pushing up the ranks, so if they can get a second place here today, they'll be very happy with that. Stinky B pushing up slightly there with 24 points.
So I think you would need BRP winning the next lobby, getting something like 13 KP, just to get that 25 gap closed, and then they would be equal points. And I'm not actually sure how the tiebreaker works. Would they need one more point, or...
Tiebreaker is on biggest score overall.
Which probably still goes to Reignite, I have to imagine.
So biggest one match score.
So that means BRP would probably have to get even one extra point, right? It's a lot to play for, and then on top of that, Reignite would have to kind of blow their next game somehow when their worst result today was still a 13th and they still had KP. It's not looking likely. We haven't quite locked in Reignite, but you might as well just write their names in pencil right now. We'll ink it in just a hot moment. We'll throw it a break. When we come back, the final game of the lobby today will be on your screens. Can Reignite take it out? Does somebody else catch up? Find out after this. Talking about the ALGS APAC South Week 4 here. We're nearly done with our first lobby of the day. Final game will be coming up pretty soon, and Reignite are well and truly far ahead of absolutely everybody else in the lobby so far. What is it, 25 points ahead of second place?
Yep, that's a big gap that they've opened up there. It was, you know, they got it to 10 after game 4, and they've only increased it after that big win there down in Lava City. So it doesn't seem to really affect them, you know, where the circle's pulling. Doesn't matter. They are putting up consistent results out. And look, it's the performance we expected of them, Avril. It's what we wanted to see. It's what a lot of the fans want to see. You know, we really respect them as one of, if not the top team in the region, and they're showing us exactly why today.
I mean, when you have a team like this, who even last week in a pretty stacked lobby that had Lightning Unicorns, Amberger as well, they had a 15th and 19th, and then they still won after such a bad start. Now they have one of the best starts, and, you know, they combined the second or third, and then now finally a first place. So let's go ahead and take it, look at some kill stats as well, which I'm sure, you know, surprise of Reignite potentially in this list. As we have, obviously, Gem Burn right there next to Zaratas. So two of our top fraggers from the day. 12 kills for Zaratas, 18 for Gem Burden, and 8.1k damage.
Damn, dude. I like how it's just Zaratas as well. You know, like he's legally changed his name to just... No, he hasn't. But, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he has made such a name for himself as the massive
Jen
fragger.
Burden's real name isn't Jen Burden.
So sorry to break that illusion for you there, Avril. No, but yeah, wow, 8.1k damage, big numbers. It's what we expect from the guy, frankly. I mean, you've seen so many clips from him today.
Yeah.
There have been so many highlights where, you know. Like I'm thinking of one in Thermal Station where there was, you know, 2 or 3 people in a row just transferring the spray, absolutely crushing them. So it's been a big day for him and a big day for Rig in general.
And speaking of the, you know, the comparison between NXL Wolfpack and also Reignite is in that last game, you know, it couldn't be more opposite. You had Reignite taking first place and NXL Wolfpack. What did they finish at? It was in the bottom 5 teams. It was, I think, they were the second or third team eliminated when they had that sort of third party drop on top of them. So NXL Wolfpack are a team that, you know, they're trying to maybe sneak back into a contention for even the top 5, but a result like that isn't going to be helping them today, so they need to try and bounce back, and because of that, also, BRP manages to take away that second place that they were holding on to, so NXL Wolfpack are still among kind of upper echelon teams based on points today for the lobby, but they'll need to really pull out some big guns for the final game as... Now we're going to go to game number 6 to see if anybody can actually catch up to Reignite. As previously mentioned, they're 25 points ahead of every other team so far. That includes BRP, NXL, Wolfpack, and everybody else. And 25 would mean that Reignite would have to kind of lose the lobby pretty hard. Everybody else would have to win pretty big. But eyes on BRP, NXL, Wolfpack as 2 of the teams that are the closest to maybe making an attempt.
Yeah, those guys pulling up on them. I mean, Estrell, honestly, as well, we're having a decent run at it today.
Still in 4th, not bad. 1 point below NXL Wolfpack. I mean, you have only 4 points separating BRP, NXL Wolfpack, Estrell, and MBF. So those are the teams most likely to make a final run in this final game to catch up to Rig, but most likely Reignite takes away first, or at the very minimum, if they get really unlucky, a second place. I don't see them dropping out of top 3 at all. So there's other 4 teams on the list that are really fighting for the rest of the positioning and maybe getting a podium in a after game 6 today.
Yeah, we've also had a change-up. So NXL Wolfpack, they are not over at Countdown with Dreamfire this game. They've not gone back to Geyser. They've actually switched over to Big Maud.
They're getting ahead of the... We've seen so many Big Maud circles, they're getting ahead of it. They're like, oh, you know, surely we're going to read the circles today. We're going to guess there's another Big Maud one going to be right there. Opening zone is going to be pretty central, obviously covering all the fragments, or potential fragment ending. We did see that in the last week's games as well. Could be another Geyser ending as well, which we had today.
Yeah, so Reckless Lads, they've gone down into Lava City. I think... I'm not sure if they were split dropping earlier on around Lava City and Big Maud as well. There had been like a couple of switch arounds to what we were expecting today. You know, part of that being MDY going over to Frag East, Evo moving up to Survey Camp, and so that sort of switched around the southeastern side of things as well.
Contact.
Beacon has now revealed that it will be pulling south, so essentially Lava Siphon finish and just flipping the edge of the Geyser as well. So slightly similar to what we had in Geyser in one of our earlier games, but this is going to be...
Nah, definitely a Lava Siphon circle there.
This is going to be a unique circle in terms of what we've had in our lobby so far. As currently in there will be Golden Sage, who like to start there against Duo. They've not managed to connect the third player in at all today. Xenomorph also get a pretty good start there.
It's a little bit sad, actually, because we had so much fun with the Golden Sage versus Kukoi contests earlier in Split 1 here in APAC South. So obviously you're not going to go for those ultra early contests.
Golden Sage versus everybody on Lava Siphon apparently, because they always get contested. So.
Yeah, but it's not like they've been shying away from fights either, really. Even with the two people, they've always tried to make themselves known. It's a bit tough, especially because as soon as someone sees that name in the kill feed, they know you've only got 2 players. They don't have to think about if you've seen someone go down. They know you've only started with 2, and there's a chance that they can just roll over the top of you if they're anywhere near. So,
speaking of on top of you, I mean, MBF are flying over the top right now. They'll probably have spotted Golden Sage at some stage. Having a few teams pile in. See our Reckless lads kind of on the eastern side currently. They are just hanging out where Big Mort is, and that was their starting location, I believe. So they'll be making their way in, and plenty of teams have already Valk ulted, including Reignite, who are now in the middle.
Yeah, a little bit rough for them. It looks like they might even think about staying around Big Mort, which is like not even going to be in the third circle. So I guess the sort of the front side of it is, but yeah, look, they may actually not want to stay there for too long because it definitely is shifting further towards Lava Siphon and will continue to go away from them at Big Mort. And the teams that are setting up inside Lava Siphon right now probably in much better spots. Teams like inside the ring. I mean, yeah, we're having a look at Xenomorph at the moment, and they're right on top of NXL Wolfpack trying to set up in this the north part of the 3 main Lava Siphon buildings.
Everyone's just kind of getting contested. I mean, Golden Sage with only 2 have kind of moved over towards a tiny compound on the end. Xenomorph already lost Finicky's actually, so straight away Xenomorph are not having great luck in this lobby. They might be the first team eliminated here, depending whether they can recover from the situation or not.
Somehow they do grab a res there, and that might be because NXL Wolfpack had to hold off a little bit. Zero was taken a gander. He was coming over from the north side there where Reignite are playing, and that might have just slowed down NXL Wolfpack's advance just a little bit.
Right towards the east of that is going to be Reignite. Towards the north is going to be BRP and also Dreamfire coming through a tunnel. So, pulling up pretty heavily, and obviously when you talk about teams coming in super late, it's going to be Evo Berserkers who are miles away. So heavily contested is going to be this building that we did see both Xenomorph and NXL Wolfpack. I think in week 2 we did have kind of a Lava Siphon circle, and that's kind of how it ended. As is that?
That's a Strel and Wiz getting into it down near the Lava City tunnel here. It looks like Wiz were the ones to draw first blood and put Genius down. The rest of the team now retreating into the tunnels as Wiz come in behind them. The triple take now floor loot, doing some damage from range with Horrid. And they've managed to secure the kill, but they're not chasing too hard. They've already used the portal, I suppose, so Gadgeon can't get them any closer, any quicker. And the 2 members from Estrel are going to continue to push out.
It does look like Genius is just going to be the sacrifice there for the other 2 players to get away. And I think in Tuesday, this team's always a lot of mobility, there's a lot of rotation. Despite even losing their Gibby here, so Valk, you still got Wraith player, they might be okay. Manus have actually lost low key as well, so they're down to 2. Manus, another team that love to get some good catch up here. They're currently hanging out around the middle of Fragment West and East, so I'm going to call that Fragment Central. I'm going to name that one there. Which is actually just a bridge if you think about it.
Have you got some leaks from the dev team for us, Avril?
Oh, I'm
splitting Fragment even further.
I'm creating my own POIs is what's going on here. I'm just naming them myself now. There's not a lot in Fragment Central. It's a lot of lava and 2 bridges, so not an interesting POI, but it will be one that M2 are going to be forced to play in, as they've actually respawned low-key, so they're back on the 3 now as well.
These teams around the north side of Lava Siphon very much bottled up here. Stick teams happy to just be inside. Don't feel like getting sunburnt today. Fortunately, Estrell couldn't get the banner of Genius, which sucks because they've had access, not only some space, but access to a replicator. So they probably could have made themselves the mobile respawn beacon if they needed to.
Probably would have to fight Wizard. They kind of just respected the Wizard right there. In fact, what do we got going on here? A bit of a skirmish coming up from NXL Wolfpack. Trying for control over their final building. And
oh, that's a great caustic grenade there coming through from Kissant, and just allows them to really mop up the ends there of Xenomorph.
Xenomorph ends up being 20th. They are the first team taken out. Fortunately, not the first time we've seen that. Xenomorph, I think in the first game, they were the first team taken out. They had one good result today in a top 3, and that's about it. Xenomorph have been bullied time and time again. They were early. They were one of the original teams on Lava Siphon, I believe, as well. They dropped there, but they just can't maintain control. They picked that eastern side building, that large complex, which ends up being filled with quite a few teams. So despite NXL Wolfpack having control now, I don't expect that they'll be the only team in there for too much longer, as they got it, but right on the outside, it's going to be Monkeys and Reignite.
So Dreamfire stuck in a tunnel looking at teams like Perry Hellion here at the moment. I think Methods of Madness once again getting into a fight, and unfortunately this time MDY get the better of them. So they did bring Low-Key back in eventually, but not long after that MDY have seen the dropship come in and said, well, that's thanks for respawning the extra KP for us. We'll just pull up again.
That's going to be the 2 Ash teams taking out each other. So one Ash still in the lobby with Aono, as MDY will be looking for a late rotation. It's just them and Evo Berserker that are heavily out of the circle currently, as everybody has already found their way in. We've actually got the beacon circle revealed, at least to me. I don't know if it's for you just yet. It's pulled towards the northeast, so slightly further towards guys. So not really. We've actually moved away from Lava Siphon. So it actually is going to be kind of a guys circle.
Wow, it actually is. Yeah, damn. I mean, well, it could be. We could get that sort of like the North sorting. I don't know. Maybe we have to rebrand to North Siphon Village now. It could
North
still,
Siphon, Central Siphon, South Siphon.
Could be up there, but you're right. It could, you know, with 3 of the Geyser buildings still in that next circle, there is some potential.
I feel good.
For it to go over there, but you know, man, these rings are just bouncing around like marbles these days. You know, you never quite know where they're going to end up.
Speaking of ending up right now, you have on-screen Pavlova, potentially being contested by inside the ring, inside this, what, Central Lava Siphon, is that what we're calling it now?
Sure.
Up over the top, you have Evo Berserker, MDY running into each other, so, I mean, you saw M2 kind of get taken out. Well, those 2 teams, in terms of Evo and MDY, still have to make it down at some point, because everybody else has already made it in, and everybody else will now have to move towards, you know, where the Parang Eyes and the MBFs are.
If you've chosen to go kind of center circle here, you're going to be a little bit better off, right? You've hedged your bets there. You said, well, maybe we're not sure if it's going Lava Siphon or Geyser, and therefore teams like Reignite, teams like Monkeys, and maybe even BRP have the option of swinging either way once we get into maybe round 4 or 5. Looks like we might get some teams fighting up towards the north here as
3 teams.
Golden Sage, they're sitting in the choke while MDY and Evo Berserker are kind of running into each other and working out if, with the 30 seconds left of this circle closing, can they go around or do they need to force their way through here?
MDY in a lot of trouble. Kassar goes down to very critical age. In fact, he's completely taken out now. The 2 players available. A lot of third partying can happen. Evo Berserker are still in the mix as Golden Sage. They've done their damage. They've exited, and the rest will be up for Evo Berserker to pick up. 3 versus 2, I believe. Plenty more help from Evo Berserker's side. And it doesn't look too good for MDY currently. You even have Goose Empire on just about nothing at the moment, and somehow, some way, they've managed to actually disengage from that situation and reset themselves. Still only with 2 members, though.
Interesting that Evo Berserker don't push this. Maybe they still think Golden Sage are a threat, even though they have pulled back down the hill. They're pushing closer now, but as you say, MDY did get the chance to get at least their 2 members back up to full health. But Senpai now, the Bloodhound, is actually gone back to get the banner, thinking perhaps there's an option they can, I don't know, replicate something in Geyser, pull back in over there. Potentially options to them, but I'm very surprised by how passively Evo Berserker are playing this.
Fire now potentially dropping on top of a couple of things close by. I mean, right towards their west as we are trash Golden Sage pull back as well. Evo Berserker trying to just finish things off. They managed to drop, what is it, MDY down to only 1 play. It's the Ash play of Iono, and they have 1 banner on, that's their Gibby play of Kasab. They've lost banner on the Goose Senpai. Could still be recoverable. Really awkward situation now for MDY.
Okay, also taking a look at Dreamfire. These guys are sitting in North Siphon. They're in the building next to We Are Trash. Unlikely to push in there, of course, with the Watson fences. I think that's the first car I've seen today, or at least first car I've seen in action on the side of We Are Trash. But Dreamfire just waiting to see how this goes. Okay, getting some nice circle info there. Again, it kind of feels like everybody's wrong. It's not really a Geyser circle. It's not really a Siphon circle, is it?
It's another in the middle of nowhere circle.
Yep.
Which the last one we got in the last game ended up being Reignite taking it through. I can't remember where. The very first one was a middle of nowhere. That was Estrel, wasn't it? So on them as Estrel's currently in a battle against, who is it? Where is it? Estrel's losing as well. Estrel's down to just a couple of members you can see on the feed. Who's dropped down. There's another drop on the Lenny also.
Harry Hellion up against Reckless Lads, and here we go. It does look like these teams have finally pushed in against each other. That was Dreamfire's building that We Are Trash are trying to get on top of. They put the Watson fences up. Makes bubble fighting just a little bit harder when you can't necessarily push out of your bubble. You know, you can't take down the fence. You can't pull it out of your own bubble to do that. But the Gibraltar ult completely nullified there by the Interceptor Pod. That's a stick from Savior. Surely he calls out now with the down onto Pite to go in off the back of it. The other 2 Dreamfire members running for their life, but Savior's just chasing them down. This one air take cog on the vault is going to be the perfect weapon to finish out that fight for We Are Trash.
Yep, Dreamfire down at 16th place. Now We Are Trash managing to come out on top of that battle, and they have full control. Solo on the compound, Golden Sage on the east, and didn't even want a part of it. Golden Sage has been a bit of a nuisance today in terms of third partying, but wasn't part of that engagement at all. So a clean 3 versus 3 that is going to be 100% in favor of We Are Trash. Again, the Watson fences have just been so frustrating for teams to deal against. That actually includes Dreamfire, who I believe in that last game, again, couldn't quite move through the tunnel or anything. They were one of those teams battling We Are Trash. Moving up to pretty favorable positioning now. ERP. A decent spot at the bottom so far. Warning shots, but nothing really to write home about.
ERP, one of those teams we mentioned that was sitting on the border between Geyser and Siphon. That said, they're now sharing some space with Stinky B, but Stinky B
Inside the ring or low.
need to get a res at the moment.
Yeah, there's a bit of damage being traded out between, I think it was BRP and
NXL Wolfpack.
NXL Wolfpack inside the ring on that side of the map as well, and Emiliazi's the only one surviving right now on like 1 HP, so that's going to be another rat added to the board. NXL Wolfpack have now completed control of that sort of northeastern side of the Lava Siphon, the only part of Lava Siphon that it's still available, and that's even then going to be on borrowed time as the circle will eventually close over the top of it. DY still have Iono available, so that's one of the rats still doing okay.
I mean, he's got red armor and 300 bullets, so he's like, hey, why not just take a pot shot? Maybe someone else will help me. Grab it down there. Not so lucky. Low chance. Doesn't make it, but he's still in and has managed to at least get 1 placement point for the team. Potentially hoping to pick up some more.
I believe 3 rats right now. Miliazi, Shusti, and also Iono. So 3 rats total. Scurrying about. All within the top 15 here. All either Wraith players or in the case of Iono, an Ash player as well. So Haritaz and NXL Wolfpack thinking, about better days as Exala taking a bit of damage. As we're looking at Reckless Lads on the right side, the sort of eastern side. Reignited, been pretty comfortable as well. Templex dropping in some damage.
Yeah, this zone is causing some problems here. Most players on the outskirts. There's only one team, MBF, anywhere near the middle of this, and that means Reignite, thankfully, have had this position. Someone's getting right in on them, though. I think it might be Monkeys. As yeah, well, look, we're having a look at MBF there right in the middle, but here's Reignite chasing out the interlopers there, and I think that's Monkeys completely down, and Reignite actually dealt with that fantastically well. You can see not requiring too much in the way of medding back up. Because, gosh, if you've only got shields to go, Avril, you can reset. You know, it's only 5 seconds, right? And you're back, you're ready to go again. They just pop a barrel, and you're fine. You know, you got a med kit as well. You got to revive. That's when things get a little bit tricky. And We Are Trash, they were pulling up, hoping to maybe take the lobby leaders down a peg, but they don't get in there quick enough.
No, so that's going to give Reignite the opportunity to heal up now, and was that western side as well. Stinky Bees deep, the last person remaining in terms of rats. There's a lot of rats in the lobby. I think some of them did get cleaned out. A bunch of them have now been sort of dealt with. ERP's available at the top there as well. We're looking at MBF currently. Also getting into the mix. There's just so many teams all on that sort of northern side of what's left of that circle. It's starting to close down even further. Now MBF looking for some extra KP. Should be able to find it. That's going to be deep finally taken care of. So that's Stinky Bee gone.
So MBF were in the middle, but now the only team sitting in the next circle is Wiz. They have the high ground. Teams like Rig, they're going to have to deal with We Are Trash in the end. You can see them sitting on the outside of their building. You're going to have a little bit of time, but not that much. Then you got BRP, or at least the two remaining players, having to deal with MBF as they move in. There's a bunch of teams on the east and the west here as the fight begins in earnest.
Yeah, Reignited down, one member already. Templex and Zero still alive, but We Are Trash are just hot on their heels. Trash are currently still with 3 up. Not looking too great for Reignite today. Zero, the last one remaining. A couple of decent shots, but there's just so much competition on the other end. Reignite down in 7th place. It's not a blowout game for them. They're not going to be first. There's still plenty of points and some decent KP. Opportunity now for maybe some other teams to potentially get that catch-up required. BRP survived by just Bunny Hop. They are a team that I believe in 2nd place as far as full days worth of points go.
Yeah, unfortunately with one member left, it's unlikely that they get above them, and now completely eliminated. The chance is gone, you would say. Rigger coming out on top here overall, but we've still got this 6th game to play, and it's Wiz on the high ground with triple red armor, looking down, sneering at the rest of the lobby right now, really. We Are Trash after taking the fight and winning it out against Reignite, are looking pretty good, but they've got that high ground to deal with, and Wiz, you know, they really can just peek as much as they want. They can dictate this engagement, and you see the Rockets coming out there from the Valve, just adding insult to injury here as We Are Trash try and deal with this low ground position. Reckless Lads on the right side, maybe like a really luckily timed Valcol could get someone there on top of Wiz, but I kind of doubt
You know,
it.
this is looking very much like the last 3 games. You have one team taking really good positioning in that final circle, and 3 other teams kind of on the outside. They're going to be forced to play against each other. We see a dome pop somewhere as well that is on top of MBF, so that's one big tool away from them now. Reckless Lads at some point tried to really take down Wiz, but couldn't quite get the positioning, and now Reckless Lads pretty much down to one member. It's Bam Bim Bum by himself into the void, been popped as well. Gaijin was looking for that frag. That's going to be it. They'll be taken out, so the Lads are gone. It's down to only 3 teams now. We Are Trash, Wiz in the best position, and We Are Trash are going to go for a fight versus MBF.
Yeah, they're taking them down on the low ground. The portal committed on the high ground by Wiz just to pick up those extra kills against Reckless Lads. But now, as these two teams start to do enough damage to each other, Wiz are thinking about getting in on the action. It's actually a very clean fight win by We Are Trash here. So it is a 3v3 as Wiz do push in to try and finish the game off from their high ground advantage. Big damage coming there from Horrid. The flatline does its work, and it feels like it's only a matter of time here before Wiz finish out the day on a good note.
It's 2v2 currently, but Rainy doesn't have any shield available. Gaijin's quite low as well. We Are Trash are currently down to the one member. Savior versus everybody.
This would be incredible.
Gaijin versus Savior currently. 1 versus 1. Both teams have 2 players down. Both teams have about the same amount of HP remaining, trying to play off the down shields on both sides. They're just both completely in the open here. who's going to do enough damage? Look how close everybody is. The Watson Fist is even going to come down and try and make Gaijin's job that much harder.
But he can't get stuck using the fences while damage is being done to him. Hides behind the knockdown shields, and we are trash from the low ground. An awesome finish to welcome Watson back into the meta. I mean, seeing the fences used like that in a 1v1 is just awesome.
Watson versus Wraith in the 1v1 there. It's Wiz who had the superior position, but as they went in, they dropped down, tried to take the fight. Versus We Are Trash, who they believe was pretty low because We Are Trash were in their own battle, so they're looking for the third party here. But it doesn't end up being the case because Wiz just couldn't quite get the damage in there. I think they had to start with at least a bit more HP going into that fight.
They did.
We head to the final 1v1 there, and at the end of the day, you have a Watson fence coming on down. Everyone's trying to play behind knockdown shields, and Savior just lands the shot required with the shotgun to win that 1v1 battle. And what a crazy way to end our final game of the lobby.
Yeah, you really thought MBF was going to do a little bit more versus We Are Trash on the low ground, but by the time they finished up the 3v3, still plenty of shields on We Are Trash. They had enough to cover and get, I think, a battle or two off while the other team was coming in, while Wiz was coming in from the high ground. And so, yeah, I think they let them fight for probably 20, 30 seconds and thought, yeah, surely we've got the advantage by now, but they pushed down. And, I definitely called it too early because I thought, honestly, at that point, it would be pretty hard for We Are Trash to come back, but massive effort and massive props to those guys.
I do wonder, Genome, would it have been better for Wiz to stay on their high ground, maybe play a little more patiently and play for the superior positioning from the high ground? I do see the logic in what they were trying to do. They were looking for that third-party opportunity, right? There were the last two teams We Are Trash, I think, was MBF in a fight. So Wiz are thinking, okay, well, if the winner of that fight's low, we can just swing in for a free win. But hindsight 2020 here, and that didn't end up working out for them.
I don't think they could have left it any longer, honestly, because they played the portal early, right? And that allowed them to take down, I forget, it was the team that came in fourth. They committed the portal for that. But then, yeah, they really did leave it as long as they could. And with the last ring pushing in, the high ground really wasn't there for them. I think, honestly, trying to get in while you've got a 100, 200 shield overall in your overall team health pool advantage, I think that is definitely the time to push in. They just didn't execute, man.
Oh, and we saw there in the replay there as well, Xavier with the final clean Peacekeeper shot, the one that just lands, I think, every single pellet hit there. So it's exactly what you're looking for. So We Are Trash ends up taking out our final game here, and we'll see if that ends up impacting the standings at all. I'm trying to remember where We Are Trash have been over the course of the day. I don't think they were really super competitive as far as the overall points have been. Reignite dropped out something like 7th, I believe, Genome, where okay, it's not a first place, but they were 25 points ahead anyway, so you need another team like a BRP or an NXL Wolfpack to try and catch up. And I think BRP did make a pretty good run. I believe they were still... They were maybe in the top
maybe
5,
like
top
6 or
6,
7,
like that.
I
do remember seeing their name among the top-ish teams.
But they would have needed to pick up a couple of kills, I think, to push out there, but scores ready overall.
Right,
so...
well, here it is. Moment of truth right now. I don't think anyone can overtake Reignite, so I'm going to say firmly they'll be number 1, and they are. And somehow We Are God Gamers and We Are Trash have just managed to sneak up in between NXL Wolfpack and BRP, and that pushes Estrel out of the top 5.
Damn, that is a spicy last game there. So We Are God Gamers, they were MBF in game today. Didn't get any advanced knowledge of that, so I'm not sure if what's going on there. But in terms of just linking that up in your mind, that would have been the MBF team who came in 3rd in that last game. That's going to help them push up to 2nd place, and We Are Trash with the win, coming out above NXL Wolfpack and BRP. BRP, honestly, they're going to be really sad about that, Avril, because the difference between 5th and 2nd is huge. They're picking up 4 points, 4 split points today, instead of the 9 that they could have picked up had they held that 2nd position.
And We Are Trash, by the way, after game 5, they were 10th place. So they went from 10th to, 3rd or something like that. It's a huge amount of uptick for them. It's kind of wild. And we didn't expect anybody to catch up to Reignite. It was a battle for 2nd place, 3rd place, and beyond. And 2 teams coming in to knock down both BRP and NXL Wolfpack, who had both had some pretty decent games across the board today, including NXL Wolfpack, who actually won one of the matches, won one of the games. And what a crazy turnaround. It does go to show that, in that final game, you pull through one really good performance and maybe the teams ahead of you don't quite do that. Boom, you jump up 7 places.
Yeah, and look, we have to talk about it, right? With the first place, with the 12 split points to their name, Reignite, lock them in. They are basically on the plane right now, going to land. They're pretty much the first team from APAC South that we can say with confidence will be representing us on the world stage. And that's so exciting. They're a team like we know, we love, and I'm just really excited to see how they do against the world's best. Are they going to be as dominant as they are in APAC South? That's a big ask, right?
I mean, you were talking, we had a chat about this even before the show. We're thinking like, well, what is the points threshold for a team to potentially, not mathematically, but just in our minds kind of lock themselves in, like, what is a safe amount of points? You were thinking somewhere like 30 to 40-ish.
Yeah.
And now after Rig take another first place, which, by the way, out of the 4 rounds of 4 days, 4 weeks so far, 3 times they've had those 12 points. That's now put them up to 43 total points.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's pretty safe at the end of the day, and it's gonna leave a bit of a gap for everyone else to catch up, namely your Burgers, your Exos, your Lightning Unicorns, your Athers, and etc. There's a lot more for those teams to still try and catch up on. Number 1 seems pretty locked up for now. We'll take a bit of a break. When we do come back, our second lobby will be up. So a lot of those teams I mentioned, in terms of them trying to catch up to Reignite and also lock in their ticket to LAN, I'll have to see if they can do that as well when we come back right after this. Welcome back to ALGS APAC South here in week 4. About to head into our second lobby here with A versus D. Genome here, obviously I'm Avril coming through for the rest of the action here in the day. And look, we have had some, as expected, dominance from Reignites. And I don't know, can we get some of the same from the other favorites in our other lobby?
Yeah, look, it was Team Burger that took out the AVD competition in week 1. And I'd say they're definitely heavy favorites here. But you know, there's a little bit, there's something in the air. There's something different here, Avril. You know, it's been season 11. We're seeing some changes come through. A Watson 1v1 to finish off our first series was a pretty cool way to go out. On top of that, we're seeing Ash come through.
Yep.
Yeah, so a couple
of
those
car usage,
a little
tiny
bit.
Yeah.
Players obviously, you know, haven't put the time into the recoil pattern yet. Maybe not super comfortable picking that up over some of the other SMGs. But yeah, look, it's interesting, and I'm sure AVD will give us some more fun stuff to have a play around with.
So here are the teams in our A versus D group here, and we already had our B versus C game where we're starting to get a really good look at where those points are. I'm talking about the points overall for the split. As a reminder, top 5 is the target for every single team that wants to make it to LAN, and Reignite at this point with their 43 overall points. That is, 21 ahead of Burger and EXO, who are next up, and both in this lobby, I believe. So Burger, EXO, kind of close behind. Got Lightning Unicorns as well on 20 overall points. These are kind of like 3 more teams, I would say, are kind of close by, and you should be expected to be somewhere among that top 5. But because they're not quite locked in yet, I mean, anything can happen today, and that could really change up their place in the standings.
Yeah, exactly. Unlike the other group that we've had, yeah, all of these spots potentially up for grabs. You know, 2 down to 5. Do feel like the teams can jump in there and grab those tickets, grab those plane tickets, right? So, yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens. You know, Ogre 3, they had a really interesting, you know, breakout performance in week 1 in groups versus A versus D.
Yep.
Will they be able to do the same here?
Yeah, and Ogre 3 have had kind of they've had some reasonably good performances. They've had a little bit more disappointing ones. They've been a bit of a mixed bag so far, and that you can use to describe into most teams. As you know, we've even seen Stinky B was a team that I kind of pointed out in our last group, in our last lobby, where they had some good showings in previous week, and today not so much. And so if you want to make a run for that top 5, especially for teams like Ogre 3, they wouldn't be looking for like a 2nd, 3rd, or maybe even 4th. They'd be looking for probably to sneak into 5th place, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty close to they're close to getting there. But yeah, teams like Athame have had some big performances so far and shutting them out. So I guess we just have to look further down the list to see who else can compete here in our second series of the day.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the beacon here in terms of where we expect teams to positions on the map in terms of drop locations. Lightning Unicorn over towards Fragment. Next to, who is that, D and Z, who are also in Fragment.
Yeah, so, you know, you've got a couple of real strong teams here. EXO, Burger, Athame up there at the top. SNG, I think they were landing at Survey Camp potentially in the first week, but Countdown was empty, and they finally realized that and switched over. You know, Magic Esports down there toward Big Maud, Lava City. As we saw last game, there was some shuffling around in the drop spots where teams, you know, actually left some of those drop spots unclaimed, and then they were super valuable in the end because of where those circles ended up, and just that you know, shift we've seen towards having a lot of these, you know, zones that end up throughout that sort of southern or at least middle belt throughout the map.
I have one zone in particular that I want to keep an eye on this particular game, because what we had in week 3 was MBT Naga and was it Perihelion that were just up against each other all the time in Thermal. Shinoraiku are a team that always drop Thermal, and MBT Naga are in the same lobby here. So I do wonder, are we going to get a return of that? Are those two teams going to battle out for that position on the map, or are MBT Naga going to maybe say, yeah, maybe not for us. It didn't go too well for us last week, and as a reminder, MBT Naga had some really shocking results, including 3 back-to-back 20th placements because they were hot dropping so often.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect that. We're thinking that, like the first week, they'll probably end up somewhere in Skyhook East. So with Straiku landing at Thermal Station, they're a much stronger team, right? Than Perihelion generally. So against a team like Perihelion, MBT Naga, like, you're not the boss of us. Like, yeah, we can get in there, we can take you. And yeah, sure, they tried to do it 6 times in a row. Striker, who, however, they're not the kind of team you want to push too far.
Yeah.
So especially if there's a big, fat juicy POI like Skyhook East up for grabs, why not?
You also see Kakoi kind of their positioning over towards Lava Siphon, where, this time around Golden Sage won't be there, so there isn't going to be that battle. I mean, who knows? We've had a lot of contesting around Lava Siphon. That's been like that and Thermal Station. I think have been our 2 hottest locations as far as teams contesting POI. So I'll be looking forward to see what happens there. But obviously, the Fragment teams are pretty dominant. Lightning Unicorn, we expect to do well. They did super well last week, and this week again, I think they should be one of those top teams.
Yeah, and even throwing back to the previous series we saw, where sure it wasn't like technically a contest, but having Dreamfire and the other team that's momentarily escaping my mind.
I think it's NXL Wolfpack.
Yes, NXL Wolfpack landing at Countdown. That's a place we have seen contest before, but I think what those teams are realizing is it's just too close. It's too close to Skyhook, and it's too close to Lava Fissure. Right. And if you have those early contests, the other teams hear it immediately. You're within, kind of bullet, auditory range, and those teams will just be like, all right, we'll cut off half our looting path and get in there and try and third party that. So I think that's one of the reasons why we saw Dreamfire, who are typically, an aggressive team, as even if we disagree about it, are typically an aggressive team.
They pull back a little bit.
And they decided to go towards Landslide.
Yeah, well, we actually have a team starting in Landslide, at least based on the Beacon report. We actually have a team, whereas in our previous lobby, Landslide was completely open, so that could be obviously a different lobby here with different POIs. Will be under contest. Is there someone starting? I think there is also a team starting in the Geyser as well, which we didn't have in our previous lobby. So I think it was Landslide and guys that were completely uncontested by anybody. No one landed there at all.
Yeah, and the super weird thing about that was that NXL Wolfpack, even like at the end, they I think it was maybe 1 or 2 games there at the end, they stopped going towards Countdown, but they didn't then go back to their empty Geyser that had been there the whole game. They decided to go to Big Mord. So like
we had like almost 2 endings in Geyser as well.
Yeah, so it gets a couple, right? So I mean, look, that was a weird choice. We are expecting 404 to go there this time, but they sometimes play it a little bit differently as well. Because like some teams, when they play Geyser, they will split drop across to like North Lava Siphon.
Yeah.
Whereas other teams might send a person out to Ghost Town if there's a beacon there. That's usually the sort of differentiating factor. But then again, sometimes Overlook teams want to do that as well, right? And if they don't get a beacon spawn at their main POI, they will split drop there, not only to try and get a little bit of extra loot, but also to give themselves access to that zone information. And then you get the fun little mini game of, like, okay, do we start dropping 2 people there if we see someone else just to try and force them out? There's, lots of fun stuff.
And as a reminder, so the last time we were here in Group A versus D in this particular lobby, Burger took it out quite comfortably. 92 overall points, which, considering it's a lot, that's like bigger than what we saw today, that Reignite got 70-something today, right? But Reignite in week 1 got 117, so Burger got, what, 3 wins in that opening week, combined with a single second place and then 2 fifth-place results as well. That's about as dominant as you can expect. Ogre 3 had 65 points, so that is a pretty massive gap between first and second. What we saw in that first lobby, though, in B versus C, is that I think the competition is starting to tighten up a little bit. And Reignite dominated, but they didn't get 117 this time. We're starting to see a lot more teams get those wins. Reignite only got the 1 win today instead of like 4, which is pretty wild. So I don't know if Burger's going to come out and get 3 wins. I think if they'll probably get the 1 win, definitely, maybe a couple in there. But I would like to see some more teams kind of challenge for that positioning. Lightning Unicorns, EXO in particular for me. And maybe
well, that's, EXO, they didn't have a good start to the season, right?
Yeah.
And since then, they have definitely shown up. So, we had changes in compositions. It was part of it, right? They were one of the teams who didn't want to embrace this caustic meta. And when everybody else was, they were still sticking on the Octane, and it pretty much just gets hard counted. So that really sucked for them in that first week. They have since switched it up, but then also less teams are playing Caustic now. So it's this like, it's this cycle. It's like, well, do they go back do they go back to an Octane or maybe even, you know, as we were saying, do they switch over to that Ash as that offensive capability of just being able to get yourself in there and fight another team as quickly as you want to?
Yeah, and you know we saw a couple of Ashes in our previous lobby. I think there were the 2 in there. We had at least a couple of Watsons, a couple of Cryptos still, and maybe 1 or 2 Octanes. It's still mostly, I think, most we did get Valk Caustic Gibby is kind of the prime composition right now. That, to me at least, hasn't changed a whole lot. I suspect that will be the majority of the lobby, but I am interested in seeing if teams in our A versus D here are going to change things up.
Well, look, as of last week, Avril, you know, that has actually switched around a bit. Definitely for the first 2 weeks, you know, the Caustic Valk Gibby was the most played composition, I think, in every lobby. And then in week 3, we actually saw a change in that where, I'd have to look it up, but I think it might have been either the Wraith comp or the Crypto comp, in addition to Valk and Gibraltar, actually got ahead in one of the lobbies. And, you know, it's also that sort of the funny business sometimes of, you know, maybe just all the Caustic teams like end up in one lobby one time. And so then you get like 15.
True, that's true.
You get 15 and then there's only 5 in the other one. And it plays out completely differently. Just like last week, we actually had a lot of Crypto teams, I think in our first series.
So I got a little bit of a glimpse. I think we might at least have 2 Ash teams. I saw a Loba in there as well and PK. So things could light up quite a decent amount. I'm glad that we are seeing a bit of a difference in composition between the different teams. But hey, you'll see in just a second as well, because we head into game number 1 here for our second lobby. It is going to be Group A versus Group D. Let's head over to World's Edge. Catch the action.
Right, starting off north to south.
Lava Siphon will be the hot zone as well, so Kukoi's going to enjoy that one. And everybody landing in their normal spots, it seems, so far. If I'm not mistaken, though, Ath look like they've done like a split drop. They've got 3 players all over the place.
Yeah, look, that's, you know, that is what you expect in Skyhook West, right? So Natsuru Sama, Solo's Trials, while the other 2 will go around and grab some of the extra buildings in Skyhook West. MBT Naga also, they have dropped in Skyhook. So, as expected, not contesting Straiku over in Thermal Station. Apart from that, yeah, have we got anything else that really will pique our interest? No. You know, Primus Commander, they're still over in Landslide doing their usual, you know, Loba looting shenanigans.
Opening circle is going to be kind of epicenter. It's northeastern, right? It covers Fragment, covers epicenter, Climatize, all of that. So we're getting some northern side love. I mean, in our previous lobby, I think it was almost all exclusively southern circles. Like our first proper northern circle of the day.
Yeah, gosh, I don't think we had any. Like, was there anything even past the equator, so to speak?
No, I don't think so. I think we had
rough.
kind of a staging, but you know that's still south, generally speaking.
Yeah, it is.
Geyser is still south, so no, we didn't have anything even past the midway mark.
Yeah, well, I think anything below that sort of belt of mountains there, which, you know, separates Geyser from Fragment. Yeah, that's kind of where we draw the south-north divide on World's Edge. But yeah, as you say, these northern rings definitely a little bit rarer, and honestly, the ones up at Climatizer, even rarer than that. Like, sometimes you'll see, you know, it'll pull Epicenter. Fragment we've actually been getting a bit more of this season, and sometimes even over to Survey or Overlook. But yeah, the Climatizer ones, not too much. Method Demanders, man, they would have loved one of these circles. They were doing so well at the start, despite having to make these massive rotations, and then, you know, just never got any love. And here we've got Ogre 3 starting off with a win right in their backyard.
Exactly, and so, you know, Ogre 3 will have exactly the same starting location as Method Demanders. We'll see if they can find some luck there, as, you know, Ret, who were well within their circle, I believe they started somewhere around Overlook. Be safe right now, just chilling out and maybe contacting Ogre 3. Although he is a little bit close to the Ret fellas.
Yeah, Rager pulling up very close to them, but it looks like Holidays managed to get out just in time. I mean, gosh, you only had the white armor as well, so it wouldn't have been that hard to hit some coordinated shots on him and really deal. I mean, imagine how sad would you be? You finally get a Climatizer circle, and one of you guys just gets sniped down straight away. That'd be That'd be a rough time.
It will be
well,
unfortunate.
PK actually making a very quick rotation from Landslide. They're pretty much the second in to Climatizer. So, you know,
And they kind of
pat
just
on the
ran
back
in.
to them.
Yeah, they kind of just ran in as well because they actually still have the Valcott, which they're using right now.
Yeah, so they got the balloons in down from Landslide. I think they might have changed the one above Fragment West to get over to there. But yeah, as you say now...
Team on right there.
Oh!
That's a Bocek shot. Wow, that actually hit. All right, PK, that was on Takaya-san, who takes a large chunk of damage. He's going to have to heal straight away.
Unfortunately, only 9 arrows left in the chamber. You know, one of the cool things about the Bocek is you get the arrows back once you confirm the kill and loot their body.
Oh, that would have been an interesting loot.
You know,
body would have been so far away.
Unlike the bullets, which, you know, apparently we don't come equipped with like scalpels to pull them out of the bodies, but you know, you do get the arrows back, but of course you do have to confirm the kill and take them down. So a little bit too far away from that, and more and more teams now pulling in. We've got SNG. They're going past the train station currently. Right on the back end, we had 404 have actually found a pretty good spot in the back of Climatizer, which they'll be happy about.
EXO have Survey Camp as well, which is going to be within the more advanced beacon circle that we are seeing, just pulled further towards the northeast, so it covers Epicenter and also Climatizer as well. So Ogre 3, once more getting some pretty good luck there as SNG will start moving in towards Survey Camp also to contest. Potentially EXO, as no, EXO's leaving, so Survey Camp is fully in the hands of SNG now.
Yeah, didn't get enough of it during the first week, apparently, when they started landing there. They've decided to head back. As you can see, the further information on the circle there definitely going up around between either Epicenter or Climatizer. But look, we're almost loath to call the circles at this point, Avril, because they have just been ping-ponging all over the place.
You think they're going to go somewhere, and they kind of just go somewhere else. As we also did take a bit of a look at MBT Naga, who, again, as noted, did not contest Thermal Station, as that would have most likely have gone poorly for them. They've had multiple 20th placements in our previous week's game, so a lot to learn from is a lot of catch-up required here. A lot more teams now moving over towards Climatizer locations. We did also see SNG drop in there. Currently looking at Magic Esports as they had a few
They're
pot
against
shots dropped in.
Azure. Yeah, so these guys have been just having a look at those chokes down at Geyser, of course. You know, these guys starting off at what? I think Azure dropped Harvester. Magic, I'm pretty sure, dropped it at Big Maud. So, yeah, definitely the southern teams just taking their time, thinking that they probably won't get positioned in the circle, so they'll just take it a little bit slower and actually just rotating through Ghost Town so they get to use the beacon. Ooh, interestingly, Straiku,
Good shot.
they've gone all the way north up to Skyhook, and they've found Ath. And it looks like they might have already found Natsuru Sama, who is down and out.
Yeah. Recover Bannon. I mean, Natsuru Sama's probably, you know, the name on this team. He's the one that you really have to look at. Monster and Sergeant God are still available, including Sergeant God, who is going to be playing an Ashe today.
Oh, man, and it was Jaro who's got the kill credit as well. So, you know, was it
Sentinel? Must have been a Sentinel shot,
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying, exactly. You know, killed by his own weapon, basically. So they didn't even get the banner, so they can't even try and, you know, rat this out and maybe go for a Northern Tunnels respawn or something like that. And now, with that in mind, you know, Straiku are going to be thinking about just trying to play the edge now and looking for these extra 2 KP.
And Sergeant God and Mosu are, you know, attempting to move around outside the circle currently to avoid Shidoraiku, and actually going to that northern tunnel side. I mean, how are they going to rotate out of this? It's going to get pretty tricky. Luckily, the circle's not doing a ton of damage to them, but you're just going to see patience out of Straiku here. They know there's 2 more KP available, and sort of just wait to find it.
Yeah, look, it's interesting, isn't it? They, you know, making this rotation from Thermal to Skyhook when the zone is very clearly heading the other way. Like, they had a beacon down at Thermal. I'm going to assume that they had that knowledge early enough and just thought that maybe they wouldn't be able to find position. So they've switched gears and gone into that edge style, which has found them the kill against Ath, who are apparently just taking a little too long looting around in Skyhook.
Saijin got there as well. You saw use the Ashe ultimate, so there's some extra rotation for the last 2 remaining members. And as you previously mentioned, the banner is unrecoverable now. It's been expired. They're not going to get Natsuru Summer back into action, so bit of a rough start for Ath, but still in the game. And not ratting either. There's still 2 members available, but will have to be a slightly longer rotation coming on through as on board with Kakoi right now to see if they can land some shots long range as well.
Never mind. Contact.
Bastion lucky enough to find himself a fully kitted 30-30 repeater. And he is using that from Overlook. As Kakoi try and hold out Azure Esports here. They Valgolded over the top of Magic Esports, who was sitting down, as noted previously, getting the beacon scan in Ghost Town. And thought that might be enough to pull them through, but nope, they've still got Koi ahead of them if they want to make it into this next ring.
And Azura kind of, you know, having to rotate outside the ring briefly as having to respect the damage coming out through from Bastion. They're sitting in that very typical, you know, Overlook tower that we've had some final circles kind of land on. That's caused some interesting games. Remember, BRP had that positioning at one point. But not too much action. 20 teams still alive. No one's gone down yet. MBT Naga are thankful that they're currently still alive as they won't be the first ones dropping. Potentially action towards Fragment East as you have Aftermath Gaming being a turbo by Magic Esports right now. Magic Esports might be able to eliminate a team.
Well, they've already taken down Desire, JCA inside G.
G's in a lot of trouble.
Still trying to get away.
Over 3 pretty comfortable on that northern side. Haven't had to really move. They are sharing their complex with a lot of stuff and a lot of other players, including PK and, you know, or if we're not found just north of them. Back over towards Azure, they still have to kind of get themselves through Kakoi, who will not budge from their current position. And Azure, what's the game plan here?
Well, they've moved up closer, right? They, you know, it was a little bit of a walk to get into Overlook to try and deal with the snipers that were coming out from the Overlook tower. And Bastion has actually managed to get it down onto Jam Jar. They're trying to go for the bubble res immediately. They waste no time, but there's going to be grenades falling on them as soon as the dome goes down. Koi not willing to push in off this. Interesting, they do. That, of course, is the Gibraltar ult of Azure Esports trying to dissuade Kakoi from getting any closer, but they have used their bubble. And if they decide to push it now with the Gibby ult, would make things hard here for Azure.
And Doom MVP still has his Gibby ult available in the defensive bombardment, so they can definitely press the issue if they want to. 98 shot coming through from Bastion as well, so they're really putting the heat onto Azure Esports as Exeter Marshall just got put down to nothing. In fact, he gets downed.
Okay, one of the Azure members on the ground. They reset fully last time this happened, and once again, Kakoi will not pull the trigger. What are they worried about? There's really not any teams near them. Perhaps they're a little worried that someone's heard, you know, this slightly prolonged fight now. You know, potentially the Lightning Unicorn, who are sitting on the train tracks below Overlook. But okay, yeah, look, makes sense. They're really struggling to get the upper hand in this fight. So they just say, screw it, we're getting out of here, and they won't take too much damage. And it looks like they're actually flying into a fairly unoccupied area. So as long as, I mean, Lightning Unicorn are looking at them, and I think Lala Bang is even, no, he's actually just trying to get further.
Kakoi moving in. Kakoi don't look like they're potentially giving up just yet. I mean, I'm still seeing a couple movements moving forward. As your esports, they have to heal up. They're not in a good position. Bastions is on top of them, and this can absolutely be the finish that Kakoi are looking for. I mean, the scan's already been deployed right now. Shots are free. It's everybody in the open. Kakoi are doing so much damage. Bastions has to be a little bit careful that he isn't taking too much himself.
Okay, Gibraltar Ultimate is used. The bubbles have been going on cooldown for Azure Esports as they've gone from one side to the other of Kakoi trying to make their way out of this situation. 3 of their members on a scrap of health right now for Azure as they pull out, and Kakoi, despite using the Bloodhound ult, have finally managed to grab a couple of downs there. Marshall, I think, might actually get away. He's got full health here, into the void up in 10 seconds, and has managed to put a little bit of distance between himself and, well, I mean, Kukoi and the other 2 team members now that have just become statistics.
2 KP being picked up there. I mean, that seemed like some of the longest chases that we've seen. You had a very patient play coming through from Kukoi, putting a lot of damage into Azure, but ultimately not pushing into the circle to chase him down. The Valcult came on through, and that was when Kukoi decided we use this opportunity to drop on top of them. And on the backside as well, while you saw Kukoi moving out, Aftermath Gaming are kind of hot on the heels just south of them. So there's a potential for a third party here if Kukoi hang around for too long. And I don't believe they're fully aware of that position just so far. They do know that DNZ was towards the west in a little truck. And Marshall, as lonesome, is honestly still getting hunted down by Kukoi currently.
They're very, very close on them. You know,
And there it is.
Okay. Finally. The rat stats not adding a lot to them.
Alright, let's go and take a look at what Sudoraiku are doing over towards the other side of the map.
You should look at that to clear that edge if you can.
Yeah, I'm walking up.
Back up.
They're landing on the spot that we were.
They landed on us.
Coming back.
Like close
90 on the Wraith.
They're getting
You're
shot
gonna
from the
drop
other
down,
team. They bubbled. They
Yep,
bubbled.
they bumped.
Just chill. Delay time and we'll force them out. I just got murked in the back.
You okay?
Popping about.
Wait, the Valk's pushing me. I think
They're over
pushing
here.
up on me.
You're good, you're good, you're good.
One's under the stairs. The Valk right here. They're both there. 2 there now.
Bobs. We're getting shot up from too many angles. We might need to drop completely.
We can drop down to the pillars as a safety.
One
One
here,
here, give you right there. In the corner. They're in the corner. Nade him out.
Crack
How
Gibby, I'm
things-
gonna give you up them. Wait,
Yeah.
that's their Gibby ult. That's their Gibby ult. That's theirs.
Tagged. Valk, the Valk, flash.
I'm giving
I
you
dropped
up
a
them.
D-bullet.
Shooting that bub.
I'm safe here. Nade him out. They're going up.
I'm nading them, I'm nading them.
They'll fight the other team, I think.
No tags.
I'm going over. They're right here in the corner. Beating them. Down one.
Crack,
Beating
flash,
them. Got
flash,
two,
all
got two,
flash,
got
all
two.
flash, all flash.
Yeah,
Push
just
this.
wait. Turn around now.
I'm turning around.
I'll clear this.
this.
I'll clear this.
Okay, I'm turning around.
Finish.
There's one more left, I think.
I
You guys
think,
just turn
I
around
think the
and
team on our
recover.
back's getting shit on.
Can I go loot?
I'm good
Close
here.
to me,
I'm
close
good
to me here.
Let's move to this sector.
They're still in. The other team's still in the
I
building.
need to
now.
grab loot, boys.
We have 40 seconds to look for a spot in zone.
Yeah, give me a sec. I need to grab light.
41 blue.
Can someone look for me so I can grab loot?
I am looking for you. I'm like,
All right, we get here. We hear into Straiku there. Really good awareness by them. Avril, I love that. They're thinking about the team behind them. DML just cleared them up. But at the same time, they don't overextend. And we see Inferno, who were sneaking up on them. They recognize just in time that they're right at their doorstep. And don't take the awkward fight. They, of course, do pick up the 2 KP there onto Powerless as they sort of smash them into Lightning Unicorn on the other side of the bridge.
Alice now dropped down to only the 1 rat, and that was kind of the team that you heard them commenting about in terms of somebody valking directly on top of them. Obviously, there was a lot of fire coming through from other sides as well, so we need to be calm and collected in that situation. We got teams on multiple ends, and as we start to head into what is the closing of this circle at some point, and the next one has revealed itself, this is going to be Raiku's opportunity to rotate on in. They haven't managed to find Divinism, who is the rat from Powerless, the Wraith player, but they will still be looking to get a decent circle location.
So the original building we looked at that had Primus Commander in it, it had Ogre 3, that's where this circle is shifting. So we're seeing those teams be pretty successful, where teams like Straiku, who had to cross the lava, are in all sorts of trouble. Straiku actually just being eliminated, trying to do just that. And EXO down to 1 as well. So a lot of the powerhouse teams in this lobby actually dropping down and really struggling to make that rotation.
That includes Striker as well, who've dropped 2 now. I don't even... do they have still 1 alive?
No, they're gone.
Jaro's gone as well. Well, that's going to be it. So they rotated, they had to cross the lava. It didn't work out well for them. And you know what? Divinism, who was the rat from Powerless, actually took down one of the members of Striker as well. So bit of payback there, bit of revenge there. That's one of the rats they would love to have been able to... they would have loved to have been able to flush him out, but couldn't quite get there.
Magic Esports. These guys are on the real southern side of the circle here, just trying to make their way in, and they've got so many teams peering out of windows, looking at them from down the bottom. It's Rage. From up on high, you've got SNG. Yeah, there's just so many teams here that it's going to be very hard for Magic to get anything done. Even the duo of Kokoi actually pulling in to try and see if they can get an angle, and they can. The grenades are going to go in and make that really hard. Oh, there you go. You can see the... Okay, they have to use the bubble there. There's absolutely no option, but I mean, they're going to be lucky, honestly, to get out of this alive.
I mean, to be fair, they don't have too many teams around them. They've bubbled up now, and there's a lot more action otherwise inside that compound, especially. Right at the top, I think that's SNG that have the full high ground control currently, which is pretty decent for them. Magic Esports with the use of a dome and a res have mostly stabilized. Red could be in a ton of trouble here. It's Kenpong and Bebe still alive, with Julin has fallen over. Have they been able to take PK down? PK, I think, potentially have been eliminated off the back of that.
Target close.
Okay.
So they still have one rat.
In a very tricky situation here. There's probably 6 or 7 teams in this building. That was Magic Esports finally. Their demise was honestly telegraphed a little while ago, but they don't make it out in the end. 2 members left alive for Rage to try and deal with this absolute cluster of a situation here.
And Red has still not managed to get themselves out of dodge. I mean, there's still teams all around them. Currently, that's going to be the Assault coming through to at least help them get a rotation. Burger doming up, rotating into the last little bit of the circle that remains. And once you really get a look at the minimap there as well, it's a lot of damage right from Pricey. Not too bad. Renee still available, takes a big shot on the back end. Inferno have a brilliant spot. It's every other team, 6 other squads that are so close to each other fighting for positioning while Inferno wait.
So Inferno really with that god spot now. We see so many other teams locked inside the buildings, locked inside crawlers. It's going to be very tough. You can see Inferno have a fantastic position there on the northeast side. We dropped from about 11 squads to I think 6 in about 20 seconds. Those teams all having to run out of the building. The fire alarm sound, the evacuation comes out, and unfortunately not everyone made it out alive.
No, there's only 6 squads now as well, as we're really closing things down. And as we get towards the end of it, you really have to start banking on Inferno being one of the better positions. Redded down another player now, as well as Kokoi still in the game. The 2 members.
So 404, they're the team in the caravan currently. Now we're down to 4. They're dropping like flies, and Burger are almost in that conversation, but they do manage to get a bubble up just in time. They're resupplying in that bubble on screen right now, and they need to do so very quickly, because as you can see, people have got their eyes trained on them.
It don't look like they wanted to get really frisky over there. It's Burger, it's Kokoi, 404. Inferno still available currently as 404. If we don't want to take a fight while they're healing up, Burger could be in position to get some decent work done, as we're really getting down to the final bits and pieces now. Koya down to only 2 members. Can Burger find anybody there? They're right on the edge. Circle closing in behind them.
So now it feels like Kokoi are the ones on the best edge of the circle here. Team Burger using that gold armor to good advantage to just get some meds done up really quickly here, as, oh, the nice Jibby ult there will take down Doom MVP, and Kokoi with the 2 members were looking okay, but Burger just slowly moving up on them. They need to get MT back into the fight though, because Inferno and 404 I think have still both got full rosters.
Yeah, that's Doom, and I think somebody else down there as well. 404 dashed down to Barrett only. Everybody's contributing to a lot of damage in there. It will be gone. It's not going to happen for them. Inferno's still alive right now. It's Inferno versus Burger. Inferno have only 1 member in Filthful Field.
It's a 1v1.
Pricey. It's a 1 versus 1, like you said. Pricey has slightly more HP right now. They're both playing behind their team's down shields. Oh! Trying to see if this Massive can land any shots. It's 77. It's going to be pretty brutal, but Pricey still has a lot to work with. Gas coming down here, so Filthful Field is not going to do it, and Burger are going to take away game number 1.
He had the gold armor, and it just meant in those little bobs behind the knockdown shield, as he could go down, he could pop a cell. Only a couple seconds, he's got time to do that, and he gets the health advantage. Feel couldn't do that, right? You can't afford to take down 5 seconds with a battery.
That even included a pretty decent 77 shot as well. You know, we saw that coming out through from Purple Field, and maybe that could have been a health advantage. It didn't end up being the case. Like you said, hiding behind your team's knockdown shields, using that gold armor to immediately get your armor back in there, your shield back in there is absolutely pivotal for that final 1v1 duel. And, you know, we get a really exciting 1-versus-1 to close things out, and Burger, one of the favorites for this particular lobby, already taken home a win.
Yeah, and you can see, you know, why we think they're such a fantastic team, right? I mean, they played a lot of that end game there with 2 players. One of them went down, and they played it beautifully. They took the space away from Kukoi, who were on their side of the circle, and then when 404 and Inferno ran into each other, they were just there on the outskirts, sniping away, making sure that when it got down to it, they had just enough to come through and win that final 1v1.
Inferno had such a decent positioning as well, but couldn't quite capitalize on it. And, you know, that's kind of where we're talking about earlier, how part of me thinks it's expected, but also you could see it as rare that a team that has kind of that outside position in that final ring versus 3 other teams that have fought against each other, you would expect that the team on the outside to have the biggest advantage there, but Inferno just couldn't quite get it done. Burger overcome them all to get themselves into, you know, a proper last squad versus last squad situation, and be the ones taking it away quite comfortably. We had a, you know, I would say a slow game to start with in terms of squads not being eliminated, but it was also like quite a quick game as well, because there was a lot of action. You saw Magic Esports in a little bit of trouble there as well. We had a lot of skirmishes that ended with a few rats, and you had the whole Striku saga that happened versus Powerless, where Divinism versus Rat still managed to get 1 kill against Striku, and Striku's initial rotation when they got away, when we got out of the listen, and that didn't end up being successful, and that eliminated them from contention as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's hard when you've only got a piece of the story sometimes, but I guess with Striku it really was about, you know, when was the Valk ult used. Maybe they needed it to get into that situation, but they definitely needed it to get out of that situation, and they were trying to hop across the Lava River, and like so many other teams, like EXO, that also dropped pretty much alongside them, I think. That was too much to ask. That said, you know, like the snippet we did see about them is why I think I do rate them as a team. But, you know, it's kind of like, well, they've got to make those end circles, and they've got to be picking up the KP and placement points as well to really be putting their name on the map. I mean, they've got some points so far in the split standings overall, but they need more if they want to get to that top 5.
And they're the type of team that when you look at their previous results as well, the opening games have always been strong, and this is a bit of a trend. Week number 1, they actually came out 2nd place. Week number 2, they had a 1st place. Week 3, they had a 2nd place. And now, I can't remember where they ended, but very far away from the 1 and 2 that they've had consistently over the past 3 weeks.
Yeah, so it'll be funny if that's you know, if that trend plays out again today. Who knows? We're only 1 game in to our 2nd series of the day.
Absolutely. That means we still have 5 more left to go, including game number 2, which is going to come up pretty soon. But for now, going to take a bit of a break. ALGS APAC South continues right after this. We're back to ALGS APAC South here in our second lobby of the day, A versus D. And game number 1 has been won by Team Burger, clutching out in a 1 versus 1, a very exciting 1 versus 1 versus Team Inferno, who originally had a pretty decent position, but Team Burger, the more experienced team, one of our favorites for the day, coming through with a very comfortable win. Well, do I say comfortable? It was a hard-fought win, but they're an expected team to win, and they got to win. So there we go.
Yeah, nothing comfortable about that one. I was even just thinking, like, you know, did he have his ult? He might probably use that.
I'm sure Price is like, nah.
Probably used that earlier in the fight, right? So
I'll tell you what they can be comfortable about. Probably the score at the end of it, because they'll have a decent amount of KP plus the actual win. So let's get a bit of an update on where we're looking. 24, yeah, pretty good.
Solid.
8 ahead of Kokoi. And Inferno, despite, I think, coming second there, they only got the 12. So they lacked a lot of the KP, I think, is what the big difference maker was in today. So 12 from placement and 12 from KP for Team Burger.
Yeah, very solid from them. Team X-Spark, I don't think we really saw much of them, but somehow crept up into 5th there with 11. So look, a good start for those couple of teams. The ones we obviously need to see more from. 1 point. Lightning Unicorn didn't pick up any to start with. You know, someone we keep
I didn't even see where they were.
Keep highlighting as a consistent team, right? Well, they were when we were in that listen-in with Straiku, they were on the other side of the bridge. They were They were the other piece of bread in that powerless sandwich. Okay. So
Straiku was the meat. I see.
No, the other piece of bread. Powerless with the meat, because they got sandwich.
Oh, there's a lot of bread here. Like it's a very specific sandwich. It's quite a hefty bread sandwich going on. But
it's a club sandwich, sure.
Okay, I'll give you that. But Arthur, absolutely. I think Arthur, they got into a bit of a scuffle with Shidoraiku right off the bat, who we probably didn't expect to go over towards Sky. That was sort of like a interesting rotation from them, because it's a little bit out of the way. Maybe Arthur thought off by that. They didn't expect they were going to get rotated upon. And Jaro had that brilliant shot onto Nitsuru-sama, which eliminated him straight away. I think it was via the Sentinel as well, which you noted as Nitsuru-sama's weapon. That kind of put Ath behind right off the bat, whereas they had a pretty decent looting round, but they never got to play the game properly.
Like that's his baby apple. That is his pride and joy. He's never going to let that go. Like the fact that Jaro took him down with that, presumably at long range. We didn't see any of this, by the way.
What else could have been?
We're just assuming a lot, but it's a great story. So I think we'll run with it.
Yeah. So Ath and Lightning Unicorn as teams that have been kind of in the mix. I mean, at the start of the day, before we got into any of the games, especially for a second lobby, Ath and Lightning Unicorns rounded out our top 5 with EXO in 3rd. So EXO's positioning in all of this is going to be quite interesting as well.
I mean, they were like, what was it, 10th or something, I think? I think they picked up like 3 points or something like that. Definitely not a good start for them. They were kind of in a similar position to Straiku, where they just really kind of failed to make that rotate across Climatizer and get to the end there. So look, a slow start for them. Need to double check their composition, actually, because that was one of the questions we had going into the days. We've seen a little bit of change for them throughout this season, and how are they adapting to this new this new part of the meta that we're seeing come season 11.
Yeah, I mean, we'll keep an eye on what EXO are running. Didn't get too much of a chance to see their POV, or maybe even Lightning Unicorn and, some of the teams that didn't quite do well in our first game. But, it happens. We saw Reignite last week, had a really rough start in our opening first 2 games, and they still bounced back. 4 in a row they dominated in, and they end up taking up first place. So you never kind of, write the book in our first game. It always has to come a little bit later on. But for a team like Team Burger, I mean, getting a dub in your very first game already gives you such a huge advantage moving forward. And, we expected them to do well. They've already come out the swinging. So probably more of the same here, unless somebody else gets in for a really big win.
Well, you call 75 a winning score or something for a 6-match series, and they've done a third of that in the first game. 25, very respectable score. Exactly what we want to see of Team Burger. They were sitting at 21 points or something like that in terms of splits.
22, yeah.
In terms of split standings. So there we go. 12 points on top of that, getting them close to that 33, 35 point cutoff.
Let's head into game 2 now, and we'll see if teams can make a bit of a catch-up run to Team Burger, or whether Team Burger can just extend their lead even further throughout the day. Lobby is up and available. Group A versus Group D. Let's go ahead and see how things work out on World's Edge.
Okay, now as we'll drop in, I'll just have a quick look at compositions around the grounds. The one we were talking about.
So
EXO, yes, that is it. Okay, so yeah, they've stuck with the Caustic, right? Which is not entirely surprising considering they have had experience on this composition from well before Caustic was meta. And we are seeing a more Caustic-heavy lobby, I believe, than the first series today. We've got, what, 5, 8...
There's a lot of rates.
Like
I'm noticing
almost
a lot of rates in this lobby. And
Yeah.
we talked about this in our previous lobby as well. When we looked at B versus C, and you kind of noted that Wraith gameplay did kind of get boosted up a little bit in terms of how many teams were wanting to go towards it. So, that's existing in this A versus D as well.
Yeah, it feels like the drop in Caustic was definitely replaced by Wraith in a lot of situations. There was definitely a corresponding rise. Crypto, I think, maybe got a little bit of those, and I'm not just talking about sort of one-to-one in compositions, just sort of, where we're seeing those picks go overall throughout the lobby. Has definitely been a pickup in Wraith, as people have sort of, I don't know, either decided that, Caustic wasn't as powerful maybe as they thought, or perhaps that, they're just falling back on old habits and going back to what they know best, which for a lot of players is Wraith.
And the only Loba in the lobby coming through from PK as well, Strafing Flame. And, that's always an interesting one for me. I don't see a lot of Loba. And things, I think in the week 2 games I was here for as well, we had a single Loba team. It actually might have been PK.
It is, yeah. So Premise Commander have been essentially the only team to have played Loba, and they've played it consistently throughout pretty much the entire Split 1 so far. I think there was actually a couple of games where they switched off to something else. But yeah, maybe 90-95% has been Loba, and only them so far.
And look at this comp as well. I mean, this is very different because you got the Crypto, the Gibby, and also the Ash in here as well. So you got 2 sort of legends in there that I think we're still not seeing a huge amount of Crypto. We had a couple of in our previous lobby.
Well, that's,
on this one as well.
That's an interesting composition because you don't have your macro rotator there, right? There's no Valkyrie, there's no Wraith. So, you're really...
It's just the Ash ult, really.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still not exactly sure if we count, the Ash ultimate in the same vein as that kind of macro rotate.
It's definitely no Valk, it's definitely no Valk, and definitely no... what is it, Wraith there? It's like somewhere in between, right? Because it's not quite... would you say it's micro fully? It's maybe a little bit heavier than micro? I don't even know. It's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, well, that's the fact that it's it just doesn't have that. A Wraith can always go in and check and then come back out, that kind of stuff. Like it's not quite the same, and I don't think it necessarily gives enough rotational options to a team like this. But look. They're trying it out. Let's, they're in a good position overall in Split 1, so this is a risky time to be trying this new composition. It'll be interesting to see just exactly how well they can pull this off with very little practice. It's only been a couple of weeks that we've even had the character, let alone, playing competitive games and getting experience on that.
Yeah, it's Ath and Ret are the 2 teams that are kind of doing without the big macro rotation tools, because Ath obviously still have their Caustic online, but it's the Crypto for Ret that takes that same spot, and both teams are running the Ash plus Gibby combination, as Team Burger have already made themselves a decent position just in the middle of the original circle here, which is not the northern side one, so we've got 2 back-to-back north circles.
We've just flipped the map upside down, and the circles are pulling in the same place.
B and C,
we've just rotated it.
Our first lobby B and C, they only do south, and now A and D we only do north. I fully understand how that works now.
I'm hearing the admins confirming in my ear that that's the case. They've handpicked the circles for us just for fun. EMP coming through for good old Belkin, one of our favorite Indonesian players. Been around the competitive circle for quite some time. It's just going to take a few shield cells off of Magic Esports, who are sitting over in Fragment East. Also just surveying the area before they decide to move on. Maybe checking a banner, seeing how many teams are around.
They'll see that Magic Esports probably over towards their west now. We have the beacon revealing the next circle, which is almost directly on top of Epicenter, so not too far off from where we were in our opening game, which was a heavy Climatizer circle. This one could still pull towards Climatizer, but is right now just extremely dead center on Epicenter.
It could. There's a lot of teams definitely not banking on that, right? We've got 5 teams currently in survey camp, taking up essentially all available space. No, there's one crawler still left. But yeah,
good luck getting into that crawler.
Yeah, exactly.
There's like 5 teams looking at you on the way in.
That's where the Wraith Portal comes in, man. That's exactly where you need that. So yeah, look, survey camp is definitely a lot of teams' first choice of where this circle might fall, but you know, who knows? Maybe it's back all the way down to Fragment West, and Team Powerless will just be laughing at everyone else.
We still have a lot of teams just kind of chilling at the moment. Azure is still at Lava Siphon, making their way up. You have, you know, Striker who were on Lava Fish and now into Countdown, potentially making contact with SNG in Countdown. They're still chilling out. No one's in a huge rush so far to head over towards Epic Center. On board currently is X-Spark, who are within the beacon circle and just on the edge, and like they're kind of content, but they are out in the open, so ideally they want to get to a little bit more of a comfortable position first.
As you can see, yet another Watson into the mix here. This time it's for MBT Naga. Reflex has picked up that. And, oh man, I mean, survey camp circles used to be really interesting back in the Watson meta days. You know, those buildings are very defensible as far as it goes with Watson fences. So if a team gets set up in there, they're looking pretty good. So MBT Naga, they've got that position early, and they're going to be happy about that.
Those 5 teams are going to get into a bloodbath no matter what, because either the circle shifts on top of them and, you know, everybody comes in, or the circle shifts away from survey camp entirely, and it's just a big scramble to see who can move when and where and how that's going to work, because all 5 teams will be looking for situations where they can rotate. And again, nobody's in Climatizer for now, as no one's banking on that shift at all.
Good third-person view there, showing us that we do have 2 teams in Countdown, or at least we did for a little while. That was, of course, Striku and SNG they were chasing after. SNG generally landing Countdown, so they've been there some time. Just, I don't know, maybe they built a campfire, sitting around, singing Kumbaya.
I have to put out the smoke in just a hot second, as, I mean, we're all quite aware of the Epicenter circle. Striker will have to make some movements around SNG, who you mentioned actually ended up in Skyhook, so still doing a little bit of advanced looting. I'm sure Skyhook would have been mostly looted by Ath by now, who are inside those northern tunnels, and they'll be looking to come down from the north side of survey camp, and that could be pretty interesting as well, because we've already talked about just how damn full survey camp is already.
If you need me.
Yeah, Ath and Striku, both of these games, playing a very slow rotational style. As you said, you know, pulling through northern tunnels, looking for the loot there, and then coming in through the northern side of this circle, which is very much open at the moment.
They could maybe pull towards Climatizer. I mean, I don't know if they realize it's open, but they don't have to go to survey, or they can just sort of see how it develops.
It'd be a big gamble, and yeah. I think in terms of the Climatizer circles that you do get, I think it's even less likely to be with the sort of half that's cut off right now.
See in a minute 30 when, you know, circle shifts again, and how things go, and or maybe if someone touches a beacon by then to sort of give us the advance warning. SNG will be... okay, what's going on here? That's is that Powerless dead? What's that?
Yeah, that was Powerless. They got taken out by Magic Esports. This is over in Fragment West. But unfortunately for them, Kokoi are pulling up just in the nick of time. Have they got enough grenades to stave them off? It looks like maybe not, because not only are they getting hurt by Kokoi here, but you've got, you know, Exo Killerpos from long range for the charge rifle is also going to do some damage. Exo is sitting all the way back in construction, so that was a hell of a shot there.
Thank you very much, Kokoi says. I mean, Kokoi will take that for sure. They end up getting the third party there on top of 2 squads, wiping each other out. Striker is as well, just throwing in some shots, and there's a lot happening in those tunnels. I mean, Ath kind of exited those tunnels, but SNG were right behind Ath's tail, and behind them are Sudaraika, who are very much interested in potentially taking this drill. The bubble's already been forced.
So, does Striku decide to push this, or will they actually go towards the balloon and rotate away? Yeah, okay, interesting. So they're probably going to find themselves very north, and at the moment, I would imagine they're gonna fly over towards where Athame are, and Ath are extremely split. They're covering so much ground right now that Saiyajin God or Natsuru-sama could get completely caught off guard. They don't opt to land on them though, perhaps not identifying that they're that split. They have actually found some space and a bit of a rock to hide behind.
But they're kind of in the open here. I mean, Waltzy's taking a ton of damage. We're looking at Ath currently, and Ath is adding some of that damage. A 60 shot from Natsuru-sama. There's a bit of revenge coming up through from the Sentinel finally as Jaru's been dropped down. Waltzy's still low, trying to heal back in. So this is one of those striker rotations, and we kind of saw this in the last game as well. They have an okay position, but once they start making those rotations, it's just so difficult as Natsuru-sama lands. Another shot, that's like 70! Holy, bullet's been dropped. There's your Sentinel Master back into action.
Didn't take him long to get the revenge. Natsuru-sama is going to be cackling as he sees Saraiku get eliminated in 17th spot.
I'll tell you what, now I think Striker a little bit, maybe regret not dropping onto the Thane who were really split up, because they could have had a situation where, you know, somebody on the end could have been a free pick for them. Where they ended up is, okay, they're on a rock, they have the high ground, but they are in the middle of nowhere, in the open, where everybody's got vision on. You have Ogre 3 towards the east who are shooting them, Thane who are obviously shooting them, with Natsuru-sama's extremely accurate Sentinel.
Yeah, look, it is a hard call. You'd have to rely on your Valk passive a lot there to believe it, that there was, you know, not that many people around. Sometimes you might see one and just assume the others are behind a rock or something around the corner. It'd be a risky move to land on one of the Ath guys.
Yeah, sure.
I think they weren't actually getting shot at that much while they were in the air.
It's when they landed.
Yeah, exactly. So they, you know, I think they probably thought they were okay, and then
it's just one of those.
Just got lit up.
I just feel like I've seen this too many times. You know, one of those strike rotations where things are okay, but then they try and make some moves across the map, and that ends up being the rotation that costs them. And so I guess what I'm saying is some hindsight 2020 into play, where it's like, well, you know, maybe it would have been better if X or Y, but hard to know that in the moment. So I respect that.
Yeah, look, it was a pretty classic one,
well,
considering that, you know, they like to be on the, you know, the fat side of the land usually, and they thought they might be able to get there, but unfortunately, yeah, didn't read that Ath were taking up a lot of that sort of space. Inferno at the moment. They're down towards Epicenter. Getting bombarded here, as you can see. Couple of teams, Lucky Unicorn from up on high, but it was Kukoi really that got the finishes on them. Unlucky guy, is that they just like sub? Did I not notice him in the first game, or either way? I don't think that's one of their like one of their starting three.
Tell you what,
despite that, doing a pretty damn good job there. Another fight win early on for Kukoi. That said, Lightning Unicorn controlling a lot of space on the cliff, on the south western cliff on Epicenter that looks over Fragment. And they're kind of dealing with teams like EXO and X-Spark down the bottom. Oh, it's another fun circle. It's another really fun circle. And Rage, they might be okay with this, actually, considering they're sitting up the top here. They've got the Kraber, all that sort of business. They might be okay. You know, that might give them the option to grab a lot of kills as they're rotating in through, as teams end up heading east where this circle will be going.
You know, rotating through, I did just see DML flying in via the Valcult as well, and actually they might just be collapsed upon by teams nearby, including Lightning Unicorn, so we'll get attention to what that maybe looks like in just a hot moment. But Ret, you know, pretty close by with MVP Naga directly below them. You had 4 and 4 next to them as well. EXO's kind of doing their thing at the backside of the bridge towards the south, and the beacon circle shift is now shifted really in the open. So, I mean, Gino, you talk about fun circles. I mean, that's a ridiculous circle, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be the bridge of death, I think, down there towards the south. Sure, Azure Esports are on the right side of it, but and Team X-Spark actually have got some potential to be holding out the teams who have to go you know, south of that bridge. EXO, we're looking at Kukoi there as well.
I mean, EXO's bridge is kind of like the bridge of death as well, because that could be a very contentious position currently.
Who's building all these dangerous bridges, man? We need
don't know.
to have a word with the
problem
contractors
is,
on World's Edge.
They're all built over lava, so that in and
Yeah.
of itself is quite dangerous.
Maybe some more like safety rails. I don't know. Actually, no, there are some. Maybe being a little bit hard there. Okay, getting into a bit of a gas fight here, as they so often do with a trial start. 2 gold armors help them out a lot in these fights.
3 down to 1. That was going to be a couple of eliminations here, a couple of KP being picked up. Zach Ruffles, the only one currently alive, just getting out of dodge as the solo Valk player. Is no chance of rescuing or recovering any banners, so just 2 KP picked up for free after having a great time this game.
Yep.
Where they were last time, they got taken out by Shuraiku. This time they eliminated Shuraiku for the most part, with some assistance from other teams. And
So DNZ, they're kind of closing in on Primus Commander here. You know, that's where Ogre 3 from Zach, that's where he's pulling up behind. But it's DNZ really just slowly moving in. That said, PP's gone down actually, so PK potentially getting the better of them here. A turbocharged Havoc in the hands of Takayan's son is going to prove far too much, and DNZ now potentially even getting the +1 as they see Zach just pop over the edge.
yeah, and Zach was thinking maybe potential for a third party there, but nope, came in too late. Valk holding out, solo Valk holding, just has to try and survive. We'll see if any damage can be done onto Zach as he flies through the air. This will be a really important ultimate to try and relocate, especially as you're looking for on a position here, you're looking for placement points if possible, or just anything to work with. That bridge that you were talking about, that northern side bridge, Athos coming down now, but ahead of them are basically 2 other teams.
Yeah, Lightning Unicorn, they don't have the Valk though, right? They will be able to find their way into this next circle, but it's going to start getting tough from there. They're looking at other teams around them. Kukoi to the south are going to use a portal right nearby. This could be a dangerous rift to take though, and both teams bubble up and get ready for the fight.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Rockstar's thrown out now as well. Here comes the damage. Got Cap trying to put on as much hurt as he can. 3 versus 3 for the most part, and that's going to be a lot going down on Lucky's Doom MVPs. You have to say that Lightning Unicorn have the advantage here. They have players alive. They should be able to even get the res. Maybe?
I doubt it. I mean, we've got X-Spark coming in off the back here, and they're jumping down from high ground. It doesn't matter. He won't stay alive for very long. You can see that X-Spark take that out without any troubles whatsoever.
And how X-Spark have this positioning over towards the western side, towards the north, it's going to be MBT Naga. It's not really just over just yet. I mean, X-Spark is still trading damage across the board. Saw a 76 out of Bell Senpai, rather. Both teams will kind of give it up, and we're looking towards what will be the final circle on the eastern side of that bridge. So both X-Spark and also MBT Naga have to make their way across.
It's curious that we've only got 6 teams left here, and you know, we had that with a minute left to go on this 5th circle. It's Rage. We're doing very well, and they just need to get through Primus Commando. We've had to use a bubble. MBT Naga, of course, they're trying to work out how they can get through, you know, Ath on the top side, and then X-Spark underneath them.
Burgess there as well.
Both teams potentially going across the aforementioned Bridge of Death in the next 10 seconds.
Oh, Sharky's dropped down, so MBT Naga's doing some decent damage to Burger currently, and with that, Team Burger down to 2. I mean, Pricey doesn't even have any real shields around them. Burger might be in a lot of trouble here because you've got Ath on top, you have Naga on the other side of that. Looking at PK, who are currently inside that final circle. They have the opportunity to gatekeep Ath as well. Oh, they are kind of low. They're forced to use the bubble straight away as they're trying to heal.
Yeah, they've been taking so much damage from Rage. They're just trying to dodge around this rock, but you know, as soon as they go around one side, it seems like they expose themselves to the other team. They're going to try and throw the Gibraltar out, ult out, and see if that buys them any time, but teams are coming in from every angle.
Kaya-san taking a lot of damage as well. Strafing Flame can only do so much. They want to get this res in. Gonna have to get some luck in favor. It doesn't look like the res will be completed. Strafing Flame's the only one alive. PK gonna hold on to whatever they can. 6 squads alive, and they could be going out in 6th place if they're unlucky. Everybody will begin to surround them in just a hot second. This revive could be everything.
Yeah, Ath are just trying to get they want to get the KP, but they don't want to give up their position on the high ground on the rock on top of them. It's making it a little bit hard to get the angles out.
Got the res.
Kentung is looking for the angles with the Kraber down the bottom here, but He's not got that much time because honestly, X-Spark are right on their tail. Ath are just taking the longest time here to deal with the PK members below them. And MT, Burger, is just ratting it out. He's going to wait until this circle starts closing in, and then he'll probably pop the skyward dive.
Speaking of ratting it out, no,
Gone.
PK can't do it. Hager's going to go down, so that's going to be 5th place for PK now. Is Rhett, Burger still alive. Ath looking like in a pretty good position. X-Spark as well towards the western side. Not expecting Burger to do too much more here with just a single player alive, so it's going to be 3v3v3v1. The final circle closing.
Okay, we do have the EMP ready to go. He's getting the crypto drone in place for that. Oh man, you got X-Spark trying to take their side of the circle, but at the same time, Ath move over. Potentially both trying to get away from Rage, but neither really doing so successfully. MT's made the Valkyr, but none of the other teams are really engaged first, and this just makes him a sitting duck and just gets really tag teamed there by the other three teams still alive.
I mean, really, pick your poison here. Who's going to be the team getting some free KP? It's going to go down to X-Sparks. That's a +1 for them at the end of the day. And now we have a proper 3-way battle here. Bit of a Mexican standoff. Everybody's got their own corner of the circle to play through. Ath over towards the north side. He's taking a bit of damage there as well. Kentong would love to hit a Kraber shot, but just managed to get too low.
Oh, Mosu's gone. Ath down to 2. At the same time, Red are deciding this is the time they want to start the fight.
X-Spark down to 1. Red's in the best position right now. Ath is down to currently 1 member. It's a 1v1v3. And if this is going to go the way of Red, it might just be that there are very few members to contend against right now, and it will be Red at the end of the day. Ath are going to end up taking themselves out against another squad. MT's not going to get too much done as Burger and Red survive against it all to take out game number 2.
Unfortunately, MT uses the ult just a little bit too early there. The other teams weren't locked in a firefight. There were no bubbles going out. That's quite important if you're using the Valkyr, right? Because what you're really worried about is teams looking up, and you can't shoot up out of the bubble. So that means he goes out in 4th place. Honestly, I'm not sure how they lost Mosu in the ring. I guess he must have just got taken down as they were as he was like really close to the edge, and then it closed in over the top of him. So that kind of like stuffed their chances going into that. And then we didn't see the crypto ult really do enough on the side of
who was
the second team that was alive there.
You had X-Spark, Ath, and Red there. So at the end of the day, I think you're looking at a situation where when there's 3 teams left, you want to be the one team that kind of waits for the other 2 to fight each other, right? And Red end up being patient enough. You end up looking at a situation where both Ath and X-Spark had 1 member remaining. Red were fully healthy, all 3 up, and they just had to play patiently. And they had that southern east position. Ath and X-Spark run into each other. X-Spark did manage to pick up that last KP onto Empty, though, from Burger, so that's at least an extra point that goes their way. The ultimate prize goes to Red, who had kind of the prime positioning as the other 2 squads fought each other out.
Yes, that's the Taiwanese team there, taking out game 2. Why is the MT and Sharky? I guess that was the game 1.
And what was a wild circle as well? Like, it was a super open circle, I think. It didn't quite land Climatizer, didn't quite... Well, it shifted quite a bit, you know. We weren't sure exactly where the final location was going to be, and just looking at how wild the ending was, where it was somewhere between Climatizer and Epicenter, over the bridge. You call it the Bridge of Death, and I mean, certainly for, I think, both Ath and Team Burger, that kind of became the case, because they both needed to eventually move out, and Burger being on the low ground were kind of in the worst of the positions, being that they had to move into everybody else's sightline. So unlucky there, but still made a top 4 in that. With their first place in the first game, still puts them very far ahead. Be interested to see where Ret is now, given their first place finish here, and also Ath being eliminated in our first game quite quickly. The comeback in the second game to make a top 3 result should certainly help out their overall points for the day as well.
Yeah, that'll push them up. Of course, Ath, they really need every single point they can get, overall, especially in terms of the split standings, right? They're trying to hold on to that 5th place, and it's not going to be easy.
Let's take a look at the scores now, updated to see where everybody fits. No doubt that Burger will still be up the top, but Rage Entertainment are going to just Being able to snipe them down, 2 points ahead, 31 with plenty of KP. I'm sure X-Spark coming down at 28, just one behind Burger. Where would Burger? They were 24, so they got like 5 points in that last game. That's including Empty surviving until the top 4. Ath round out our top 5 there on 19 points, 6 behind Kakoi, who placed quite well in the first game and also I think in the second game there as well. So that's those are our top 5. Lightning Unicorn pretty far down, and I think Shiraiku not even in the top 10.
Yeah, so a couple of teams, making a big push there. X-Spark, Rage, those guys are really looking to get a big finish here. Maybe pick up a 12 or a 9 points and catapult themselves. Look if Ogre 3 can build on, their good start to Split 1. Maybe they've got a chance as well.
Well, that's 2 games out of 6 done for this group. Our second lobby of the day here in week 4. Stay tuned. We're going to take a bit of a break. When we come back, game number 3 will be on your screens after this. back to ALGS APAC South here in day number 4 with Group A versus D. Okay, we're 2 games through now, Genome, and interesting result coming through for that second game as well, where, you know, had some very well-contested kind of teams towards the end there. Burger coming in with a 4th place in there, the one surviving member at Empty with a Wrath, and ultimately it came down to Rage securing the win. And Xpark, Ath mostly taking each other out, giving Rage the opening to take number 1.
Yeah, it was definitely a good effort by them. You can see how deadly that middle period was, right? I mean, you got, what, like 16:30 down to like, you know, 17, like to 18 minutes that was pretty much half the lobby, right? All eliminated in those 2 minutes. So it really got hectic there. And then we had that kind of standoff at the end where it was like the 3+1 with, yeah, MT getting the 5 placement points, which, you know, look, they didn't get any KP, but hey, that's a solid game. That's like the average of what you need to keep pushing through, right?
And look at the scores here being reflected as well. I mean, that pushes Rage up above Team Burger now. Xpark and Koi are still in there. Xpark having done quite a bit of a catch-up. Speaking of catch-up, Ath absolutely made a pretty big catch-up after what was a pretty disappointing game to 1. But in terms of disappointing though so far, Jim, I gotta say, one of the teams that we had highlighted coming into this is a team that was in that top, probably still is in that top 5 in contention for split points overall. EXO have had like an 11th place and a 9th place and haven't really made a lot of points in the first 2 games to have a bit of an impression to stay competitive in that overall split top 5.
Yeah, EXO have got some work to do, right? So we were talking about them being the Caustic team, but they're in the Caustic lobby, right? So, our first series today, we did see a little bit less of that. This team, I think we're sitting at around 50% of the teams that are using the Caustic. And that just means it's a weird situation in a Caustic meta, right? Where it's like, if there's heaps less teams using Caustic, it helps you because they don't have the defense against you, but it also means there's like more other teams that can kind of push you easily because they've got that lead Caustic man that can just run through your gas. So
it makes for an interesting game because there's another conversation we've had where it's like it's both good and bad at the same time. Where there's lots of Caustics and maybe not as much, but moving away from Caustics a little bit, let's talk about Gibraltar a little bit. We've had some pretty interesting stats from Gibraltar's today, some high damage being done. Let's go ahead and take a look at 2 of the deadliest of the players in the lobby so far. It is Doom from Kukoi and Sharky from Team Burger.
Now look at that efficiency though. 6 kills with only 1,400 damage.
So he's just getting last hits in.
Exactly. Sharky, as per usual, just riding on the laurels of his teammates and just grabbing the longbow shot onto the last one. Actually, knowing him, maybe the 30-30 repeater. But either way, look, 5.8 points. That's a very decent stat there. But interesting that, for the same amount of kills, it's taken Doom more than twice the amount of damage to get there.
And Kukoi haven't won a game yet. That's something to remember as well. Kukoi have had like a 4th place, and then I'm struggling to remember where their last placement was. It was still pretty decent. It was within that top 10. So Kukoi have kind of stayed competitive within that's top 5 of the day so far for this lobby. Which, the fact that they haven't got a win, but most of their points are through from KP. So that 6 kills that we see from Doom absolutely adds towards their ability to stay competitive despite not having won a lobby.
And look, I mean, talking about Kukoi, right? Like, unless my brain's completely melting, which is, is always a possibility. Like, I don't think they were playing with Unlucky Guy in some of the previous weeks. So if they've got someone who's like, perhaps a little bit, more untested in terms of, who they're dealing with there on a day-to-day basis, they've done extremely well this week to work through that.
Yeah, and Kukoi, when looking through where they are in the overall standings, 11th place for the split standings. So bit of work there to do. They still have Xpark in between them, Stinky B, who, to be honest, didn't do too great today. So maybe that team will go down the list a little bit and give room for Kukoi to maybe bounce up. But they still have to go up against teams like Dreamfire in terms of who's close to them in the standings.
Yeah.
Kukoi is on, 10 overall points. Reignite's over 40 now. The other teams are in their 20s. So you have to have a pretty monstrous day from Kukoi. And so far, it's looked pretty good. But the other 4 games will certainly determine whether that remains or not.
Yeah, look, I mean, apart from Reignite, though, like, honestly, at the, the week 3, after week 3, going into today, it really felt like everything was open, everything was possible. After today, I think we're going to start seeing some of those doors being shut. I mean, sure, you could come out with 2 first places and pick up, 24 split points, and that will get you some of the way. But yeah, look, after this week, I think unless you're sort of, you've made some inroads, you're probably a bit stuffed.
Well, secondly, you would also need some of the other teams that are ahead of you to kind of drop down and have some bad games, have some bad days. I've already talked about Stinky B having a bad day. Lightning Unicorns have been kind of average so far. They exist in our lobby, but we're waiting to see if they can maybe heat up a little bit. Exo, we talked about, they exist, but they haven't quite heated up just yet. Burger, we expect to be good. They come out the gates pretty good at first and a fourth. Really great stuff. The second place, only lacking by 2 points behind Rage, so expecting Burger to come through with a decent result today. So, I mean, there is room there. There is room where other teams might not have the best performances. I mean, Atha's only barely in that top 5 as far as split points go, so they would need to continue having some decent performances to keep that positioning.
Yeah, and look, I honestly expect that of Ath. I think I think they can do it. It's just, there's all these other teams that are like biting at their heels. And as you kind of alluded to before, like it's not necessarily always up to you, right? If you're having to rely on the performances of other teams as well, it's a tricky situation to be in. You need to really take your destiny into your own hand and come out with those big performances to put it beyond doubt.
Absolutely, and there's plenty of teams that's I think that would apply to in terms of narrative here, but we'll go ahead and take a look at maybe if Game 3 delivers that or not. So let's head into World's Edge, see which team comes out on top, who's going to catch up to Rage, and also Team Burger here. So far, after 2 games, they're not monstrously ahead of anybody else, not by an extreme amount, so 4 more games to try and catch up. I'm sure that will happen at some point.
Well, we've got the dropship going straight over Trial, so old mate Natsuru Sama is ready to attack the Prowlers. I'm sure he's had extra practice on it recently with, all the extra fun we've had on Stormpoint, the new map. Having a bit of PvE practice over there. Meanwhile, teams down on the southeastern edge of things, only just now pulling up to their drop spot. So it's going to be Aftermath Gaming who are, last in to the dome, as does often happen. It looks like the tree is currently not home to anyone.
Empty.
Yeah. So you got, PK, they usually go over to Landslide. DML have decided that they really like, Survey Camp.
By the way, and we're kind of getting a glimpse of the circle. There it is. It's heavily north again. I swear to you, like the script cannot be more perfectly written, and it's another so north that we are looking over epicenter survey, a little bit of climatizer as well. We've almost had like 3 back-to-back circles that have kind of always ended in this exact same rough location.
Man, but how good are these northern teams doing? Avril, are we seeing the Ogre 3s and the DMLs on top? We're not. We're seeing...
Where did Rage start? I need a bit of a recap on that one. We know
Rage started Overlook.
Okay, well, they're pretty close though. Like I would say they're kind of like a northern team. Yeah, the circle usually lands on top of Rage, so I see that. They had a pretty decent go of it last game, obviously winning that one.
Oh, definitely, right? I mean, you've got the balloon at Overlook as well. They don't play Valk, as we noted, right? Which is interesting. So if you get these northern circles, you've sort of removed some of the the downside of playing that composition.
You got Burger coming through from Lava Fisher as well. They did win that game number 1, and I don't remember exactly where the first circle finished. And I mean, it's all been rough for the same place. I can pretty much just say they've all been like kind of epicenter climatized-ish circles, 3 in a row, and that would be somewhat true. As it's the southern teams you do feel for. They've been have to make some quite long rotations every single time to get in.
Okay, teams getting into it down here at Survey Camp. Primus Commander and Inferno, actually, I think have just both Valk ulted in at the same time, and they've come in right on top of this fight between DML and MBT Naga.
And it's looking like another very heavily contested Survey Camp. We had, how many? 5 teams in Survey Camp in our last game, and there was only that one kind of crawler in the middle that was open, which no one was going to go for, obviously. But now I don't even know that anyone would go for the 2 in the middle that are open that we can see on screen currently, as all 4 of the other, surrounding buildings have been locked up. Any other team that attempts to even rotate in now is going to have a pretty rough time, as over towards the western side, Berg will be coming through, as well as Ath, who have, I think now, 3 games in a row will obviously be moving through the tunnels if they can.
Yeah, I mean, they would have if it had have ended up in survey camp, but, didn't end up going that way, so we don't see that. I think, actually, with this circle, it's more likely to end up there, but, I'll refrain.
I bet you say that and we go frag.
Yeah. I'll refrain from calling it for the moment, just, to save myself this tiny shred of dignity that I have left at this point, with the crazy circles we've been getting today, so...
Rage are existing over there as well. They're not going to go into survey, but they are going to survey it with their drone. Have a look at seeing what's happening over that side of the map, and side of the map, go all the way down where Aftermath are. They're in quite a bit of a scuffle versus another team.
X-Spark, and X-Spark are doing very well. They've already taken down Desire inside G, and that's JCA going down as well. So Fat Monster, almost gets put on the floor, but that's as much as AMG can really say for themselves. It was actually a really strong fight win there from X-Spark.
Yeah, and X-Spark don't lose anybody. They just have to do a little bit of minor healing. Fat Monster will just kit that up, no issues, and X-Spark right on the board straight away. 3 KP. They already had some great placements. They're already in that top 5 as far as this lobby's overall points have gone. So exactly what you want if you're X-Spark on your way towards the north. Take down a team around Lava Siphon on your way through. And maybe a few more if they get in the way.
I mean, look at some of the teams. This is actually outside of survey camp where we're seeing Rage play at the moment. SNG, we're trying to bully them out of that building, but they're unsuccessful in doing so. But they'll have to back off. Rage happy for the moment.
SNG are kind of just playing on this bridge at the moment. They are lobbing in some extra damage. I do believe they were the ones that dropped down the defensive bombardment as well. Yeah, they did. So just keeping Rage indoors for now.
I like that little move by Kentong there. We haven't seen much of the Ash kit so far today. So it's interesting you see putting down the tether there just in case one of the SNG members was still lurking around, and allows Ash to have a poke out and feel a little bit more safe in doing so.
Of safety, you're not going to get any of that right now in the tunnels. It's Ath versus Team Burger, and South is Ixo just getting way out of dodge there.
This is a high-powered little trio of teams here.
It certainly is, and you wouldn't want to... I mean, if any of them go down early, that would be pretty upsetting for the loser. Maybe the respect will be given, and they'll all sort of move away. The new circle, based on the beacon that we are seeing, has landed as covered epicenter plus survey camp. So all the survey teams are feeling pretty good right now.
Certainly a little bit better than they did in the last game. But yeah, still just the 4 teams. So not seeing anyone else feel like they need to get inside there at the moment. I mean, yeah, gosh, those crawlers are just so bombardable. If that's even a word. You have to use up so many meds. Maybe Previous Commander could pull it off because they can just keep siphoning meds from anywhere they can. There's a couple of death boxes around. Oh, okay. Magic Esports here. They found X-Spark.
Yep.
So not happy with the couple of kills they got earlier. They want more.
Spark are healing up though. I think both teams, I mean, you do have Beastler Hunt being popped already. At this point, Magic Esports want to get aggressive here or not. X-Spark have already dropped Salvatores. They've only got the 2 alive right now. Fat Monster trying to enter the void out of the situation. X-Spark have certainly maybe bitten off a little bit more than they can chew. Magic Esports have for sure won this skirmish. Just come down to what KP can they pick up, what kind of extra damage they can do. Salvatores is fully dead now. Banner is still available, but who knows if he recovered or not. Magic Esports, maybe they're not done yet.
Damn.
Bell Senpai as well. That's 2 down for X-Spark.
Yeah, Bell actually, kind of just taking one from the team there, really. They, split up. Fat Monster went the other direction. He's managed to get out. I think they're unlikely to find him in the near future. And as a result, they stay alive and give themselves the chance of at least picking up some placement points. Of course, they're not going to get them yet. Still 18 squads left alive. Got to wait until 5 drop before that happens.
Fat Monster outside the circle for now as well. That is a disappointing result for... I say result, it's not quite over yet, but for X-Spark to have kind of made the first elimination to now be in a position where they're down to only 1 especially where you're probably not expecting these banners to be recovered anytime soon, if at all. Maybe it would have been different if it was Else Empire Live, the drone could go in there and do something, but right now, X-Spark, the rest of this particular game, especially with 18 squads left and so early in the game, I mean, it's going to be a long rat now for Fat Monster.
Still some potential for a fight up at the tunnels, as we're seeing there, with Natsuru Sama looking across the highway at Team Burger. We're getting a look at the next circle here. It's going to include Summer Survey Camp. Looks like the teams maybe in those southern buildings might just have to deal with it and move on. Or at least, unfortunately, the Watson team aren't going to get to keep their fences. They'll have to move out. But yeah, it's definitely going north here. So teams that are up the top, like Urethane and like Team Burger, are actually going to be pretty happy. They might be able to play, with the edge of the map to their backs, which is always an advantage.
I think Ather would prefer if they had Burger Spot right now, because in our previous games that we have seen, Ath have been the kind of team that moved through, over, outside the tunnel, come through the north of survey camp. That's exactly what they did in the last game. Because they ran to Burger early, they've had to give up that positioning, and Burger can kind of just play this slowly now and take the fights where they want to. Surasama will just drop in some extra sentinel shot or longbow shots this time around, as you do. And I think at this stage, Burger probably know that they are there.
Yeah, I mean, look, after sitting at the edge of the tunnel, right, we've got to, do they move up closer to Burger and take one of the, this more northern position, or do they decide to go down to where Mosu and Saiyajin are further south and deal with teams like Straiku, who are below them? Meanwhile, Team Burger, I feel like they're probably pretty settled up near that most northern respawn beacon. They kind of know where they're going to need to play next. It's only whether, once they see the next circle, because of course they don't have that information, what they're going to think about that.
Let's go ahead and take a look at what they're going to think about that. We'll have a listen in with Burger and see where they're at.
I'm holding here just in case. The spare cells.
Can't carry.
That guy has 80
Move
HP.
them around the side. I don't know if you better get them.
I don't see these guys either.
Going around now. Fucking 2 cells here.
I think we're chilling.
Which hope so.
Yeah, I wish I could peek it properly, but I can't, because...
I can't see them.
Yeah, I can't see them either.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody here.
That's where we were getting shot from, wasn't it?
No. I think
No,
it's like up on this rock.
we're getting shot from this.
Yeah, like yeah.
He's just fucking bored out of his mind.
If the team takes this, we have to kill them. It's just that simple.
Yeah. Plot twist. Ends Epi.
Imagine.
Why am I getting
If it ends Epi, we're cursed.
You can see there some of the best teams in the region, also a little bit confused, or at least worried about the circles and the directions that they're taking today. There you go. It's probably not going to end Epi after that shift that they've just seen. So, actually, the interesting part here is that Ather potentially looking to push them through the circle, but I think they actually got spotted out. Maybe they were hoping that Natsuru-sama could get like a sneaky longbow shot off the back and then push in. Either way, we're looking at Lightning Unicorn right now, and no, back to okay. Yeah, so okay.
Wait, he's down.
So that was a super long shot from Ogre 3. So that was like over the top. Very luckily they've got the gold bag, and that means that, even though they're in the circle, they can get the safe res. Nuts not too worried about popping the syringes as he gets out of that. A little bit dicey there.
And that actually is quite interesting from Burger's POV as well, because now Burger are aware of Ath, who were behind them in the tunnel. They're also aware of Ogre 3 firing some shots. I just took a personal look at where Holiday was as well. He had some really good sightlines with his longbow, so great to take down Natsuru-sama, who's been kind of that sniper that we've really paid attention to for most of this lobby. Natsuru-sama and Ko and Ath have very, their tails tucked between their legs, moved way away from that tunnel exit now, and Team Burger themselves will also be valking out.
Yeah, they're going right over the top of Ogre 3. More longbow shots coming out. Doesn't look like Holiday's quite as good as hitting those. Oh, man! Talking about hitting, Waltzy nailing, I think that was MBT Naga. Yeah, wow, Ryoche down on, I think actually literally 1 health after that Waltzy damage there. But look, 1 is as good as nothing, really, if you get to heal back up to full, Avril.
It would also be hard for them to push that as well because of just how many
Yeah.
teams are inside these other... I mean, as we're looking through in the third person, how many teams are actually in the server camp area. Like, let's say you want to push into Naga. How do you get past PK? How do you then, the Infernos, they're existing as well. Every one of these teams, DMLs on the other side, they all want a piece of that pie if there's a real fight going on. So Raikou will just kind of move away, head closer towards Epicenter and just chill for the time being. It's Ath that are now taking the position that Striker were previously in. Maybe get some shots onto either PK or MBT Naga. Oh, MBT Naga are leaving. They're Valken out.
Howless taking some hits as they sit down the bottom of Epicenter, trying to get set up. I think it was maybe Kukoi, yeah, on their backside, who are pushing into the circle. They're kind of wondering about where they should go next. Inferno, one of those teams that are happy still sitting in survey camp. And yeah, as we saw, MBT Naga had to move out. Oh yeah, they've ulted up the top. They did lose Flame Shot though, and we're seeing SNG also go down there. So EXO trying to make the best of this situation, but no, it's gonna be Burger.
Chambers, the last one alive currently, and yeah, you're right, it's not looking too great. They're on that right side here, that eastern side where Burger, and I dropped on top of them. And Burger looking far more healthy. They would love to drop down these last 2 members. Dexter's gone now. Chambers, final rat alive. And as we look at the final circle approaching, Burger basically have it under lockdown. We're looking on the other side of that now, all the way to the west is Ath trying to take position against PK. And we had to talk about the situation where, yeah, eventually Ath are going to have to move in because they're outside the circle. And can they win this duel or not? It's looking like Mitsuru Summer's okay. They will be able to eliminate PK and take control of that building.
That's a very important win from Ath. There's other teams looking at them as well. Not willing to give up their positions in survey camp though. Inferno and DML think better of it. Meanwhile, Epicenter's actually looking a little bit spicy here. Ogre 3, probably in the best position out of anyone. Yeah, here we go. Looking at Epicenter. So this is Magic Esports down the bottom. Up the top. Actually, no, sorry. Also inside the tower down the bottom is Powerless.
Yep.
And then on the other side of that is Kukoi. So no one actually has the high ground right now, which is a bit unusual.
Azure also have some sightlines on the Magic Esports as well, so it's really a difficult situation to be in. There's so many teams close by, and Azure just will chill out. They have some long-range weapons available. Seems like a lot of snipers in this lobby. These last 14 squads, definitely more so than I'm used to seeing. It's normally a lot of the L-Star plus Eva or whatever shotgun you can get combination. Striker is still kind of in the open as well. And they got a longbow on board for Jara as well, so decent amount of long sight lines for this particular circle that we have.
Yeah, well, it seems the L-Star nerf has done the trick, doesn't it, Avril? Because we are seeing a lot less of that today. I mean, I don't know if you guys have tried it out. I think the projectile size nerf was probably, one of the bigger parts of that. It was just so easy for a gun which wasn't meant to be that accurate to hit people at long range.
Let's look at this now because we have a lot of teams that have to move out. You have Sudoraiku who need to go for this rotation.
They're doing it.
This go poorly for them previously. They need to try and get themselves out of that circle and find a position to drop on top of. You have Av coming on top of Inferno as well. I can see a lot of teams potentially getting eliminated here as they all need to move into the last couple of circles. There's that compound over towards the right, this final area of the Climatizer that's available, but it's so full.
They've actually done it though.
Yeah, they've done it for now, but they're kind of still not in the clear. That building has something like 3 squads inside.
Yeah, look, EXO's in there, Azure's in there, Burger is in there as well, and a couple of them are fighting at the moment. You see MG go down. Rage actually got cleared out by Ath, so Ath are on death's door, but now we've also got Lightning Unicorn taking on teams like DML and Inferno.
Lightning Unicorn are down to 2. We've got Lala Bang, who's currently on the floor. Unsure if that's going to be a res that can come on through or not. I mean, there's just so many players. There's so many teams here. And if you're paying attention, there's a circle right above. The next circle is basically right on top of 404, the only team that currently have control. Bullets taking a look from Sudoraiku as well. So it could be those 2 teams in prime positions You still have Oka 3 that can come in from the western side. It's all the teams on the east and that final bit in Climatizer that I think are going to be in the most trouble.
Yeah, Ogre 3, you know, I mean, they're going to be back in prime position, honestly. They moved out to try and grab some kills, and they've actually just done that. They've done that successfully. They've cleared out the south side, and they're going to be really happy about that. Straiku are playing with fire here, honestly. They're, you know, out in the open. Teams below them, Ath are coming up now, but they're actually going to take an Ash ult there, so they're going to move right on top of Ogre 3. Why don't we have a listen to Team Burger, though?
They're on that. They're on that.
Oh, they put it here.
I have dome. Oh,
We're gonna have to Valkyrie, I think.
Yeah, we're gonna have to Valkyrie.
doming for Valkyrie or what?
We're gonna have to.
Wait, nearly killed someone! I killed someone!
Nice. Wait, kill these guys. Wait.
In front, west, right here. Ready?
No. Bubble.
I did.
Quickly heal. Get it back. We have to Valkyrie.
We're not gonna be able to. There's a Valkyrie below us.
Oh, we just gotta go. Oh,
I can't. I'm gonna die.
I'm just going. I'm dead.
Bro, we should have just
a little bit of disunity in the team there, unfortunately. So they having slightly different ideas, thinking maybe the Valkyrie is the way out. Obviously, it wasn't, got taken down in the sky. But honestly, I don't know if the other way was any better. I think it might have just been an impossible situation.
Yeah, it's all of those teams that are really struggling out of Climatize, but the teams that are not struggling are the final three that we have on board. Raikou. You also have, who is it, Ogre 3, and obviously right at the top, they've been there for starting a 4-4. These are the three teams that were in the clear that had nothing to do with the Climatizer, and they are final three teams alive and available right now. Everybody looks pretty healthy for the most part. Raikou and also Ogre 3 have the best armor. 4-4 don't even have reds just yet, so they're not quite in the same position in terms of equipment value. I mean, they've just been chilling out in their specific positioning. And
okay, great overview there to see how split those last three teams are, all fully prepped and ready to go for this. You know, even the circle timing giving them a little bit of leeway to think about this. Important ults to note, you know, Hickey J does have his Caustic ultimate ready. Waltzy, the Straiku does not. 3 Caustics left alive, actually, and
he's available.
You know, Rosmontis doesn't have his up either.
Yeah, 404's got everything going for them right now. They have all 3 ultimates. They probably the most well-equipped as far as having all the extra utility. They just don't have as much armor as everybody else. Have to see how this goes. Now, I do really like the positioning overall.
Look at this, Straiku have to go out into the open. The other teams see this. That's a really early bubble for them. If there's any Gibby ults out there, potentially even Caustic ults as well, they're going to be having so much trouble. They have to go up so early that the other teams just feel like they want to snipe them out of the sky before even engaging 404 or Ogre 3.
Where they even drop to, Striker is such a really weird spot currently. Shurihara's got some decent shots and maybe can pull on through. And again, these guys have all the ultimates available. Jaro's been dropped down. This could be the final 2 squads in just a hot minute. It will be now. Ogre 3 going to go up against 404, not found. See what happens here is, again, looking for an EMP opportunity. This is the drone. Not quite seeing anybody just yet. It's actually Ogre 3 in the middle of the open. That is not the best positioning right now, but they have at least got the circle advantage. It's going to have to be 404 moving out.
Well, they've made a wall of gas here. It's clouding them in. Holiday trying to push through it. There we go. The EMP does come out eventually, but not in time to grab down that bubble. Zach and Rosmontis still alive.
Shurihara's the last one alive for 404, currently trying to get into the dome, can't make it happen. And that is going to be Ogre 3 taking it out in game number 3 as well. We were waiting to see if maybe Ogre 3 were going to have to make some magic happen today, and indeed they do. Coming in from the western side, no teams around them, no teams behind them, barely any teams in front of them, at least close by. They were just needed to be patient for that final circle, wait for all the Climatizer teams to take each other out. The 3-way battle towards the end, Raikou in the middle of nowhere. They had the Val Cup, they were basically gone because of that, and it ends up in a final 3v3 where Ogre 3 got some decent damage done, avoided all the ultimates, and took away the W.
Yeah, I mean, still, I give big props to Straiku there for even getting into third. They were in such a weird position. You know, all those teams inside the building could have looked out and just taken them out really quickly. But they managed to work that situation well and make it into that top 3. Obviously, there once they just got their cover was removed way too early. Bubble gone, Valk up, just not really any chance. But even bigger props, of course. To Ogre 3, who just did such a great job. You know, they had that northern position really early. Team Burger were right next to them. They were thinking about coming in, just held them at bay for all that time. And as a result, they ended up Valk ulting over them in what ended up being the best spot to hold.
Well, yeah, I mean, what we ended up seeing was that Ogre 3's positioning north of Survey Camp was so solid for them. They gate-kept pretty much 2 teams. You had Ath, who wanted to come through that northern tunnel side, but they were, what happened? Just someone got sniped down via a longbow shot, a brilliant long-range longbow shot coming through from Ogre 3 as well. That also kind of scared off Burger, who didn't want to take that fight, who, as you sort of mentioned, had to Valk out. They Valked towards Climatizer, which ended up being their death. And then Ogre 3, as long as they had that position north of Survey Camp, eventually it became west of the final circle. As long as they had that locked down, they were good to go. And take away a very nice win here. Very well-deserved one for a team that is, I remember back in week 2 when we kind of highlighted them as a team that had some decent potential, that had a lot of history, and we didn't have high expectations for, but we knew that if they had some, a couple of good games, we're definitely there in the first week for them. And now we're back into the same kind of lobby, this A versus D that they had success in originally in week 1. They're finding that success again.
Yeah, the one thing I want to take away from the listen-in, which is a little bit interesting, I think, from Team Burger there at the end was, sometimes it doesn't matter if it's not the best plan, Avril. You got to do it together, right? It's like it doesn't a bad plan executed together is often better than a good plan executed,
not executed
apart from each other, right?
Poorly
so
executed.
with one person saying Valkol, one person saying we just need to run out together. Honestly, that's the point where you gotta suck it up and listen to your IGL and go with whatever the call is immediately, because the results otherwise can be dire.
I will say, to throw them a bone, though, it was probably a lose-lose situation because both the
I agree.
Valkol ended up
I
getting,
agree.
I think, Empty died in the Valkol anyway. Pricey tried to run at the other team. It didn't take the Valkol, but he died as well. So both options ended up being pretty bad for them. They were caught between a rock and a hard place, the end of the Climatizer. Look, to be fair, all the teams, again, at the Climatizer shared the same fate at the end of the day. So score-wise, that probably hurts them a little bit. Let's take a look at how the scores actually settle there. I mean, Burger surviving as long as they did, still have first place, edging out Rage by 1 point. Ath starting to move up pretty heavily, and Ogre 3 after winning that last game into the top 5 now.
Okay, this is an exciting group. I really like this. 31 points to 35 points. That top 5 where the big points are very up for grabs at this point. And, moving into the second half of the day, it's looking fun.
It is, and now the second half of the games for this lobby have been done and dusted as well. Only 4 points separate our top 5 competitors. Let's see if that 4-point gap can be closed up in our final 3 games. We're going to take a bit of a break. When we do come back, ALGS APAC South, our second lobby continues. Welcome back to ALGS APAC South here for our second lobby of the day in Week 4. And currently, Genome, a much tighter game, a much tighter lobby than what we had at the start of the day. It seems like A versus D. Again, only 4 points separating all the teams in our top 5. B versus C, far more dominant in terms of where Reignite, where Burger are ahead, but only by 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've 3 games throughout the day. It feels like we've barely started this. There's so much to play with those top teams, right? I mean, sure, okay, a couple of them have fallen off, but yeah, at the top end, it is very tight. So teams like Ogre 3, we've constantly talked about them being a contender for that sort of 5th spot, potentially going up. Burger just scraping together a couple of points game after game to stay in front. Yep. Lightning Unicorn picking it up a little bit here in Game 3, and there's someone who we haven't seen too much from today, but I am expecting to have a strong finish.
And, part of the reason why Team Burger get ahead of Rage is Rage kind of end up in that 11th place spot instead, so not the ideal situation. Lightning Unicorn, as you sort of mentioned, start to creep up the scoreboard a little bit, but haven't quite got into the same dominant kind of fact. When I say dominant, I at least talk about, like, consistent top finishes. They had that last week. This week, not so much, so still a little bit of time left, 3 more games for Lightning Unicorn to maybe get that done, or maybe it's the opportunity for Burger to climb on ahead and secure their lead once and for all. So let's go ahead and get into the next game here. We're back over towards World's Edge, and we'll see who's going to take it out for game number 4.
Let's make a varsity play for the deck.
What do you reckon, Avril? 4 out of 4?
Well, what I reckon is Team Burger currently have the hot zone. That's RNG in their favors. That's always a good start. You enjoy those.
Ooh.
But what you're really asking me is, are we going to get another Northern Zone?
That's what I meant.
You know what? Well,
no, don't cheat. Don't cheat. Stop looking at my screen.
I was going to say yes, but, I cheated, and we'll find out. The audience will know in a second. I'm a little bit sad that it's not another Northern, though. Surely we get, like, all 6 Northern Zones, but...
Where's the balance in the Force,
I know. Balance is at Mushif South eventually. Is apparently what it will be, as everyone will discover pretty soon as the beacons are accessed. And there it is, Thermal Station, just north of Tree as well. A little bit southwest of Harvester, south of Staging. Be another thermal ending. Did we have a thermal? We had a 1 or 2 thermal endings today. Roughly, at least one. We had at least 1 thermal ending.
Yeah, we did actually. That very south one, which I mean has already been cut off by this circle. So it was even more south than Ring 1 will pull here in the 4th game of our second series today. That said, I feel like obviously Thermal Station, that's Striker's landing spot. They have been pretty good about playing the home ground advantage in the last couple of weeks.
I remember when we actually start with thermal located zones, Striker they don't like to sit in thermal. They like to take the sort of surrounding areas. You can see some of the surrounding buildings. They like to sit in those instead.
Well, yeah, typically if they think it's going to be a more, southerly circle, they will sit in that compound to the east. Sorry, no, to the west of Thermal Station. But they've already got the info that it's pulling away from that. So I don't think that's an option for them here. I think we're going to see them pull potentially down to, where the beacon... where one of the other beacons spawns below Thermal Station in, the sort of backdoor access to the tree. And we can see Walty and Jarrow heading down towards that area already.
See PK taking a decent amount of damage as well. This Iron Sun having to already get some extra healing in. And also Strafing Flame, I believe that's a gold armor right off the bat. So pretty good RNG there.
Oh, no, that's the old low ballooning start. So,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, the alarm is going. Master Thief has managed to grab the gold armor out of the vault there. It's one of the advantages of starting like that.
I mean, that gold armor just might go into Exo's hands if Exo managed to get in there in time, as Takaya-san is still just under so much pressure. The bubble's already been dropped down, and I mean, yeah, okay, they've looted up decently, but they've had to spend everything at this stage, and Exo know they have the lead. Exo are just smelling blood in the water.
Yeah, so are Powerless, who are actually dropping in on top of this. They're going to go a little bit past. It might even just, be enough time for PK. It's provided a distraction here. It's allowed PK to actually heal back up and do some damage back to Exo, who have now used their bubble. You can see the ult there coming out. That was from from Dexter. That's going to push PK back. So Primus
Wow.
Commander, a little bit lucky, honestly, there, I feel, to get out of that one unscathed.
And they got a Valcolt as well if they really want to leave this situation, but at this point in time, they are both within the circle, including the beacon circle that's been revealed, and also EXO have disengaged and respected that positioning, especially with Paulus coming in. I think Paulus just saved PK's day there, because if it wasn't for Paulus flying in, I'm fairly certain EXO pushed the envelope there.
Yeah, I think they would have considered that, hey? Well, Primus Commander, they've decided they want to take the high ground on Thermal Station, so they're pushing over there. X-Spark, I believe, start in... no, they usually start in launch side, so pretty close by. Not tree necessarily.
Oh, Burger's already on Thermal.
They have...
taken too long.
Yeah, they're getting down just across. They're going to be neighbors with Straiku.
Yeah, Straiku have kind of taken that southern compound, like you said, as they kind of hedging their bets a little bit. If it does lean more towards Thermal, they're still okay. If it leans away from Thermal, they'll have a bit of a head start on rotations. Right east of them is going to be Kokoi as well, and X-Spark, like you sort of mentioned, a little bit more southerly from there. So more and more teams starting to head in, but still lots of positioning and lots of real estate available in this sort of green beacon circle to take.
So the around the dome building in Thermal Station, that's been occupied by Team Burger. I would have that's probably would have been my second choice for Straiku in terms of, you know, that's already you know, as you said earlier, they like to take Dorito, but in this circle it's not really an option. So going a little bit further in, you know, maybe the dome building's the one. Rage, they're now fighting over here in front of Lava City. And it looks like they've got 404 on the run because Shurihara is the only one left. Hickey J and Baroth, they're gone. They've got that Ashe ultimate if they want to potentially, you know, cover some distance quickly and catch up.
Shurihara has completely exited that. To be fair with you, this is also the crypto player, so maybe the drone can come into effect to collect some banners a little bit later on. Rage will be looking to guard that as Circle will start enclosing, and Rage will end up playing what I assume is going to be some edge here. Looking to maybe clean out one of the last rats and finish off all the KP available. Further on towards the western side of that is potential engagement. Inferno's actually in a bit of a duel versus Magic right now. Inferno have actually dropped them in there.
Oh, there's Shurihara. I mean, yeah, okay, he's gonna try and grab the banners here. So obviously the crypto player, he can do that pretty easily with his drone. He just has to make sure it doesn't get sniped. Kentung, however, is within striking distance of that drone, and if he hears it coming around...
This is going to be Magic Esports. They just took down a team, but they're under pressure from Lightning Unicorn, who are coming in for the magical third party. There's only be 2 members alive. Appraise is pretty low currently. Trixie's trying to get out of dodge and using the Wraith portal to do so. Lightning Unicorn, they know they can get more KP here. They know they can get more aggressive, so they're potentially going to look for the chase.
I'm surprised Goth Gaps didn't take the portal after him there, to be honest. They know it's a 2v3. Struggling, and Magic Esports do look like they're successfully going to make exits.
EXO as well managed to get a little bit of work done. I'm trying to figure out who they ended up eliminating if they did, because it's now 3 squads gone. Includes Inferno, which got taken down by Magic, who barely make it out alive after Lightning Unicorns rode in from the eastern side to claim some third-party KP. You still, by the way, have Shurihara kind of ratting up by himself. Rage did go for a little bit of a hunting mission, but didn't quite find him and might just respect it and move on themselves now. More and more teams are coming into Beacon Circle, Ath from the northern side, and not going to be too late to the party here. DNZ potentially looking to gatekeep Magic Esports out.
Yeah, so Rage just getting out of the circle themselves. As you said, Shurihara pretty deep into it, and is likely going to be looking for an out-of-the-circle res. You know, a couple seasons ago, they changed it now. You come back in with a couple shield cells, a couple of syringes. That makes these kind of out-of-the-circle resurrections a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's gone for it now.
The respawns, I should say. Yeah, so they're coming back in. Will Rage hear this? That's another question. We're having a look at that circle. It seems like Straiku have picked very well there. Position of Team Burger going to be outside that green circle that we see, whereas Striker going to be sitting pretty. They only have to worry, you know, they've got so much vision in front of them there. They don't have to worry about that. They're really just worried about that backdoor access from the teams like X-Spark, who can come in through tree.
And a further circle, kind of, yeah, like you said, it's just a really great position for Striker. And even the thermal teams are okay for now. It's more the teams coming through in the north and the northeast, and, you know, the DNZs and the Aths that will have to get into action pretty soon. EXO's kind of guarding their choke position. That Ath, I'm sure, would love to be able to get through. On the southern side as well, Rage have gotten themselves into a bit of a duel versus Azure, and I mean, Rage go from one fight to another. Azure have already have to pop bubble here. They're looking like there's an EMP being dropped down as well. And that is probably going to be Fraz eliminating the rest of Azure taken out as well. Rage are just on a roll currently. So much KP in their favor.
Okay, so Striker got landed on. So MT, yeah, they went with the Valk ult and they decided to land on the same compound. And now, you know, we're seeing a couple of ults come out there just to try and make it a bit of a smoother landing. But Jarrow is actually being a little bit prepared for this. They're all on the roof, so they've got them penned in now. Sharky, Pricey, and MT there on the low ground. Now Primus Commander is flying down on a building nearby, so this makes it potentially even harder for Straiku now, who are actually just going to have to move into that choke in between Thermal Station and Tree.
I mean, they've just kind of have it to get, they've respected and given up that compound, and now they move it away, as you say, and, you know, next to them is going to be Xbox, so there's not really any good places for Striker to go. They're definitely in the open now. They might be in a choke, but they can be collapsed upon. I mean, even Kokoi will do a little bit of scouting and see if they can get some damage in. There's just so much going around next to Striker that the most ideal position for them would have been the compound that they just gave up, but Burger just swoop in and evict Striker out, no issues.
Teams up at the north potentially looking to run into each other. Got Ath coming up against Ogre 3. Now they already had to use their Skyward Dive to push into the north side of the circle, so probably going to have to wait until the next ring to make further rotation. Also got some teams out towards sort of Harvester, Lava Siphon. That will be dealing with each other.
I mean, 404 are still looting currently. They're on the outside of the circle. They're taking constant damage. They're all fully back into it. They have to do a lot of looting because, you know, 2 players got respawned in. Pretty thankful that they're even still in this game currently, but a long way for them to go before they're even competing with any of our teams here that are more within the circle.
Well, I think luckily for them, their death boxes were outside the circle, so Rage didn't want to stick around there for too long. And at the very least, you know, they popped back in on Lava City, resupplied on their own bodies, and then, of course, yeah, now they're sitting around where there's some replicator action going on at launch site and themselves that way. But yeah, look, they are going to eventually have to pull up into Tree, where teams like Aftermath and Rage will be once again.
I mean, there's just so many teams there. Then even beyond that, as we've talked about Sudoraiku, who are just kind of chilling in that choke, and they got nowhere else to go for the time being. Saw some sniping coming out from X-Spark. They're even droning through just to have a bit of a look. I mean, look at that circle as well, just below thermal. It's such a weird spot that, okay, well, Striker were nowhere near it, but also Team Burger, who take the compound away from Striker, they're actually not inside of it either. So a lot of teams are going to have to make some heavy movements in just a minute.
Yeah, look, most teams there, you know, sitting on the southern side of it, and that makes a lot of sense, right? Because teams like Ogre 3 are probably going to try and take up position on Thermal Station, but I'm telling you right now, about 99 times out of 100, the team on the high ground on that circle is going to beat down the team on the low ground.
Oh, yeah, I think that's like pretty clear for most cases in this game. High ground is typically better than low ground, I have to imagine.
Yeah, but it's like with the lava circle in the middle, the lava river in the middle, it's
true.
amplified.
We've actually had,
right?
I think we've had that in week 2. X-Spark had the high ground, actually won a game off a very similar circle, so that may be the case. But Thermal's completely open in terms of the actual Thermal Station POI itself, so you're right, Ogre 3 will have that positioning, and it kind of reminds me of our last game where Ogre 3 had a decent POI to themselves and ended up coming through from the western side alone. That was definitely to their advantage. DML comes in from the top side, though, so maybe they'll contest Ogre 3. But
Wrath actually going to push this. They're certainly looking to pen them in. That's EXO, of course, on the other side of those doors. Zabby from Powerless, a rat just waiting around the corner. But, oh, okay, I think that was a nice nade there coming in from Ath. They're doing some good damage as Dexter. Of course, the Caustic will be the point man.
Dexter did get cracked there, so just trying to bat up for the time being. Won't be able to do so successfully. Meanwhile, AMG look like they're just going to have their entire squad taken out, so that's another squad gone for now. Courtesy of both Rage and also Magic Esports, so kind of thinning the herd, which was that southern side of things. Ath, calm for now. Calm before the storm. Exo still on that bottom side. Neither team really wanting to push into each other. I mean, both teams have caustics here. You do have to kind of respect the barrels. Gas.
Tsurusama, his ult is ready to go. Dexter had to use his to repel that last incursion. These two teams taking it very slowly.
I think as well, domes and pop down, and Tsurusama trying to do as much as he can. Got a decent amount of equipment to work through. I mean, gold, everything, to be honest with you. These six domes start to fall away. Let's see what Asu can do as well. Plenty more frags, plenty more equipment available. If push comes to shove, they still have Saijin God. I mean, this ult on the Ashe is also nearly there as well. They can definitely get aggressive.
Oh! Dexter just took down 170 on Mosu. That's why he's hit the floor. And now Nutsuru-sama and Saijin probably need to get out of here. They're just going to grab that banner. Will we see the Ashe ultimate to get them out of there? Or are they just going to turtle up in the meantime? Nutsuru-sama does his best work inside a building. But there is another Caustic on the other side of this. Yeah. And maybe EXO are just happy with the one kill for now.
I mean, Lightning Unicorn, yeah, I wouldn't say they're super close by, but they're in the vicinity as well, so you got to be careful of that. Have to kind of fight their way through. EXO for the time being, their only sort of rotation ability, like you sort of mentioned, is going to come through from Saijin God on this Ashe.
Okay, but look at this. They've put the mobile respawn beacon down. Somehow Killapos is actually getting taken down by a sniper cross from Bastion, who was like well to the south. And look, do Ath understand this? They're going to open the door. Wow, okay, that is tech I didn't know. You can open the door and then close the door and still have the respawn go through. There you go. That's a Caustic specialty. I'm guaranteeing you that's the kind of thing that that Nutsuru-sama loves as that Caustic specialist.
I bet Ath right now are kind of loving the fact that 404 got in on the action, or rather Kakoi got in the action via Bastion, and EXO definitely hating the fact that they're getting third party from so far away via Kraber when they had a huge advantage over Ath, which puts things into a bit of contention here, and that could still be some more damage. You can just see the sight lines from Bastion is so extreme.
Train station still just home to the two teams plus Powerless, who has been not unspotted so far. Not so many Bloodhounds around in the lobby these days. I think we've only seen a single Seer pick in the entire ALGS APAC South split one so far. So those kind of scanning recon characters make the rats a little bit safer. Now we're actually seeing some action outside as both are forced out of their buildings, and it's going to be a bubble fight instead of a building fight, which makes it just a little bit easier.
You also have teams just flying around. I mean, DNZ and Sudoraika are also flying in between. They're all getting eyes on this one. Powerless still have Zabby, who's kind of ratting it out. It's PK versus Team Burger, who need to get out of this kind of circle and closing on top of them. Sharky's already been taken up. That's going to end up being a bit of a sacrifice. They can't retrieve him. He's just going to have to go by the wayside. So Burger are down to only 2 now. Still 13 squads remaining. It's not quite low enough for them to feel comfortable about their positioning. Have to close this one out with only 2 members, and they don't have their Gibby, which sucks.
Yeah, PK just going to roll up on the back of them now. This feels like it should be a fight win for Primus Commander. The Indonesian team pulling up on top and really causing some trouble here for the Australian Maestros. EML, that's going to be them completely gone, by the way. Team Burger are out.
It's great news for everyone else in the lobby. Like I said, there were only 4 points surrounding. What is that? 190! Woo! Bastion fouled that one from long range. Bastion had a Kraber as well. I was trying to finish my sentence there, but I'm not going to get a chance to. We're going to have an elimination here. 9 squads remaining, and PK of Strafing Flame, who, a reminder by the way, one of our earliest skirmishes in this game was with PK, who nearly fed over their equipment to EXO. Oh. Now they're doing some real damage towards the end, and everybody's starting to catch up, especially with Burger out of the picture. The other teams right behind Burger in today's scoring have the opportunity to overtake now.
Yeah, you can see just on the other side of the rocks there, Lightning, Unicorn. These guys are both playing around the death boxes and just almost a little bit of a truce between them there. Straiku, actually, they came on the back of that fight and helped XO get rid of their longtime rival this game, Fame. But now those two teams really need to work it out. There's only a couple seconds left in this round, and they need to get out. They need to make a move, but they need to worry about the other team that's just on the other side of this wall.
Yeah, they both have to get out of that position. The final circle's kind of revealed itself now. It's in a really awkward place with DNZ have kind of had it locked down. Baruth is still alive for 4-4 in terms of the routing available. 8 squads left in towards this game. Everybody wants to move out. Waltzy is the only one up. And is that striker gone? Waltzy's still up.
No,
not
they're
quite.
still up.
Waltzy is still available, but on such low HP. Now he's a rat as well.
Yeah, Ogre 3, they're the ones doing the damage from Thermal Station, and they're going to come up against DML here, who are, you know, a team, they like to play it safe. They like to just let the fights come to them. It doesn't always work out, though, and Leaf is going to be the first one to fall here. That said, Ogre 3, they're now only relying on Zach, who's got the Mastiff out. Going to have to use the VTOL Jets here to get the high ground advantage. PK now are on the high ground. As you said, they're looking really good, but Ogre 3, he just needs to consolidate here, and he might be able to get the revives.
Oh, this is looking so tough, though, Zach.
Oh,
at
there
least
you
Zach has got a
go.
lot of
DML
health.
down. XO are on the backside, though, Avril. They're going to roll right up, and he's not going to have time to get the reses off, I wouldn't think.
EXO in a pretty commanding position. So at Pico, though. Pico have that high ground. They still have that Kraber alive as well. It's 3 versus 1, I believe. In fact, I don't even know if that's the case. EXO, yeah, they still have 3 alive. Killipo's is low HP, though. Baruth is only the solo rat who's been under the lava for so long. So realistically speaking, it's basically only 2 squads up. And yeah, you're right. Baruth is loving life currently because no one's even seen him. No one even knows where he is.
He's just sitting underneath a little rock outcropping there, just nodding his head, being like, yeah, I got this. Got that top 3. I love that. I love those placement points. But really, it's
some Apex hide and seek.
Yeah, it is that high ground there with Primus Commander. Okay, they're going to try and circumvent this by a Skyward Dive, but look how much damage they're going to take on coming down. Primus Commander, of course, are just going to stream towards them while Baroth lives his best life there and probably is going to end up in 2nd place.
Yeah, EXO's only down to 2 now. EXO have lost Repose already. Dexter trying to do the most in Chambers as well, but it's just Dexter alive, currently trying to battle away. PK are in a commanding position. PK, Primaris Commander, looking to win this game today. Game number 4 should be locked up. There should be no way they lose this.
Baroth, even though, you know, there was no one else alive, couldn't even make it out of that position, unfortunately, to try and take some pot shots and bring a miracle win there at the end. I was like, oh, okay, he's just waiting so that he can like Skyward Dive at the end, and then like maybe they can't find their way back into the last piece of circle and he wins.
Right, so
like we saw.
Like a heal off kind of thing.
Yeah,
almost.
exactly.
Yeah, right.
But
no, that ended pretty quickly.
No,
that ended so quick. I think I saw both what is it? The last members of both EXO and Baroth there just kind of died at the same time. PK just collected their dub at the end. I'm pretty sure all 3 members of PK were still alive. It is so similar to that kind of X-Spark win that we had in week 2, way back now. And I can't even remember which game specifically, but it was a similar circle on top of or outside of Thermal where you have this team kind of on that same high ground that PK was on. X-Spark won in the same fashion. PK won in the same fashion. PK also, I think they had a very important skirmish off stream versus Lightning Unicorn. That was so important because the winner of that skirmish was probably going to end up being the winner of this game today.
Yeah, completely agree with that analysis, right? As you said, this isn't like a new circle. You know, obviously we've been seeing a lot of pretty interesting stuff come along. But this kind of circle where you get that divide over the thermal station main platform and just above the river. That's why I said it's like 99 times out of 100. You know, this is just adding to those stats. The team on the high ground has it. Love that by Natsuru-sama. I'm definitely gonna try that at one point. You actually saw EXO, they realized what he was doing, and they came in and tried to poke the door down, and that was when they got hit by the Kraber. So they were pretty close to stopping that plan happening there from a Thane there. But a little bit of divine intervention.
Yeah, remember, this moment was pretty hot as well. I mean, straight from Flame, popping a 190 out and just doing a ton of damage.
Apart from the teammate jump that blocked half the shots.
Sure, yeah, that wasn't quite as sexy, but the rest of it I did enjoy. As PK, I have to, as a reminder, they were under contest right at the top. They could have been eliminated early if EXO kind of dropped on top. And was it Powerless that kind of interrupted? Because Powerless kind of dropped in, flew on through, and that kind of shook EXO up, and EXO lost confidence in going for the checks. They don't want to get third-partied, and that allowed PK to get away. And throughout the rest of the game, PK then regrouped, healed up, looted a bit more, get some more Loba ults into there. They had the Kraber at the end of the day. They really came through with some big black market items like, what is it, gold armor, Kraber, or etc. So they survived against EXO, and that led to them winning that game. And there's this kind of alternate history where if EXO took them out, we'd have a very different game.
Yeah, and look, we didn't see exactly how they got it, but I can guess that it was, it was a black market, grabbing the Kraber directly out of the loot crate, right? And it's been all these like little buffs over time that have got Loba to this point where now we're seeing her as a consistent, not a frequent, but a consistent pick in ALGS.
Like an X Factor pick, like a little bit of an off-meta pick that can actually do something, and now proven by PK. I was commanded to be able to actually do that, so well done to them. That was a very impressive game, and a couple of fortunate circle positions, but also the duels and the skirmishes they had to win. It's not like they just camped down into a location and got lucky with circles. They had to win some important fights to be in that final contest in a three-way or kind of 2.5 when Barroth is a rat, but to get there, it took a lot of effort. So that was great.
Yeah, well, look, big props there to Primus Commander. They played the high ground perfectly, and yeah, they took out the dub. So why don't we have a look at the scoreboard and see where that's pushed them up with that first place finish. 12 placement points it gets them, as well as any kills they picked up along the way will move them into 4th place. So they're tied with Ath on 34, and again, it's still not a huge gap between those top teams. We're starting to see some distance now. And I'm a little worried about Lightning Unicorn sitting down at 22 points in 11th place.
Yeah, also getting a little bit worried for, Kakoi, EXO Clan, sort of Raikou as well, who are they're getting up in that top 10, but it's still looking too comfortable. There's still, a couple of games left with what we just cleaned up game number 4 now, so starting to head towards the bottom end of the lobby, but, we're going to go to a bit of a break. When we come back, our final 2 games will still be available, so don't go anywhere. ALGS APAC South continues right after this. Welcome back. You're watching ALGS APAC South, which just cleaned up game number 4. Let's go ahead and take a look at our placement time and see where all the teams finished up. Genome, we obviously will finish with PK taken out in pretty dominant fashion. But the rest of the teams, pretty interesting.
Yeah, look, nice little finish there. Lightning Unicorn, once again, squeaking in a couple of placement points, but often it just seems like they don't have the KP to go along with it, Avril. And honestly, that was typically their playstyle, and that was when you saw them take out the big matches, the playoffs that they won some time ago now. They were doing that when there was a low-scoring game and you didn't need too many KP to take it out. But that's not the case today.
I mean, game number 1 in week 3, PK finished 3rd place with 12 KP, and now, I mean, all that KP seems to be missing. They're not having extremely poor placements. I mean, some of them are not great. We've had some better placements for Lightning Unicorn, but yeah, you're right. The KP seems to be missing today, but it's still a pretty tight lobby overall. Burger have dropped down a decent amount now. Ogre 3 have started to move up, and we'll have to see if things continue in that direction. Our last 2 games, say game number 5, about to come up now, so let's head back over to World's Edge to see who takes it out and comes out on top.
Well, we were finally gifted with a non-North circle as far as our second series went anyway. And looks like that could be the case again here coming into Game 5. And we're having a look at Aftermath Gaming, who are, look, they're still 20 seconds away because they have to walk all the way to their POI. It's so damn far away from where that dropship came through. But I'll tell you what, Avril, they're going to get a very pleasant surprise when they finally make their way over to the beacon and scan it.
I'll tell you what, I mean, Aftermath, if they can just get 1 point today, they'll be greater than 0. So they've got to move away from the donut. They're sitting in 20th place in this particular lobby. No placement points, no KP. They got to get something done. And poor Aftermath, they've just been running into trouble after trouble after trouble.
Hey, man, ALGS is hard, all right? There's a lot of good teams in this lobby. Don't be too harsh.
It's the other teams that are currently being harsh on them, if nothing else. So we'll see what happens here. As Circle going down very far south. Oh, and even the Beacon Circle dropping towards Lava Dome. We've had a couple of Lava-ish circles. The most interesting one of which was, I think, the Reignite win, which ended up on this kind of like a broken egg dome-looking thing to the west of Lava City. So we've had some interesting ones. We've had some ones that landed above north of Big Mortar as well. So
yeah, one of the
pretty familiar with these kind of circles now.
Yeah, that mini dome rather than the big dome where AMG we just got the vision of will be landing and probably be pretty happy about, because it looks like it's probably not going to be towards launch site, maybe somewhere more, maybe dome, maybe Lava City. Either way. It's a pretty big.
I'll be honest. If they don't get points now, there's really no excuse. They've had about as good of a circle pull as you could hope for. A pretty decent location to start in as well that they can definitely play through, loot up, test other teams, all of the above, right? And it hasn't taken too long for teams to start moving down, including Kakoi. To the north, also towards the west, is going to be Xbox. So 2 of our better performing teams today, potentially ganging up on poor old AMG.
Yeah, look, they've got the caustic though, so I'm sure they will have fortified a building to start with, and at least keep some of that construction for themselves.
Let's go and take a look at our best caustics of the day while things are still kind of shaping up in the lobby. And best caustics have been Rosmontis from Ogre 3 and Pricey from Team Burger.
Take
9
that,
kills, 8 kills, 2.8k damage there, 3.5k damage there as well, so pretty decent.
I mean, there are, as we said, roughly maybe 10 caustics in the lobby, Avril, so, not too shabby.
Half the teams, I've done my math.
Yep, to be on top of that, it's a good effort, so... Teams now moving down, some going through launch site, some through Big Mortar, Lava City. Lava Siphon, interestingly, home to nobody right now.
Yeah, also, by the way, that tunnel kind of complex to the west of Lava City was very well guarded by We Are Trash in our first lobby today via a lot of Watson fences. And I can't remember, do we have a Watson team in this
There was
lobby.
one team playing it at some points.
Naga,
Empty
Naga,
yep.
Reflex 7 Watts or so. Yeah, maybe a team like that could do something cool in there. I guess if you're just a caustic team, you can gas up with all your barrels. So that was a pretty holdable position. Looking at where this kind of beacon circle has landed so far, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if a team does think about taking control of that tunnel.
Very possible. That said, because this circle is so central to that tunnel, like, you honestly probably have to think about all three directions, which, is honestly probably easier for, I don't know, what would you rather in that situation, Avril? A caustic or a Watson?
I feel like the Watson's a little bit more annoying to deal with. A lot more annoying to deal with. Depends on, I mean, how many cryptos do we have in this lobby? There's at least 2 cryptos. Depends if any of them kind of come in or not. They're going to come in or leaving in this case. 404 are going to leave Lava City. They're going to go down towards the Dome, which already has 4 teams currently locked in. 404 land just on the outside. They'll take, what's that, little trawler or something? And
Ooh, Inferno, though. They've found the wrong side of Lightning Unicorn.
Okay.
And that's over at Fragment East. So one of them already dropping. And it feels like, a second one now as well. Retech has used his defensive bombardment just to buy a little time, and that's probably only going to be enough for him. You'd have to say the rest of the team is pretty much down and out now. He is definitely running for the hills.
And Ogre 3 are nearby as well, so the potential for more players joining the party. But really awkward start for Inferno here. Technically, I mean, Smart Grid managed to get away. Is it possible for maybe retake the res here? I think it is, because if you're Smart Grid, you're saying, I'm clear, no one's looking at me.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why, Lightning Unicorn haven't decided to go and finish that off. Look, maybe they're going to go and finish that one off there.
And there it is. Smart Grid gets taken down, so they just play that one quietly, and eventually they'll take out the last survivor. Well, I say the last survivor member, the last member that was crawling on their legs or crawling on their knees, as Retake will be playing out outside rather of the circle. If it's possible to recover some banners, do so. Respawn Beacon's not that far away as well, so we can see a possibility for Inferno to kind of salvage this situation, similar to what we saw from 404 some time ago. PK now is what we got eyes on from our last game.
Yep, they're going to rev up that Rampage, and they've got the high ground here over the top of Straiku. That said, they are being bombarded by some nades, and they've decided to back up a little bit. Straiku with a heavy armor advantage at this point in the game, potentially looking to bully them around a little bit.
The launch site is pretty heavily contested by a lot of teams. You have Burger out on the outskirts of that as well. Straiku right next to PK, as has been mentioned. A 55 shot coming through from Jaro, who's been sniping all day. Both teams taking a bit of time, just reset and heal, and eventually they'll have to move through, because the beacon circle has revealed it's obviously still over towards that eastern side, so both these teams still have to make some more movements.
PK hoping to gatekeep Straiku here. They do have the circle on their side. I'd say it'd be pretty tough in this situation, especially if they want to do it from inside this building. They've got Waltzy on the caustic ready to go.
I have to imagine, I was going to say, some team is eventually going to have to go for a Valcult and try and get out of there, but it's PK going towards the Dome, where they've just gone out from a heavily contested position to another heavily contested position. EXO towards the south as well. They're looking over towards this kind of potentially free compound, and yeah, they'll get it. And it's no one's home there, despite there being something like, let me count them, 6 teams, including PK. No team was specifically where PK landed, so positioning by them to end up in free real estate.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty happy. It's lit.
Oh, and then they
straight
just
in, no
like
worries.
market straight away as well. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. No option. No reason not to, really. EXO potentially, hoping that there was some potential to take one of them down there, but no, they're just going to sit well on that southern side and just leave Straiku where they were over in launch site. And they've still got other people running around them. DML are actually coming down the back there, so I feel like EXO, you know, they could be a part of that. They could think about third partying
Yeah.
if they hear something over towards launch site, and Team Burger could be one of the ones who take on, say, Powerless, who are above them, but that would be a bit of a stretch for EXO.
Bit of an update as well as we had Inferno actually getting the full res on their team, so they're back into action, but we'll see how long that lasts. Magic Esports lose a Praiser, so under fire from Rage, and I think that's just a lot of fire happening from, I'm trying to find out where they are. I believe that might be from the dome, or at least somewhere nearby.
Burger 3 going to make the rotation over there from Big Maud. And a couple of teams in Lava City still fighting position. Magic Esports. I think it was Azure that lost Marshall there, as Lightning Unicorn are looking to push in right on top of them.
We just kind of land on the roof here, so, you know, talk about Lava City, that's pretty jam-packed. It's Lightning Unicorn, Ogre 3, you got Magic Esports over there as well. Azure taking some heavy damage, and I believe, what is that, eliminated now? DNZ is just going to be looking out through the eastern side. Lightning Unicorn aren't exactly heavily committed into that position. It's just Lala Bang, and on board we're currently looking at AMG as well, who have definitely survived beyond the first two squads. Again, they were looking for first initial points of any kind for AMG, whether they're coming through from KP or placements. Right now, they're in a decent spot. They were first to the dome, and haven't had to go for any fights just yet.
SNG sort of setting up a cordon between Lava City and the Dome here. There's a lot of dead ground, or a lot of open ground at least, that they can, you know, take some long-range pot shots, of course. And when you've got 300 ammo with a triple take, what else do you want to be doing, really? Skirt very happy
there's one
to be set up there. So if we do get a pull that kind of, you know, cuts that in half, that's when SNG are going to be really happy. And actually, we've got exactly that. So it is pulling directly over the dome, and every Lava City team currently is going to have to make the move. And that's when SNG really are going to be feeling pretty happy there. That said, all of the teams in launch site also going to be going to have to make a move in the next circle up.
Yeah, and right now as well, what is that? That's like 5 teams, including
6, I
Strike
think,
Crew,
actually,
and also
yeah.
Burger there as well. Could be 6. I mean, way off to the edge is still Inferno. Oh, catch up with them way late. That's 143 coming out from Tsurusama. Great shots being found by the car, so you want to see a bit of car action today. There it is.
Okay, nades go inside here. Ath just trying to bully MBT Naga back into a corner. No casualties just yet, but it's definitely looking like it's Ath's way unless someone else decides to join in on the fun. DML, as we've noted, not necessarily the team that tries to pull things, but Burger might.
Yeah, I mean, Price just gets a shot onto Leaf, who's now down for the count. Migsy's taking a bunch of damage there as well, and, you know, Empty drops 192. I think we caught that on cam also, so Burger getting a ton of damage done, and like to secure some more kills, secure some KP. Price receives about 90-ish damage in return from Dodge. DML trying to stay alive around. If they can get this res and keep Valcolt away, as Dodge will finally get it online, that could be Dr. Ordered.
Whoa, actually Dodge finding a nice little angle there, and you can see getting some serious damage onto Sharky, which could potentially give them space to try and get the res, but no, MT will come back in. He'll finish the job, and they just know that they have such a better spot here that they really want to take advantage of that. That's it. They're thinking about their back. They're a little worried about Powerless, who pulled in from the northern control room in launch site, but they're actually going to make their way over towards the circle. They're thinking more about that sort of SNG type area.
Okay, so time being, that's going to allow DML to get away with 2 alive, plus a banner recovered. No respawn beacons nearby though, so I have to figure that out.
Somehow,
some of the stage.
Somehow Ath and MBT Naga didn't come to blows, and they're potentially both going to get out. That's it. Ath looks like they've pulled out a rotation which might get them to the circle. I'm not very sure that that's going to be the case for MBT Naga.
Well, Ath are going to do this a slow way because they don't have any huge macro rotators. They're not running a Valk today, which means they're probably going to end up into the sight lines. Somebody like Pricey, who lands a decent amount of damage onto Ath. So Ath have to be very considerate of that. And, I mean, they might be out of the firing line for now, but the circle's closing in so quickly behind them. They're going to have to walk into another team at some point, and that other team is either going to be Burger or Powerless.
Yeah, now we talked about what a great position SNG was in. They've got so many different teams pulling into them from the side. The one in front of them is Lightning Unicorn. I think they're trying to make the Wraith Portal rotation here,
MG
but
there as well.
They're a little bit worried about who's out because, yeah, they see SNG one side, MG on the other. Now having a look at Ath, who's pulling into the northwest of where SNG just were. They're dealing with Powerless as well. This was always going to come to blow between these two teams. And Ath are just barely in front, but it feels like they're not going to be for long. Look at that. In a matter of seconds, Powerless will combine with SNG to take them out. Burger, they're not done yet either. They're going to come up from the south here and try and finish off Fratus, the last one left alive.
Yeah, Fratos is a big hero for Powerless, but now he'll be taken out for sure. No opportunity to heal up, was the only one alive anyway, and, you know, almost in a 1 versus 3 versus Ath, and another 1 versus 3 versus Team Burger, who are well and truly in a, you know, a good position to get frags. They still have to move though. Burger can maybe still look for a Valk ult. Yeah, it is available. Just dome up and get out of dodge, get some rotations in. It is a heavy circle on top of dome. Basically, if you are inside dome right now, you're having a great time. Lightning Unicorn are down to only Lala Bang, who nearly got caught by Team Burger, and Team Burger could have the opportunity for another KP and a squad elimination if they do find Lala Bang.
Yeah, they're trying to work out where he's gone. SNG, you know, how many kills did they end up with? They've actually got 4 at the moment, so they were being besieged on all sides, but they also had the position where they could kind of just sit still for a little while, and they have leveraged that so far. Team Burger, by the same token, they've ended up with 6 kills actually, so they've done even better.
Bang, Fat Monster are actually so close to each other. Fat Monster, the Wraith player of Xbox, just doing a bit of scouting. The rest of the team actually has positioning inside the dome already, so that they're pretty comfortable. Team Burger still yet to make their way in, so a SNG coming from the northern side as well. Rage on the eastern front, and to be honest with you, I mean, checking what AMG is doing, AMG, the team we talked about, they're still alive right now in the top 11, so that'll be points gathered finally for the squad.
Hey, this is Burger versus SNG on the north side of the map here. A lot of caustic grass going down. SNG actually really struggling against the high ground advantage that Team Burger have right now.
He got taken down super low though, so that's going to have to be Burger respecting it at least. You know, you're not going to have Burger just rolling up onto SNG anytime soon. It's full red armor versus purple armor for SNG. So there's going to be a bit of an advantage for Team Burger. Just need to take a bit of time to heal up first and recharge those shields and maybe have another go of it in just a hot second. Technically speaking, Burger have made it inside the next circle, but I don't like their positioning. They're very close to the lava and they're basically on low ground.
I mean, almost every single other team is basically playing buildings around Dome right now. You look, Burger, Ogre 3, and SNG really the ones on the outskirts. Maybe just, there's just a sliver for some of these teams to play, which gives them the cover. And in that last shift, you're seeing some of those teams struggle to do that. Ogre 3, actually, it does look like they're going to get the bubble res, but inside some of these buildings, we're seeing PK almost go down. Oh, that is a clutch finish there from Takai and Sun. They're going to take out EXO as well and continue the poor performance that we've seen from them today. They really needed a big performance there in Game 5 to make any kind of push here.
Yeah, I mean, Takai-san, the last one alive, will eliminate EXO. That's going to really put EXO down in the dumps for now, but as we move over towards the other side as well, Rage in a bit of combat. They lost Jilin, but the other 2 members are still alive for now. Bebe been taken out, and it's just Kentang. One shield, trying to play through those knockdown shields that are available to Takai-san. Even with the Kraber, trying to get a lot of damage on PK. They just won a game previously, and they're already doing well in this next one.
Man, that's such a quick reset as well. I mean, they just barely finished a team with 1 member left alive, and they're already on to the next battle, trying to grab the KP anywhere they can find it.
They're still alive. I mean, PK, okay, Hayes down, but Strike and Flame will be able to heal back up, no issues. Takai-san as well. Med tank going. Hayes technically not like dead, so falling through, looking for maybe an opportunity to get a res, or I don't know if the ban will be super useful at this stage. Strike and Flame needs to be very careful. There's just players everywhere. Strike and Flame doesn't know where to go. Do I strafe left or right or where?
Well, they've taken down Waltzy, and there's still 2 members of Strike who left alive though.
Nice shot of Raikou. are a team as well that kind of just playing on that edge. They got Waltzy back online as well. Took a lot of damage. Looking at X-Bar currently, brilliant shots coming through from Bell Senpai. Still 8 squads remaining, and this dome is closing up big time. There are still plenty of squads. Let's go and take a look at what Sudaraika are up to.
Holy fuck, man.
I shit on them.
Guys, knock there.
Yeah.
I'm looking for it. I'm healing.
I can't really do anything.
Grab PKs, grab PKs. Grab shotties, grab shotties. I need a better bolt.
Flash here.
I'm not looking, I'm grabbing guns. Is there a better bolt anywhere?
Wraith is fucking one in that bin. You need to, we need to,
Right,
we should probably look for it.
That's a gimme. That's a gimme. Look at his knockdown. I lost the kill.
It's all good, it's all good.
I think there's a solo in that bin then.
We can
Listen,
just
boys.
take the height if fuck you
There's
guys.
a guy up
don't
on the
have
height.
climb.
I'm healing, I'm healing.
Back on the height.
I'm popping an ulti cell bullet. Give me a sec, please.
So good. I want to take the height so badly, bro.
Wait. If we kill that solo, no, I think we're in a good
Is
spot.
that
where we are.
wipe? Do we wipe that side if we kill him?
We're in a really good spot where we are. Yeah, we do
No, I
wipe that
think so
side if we
too.
kill him, but we're in such a good spot
No,
where we
the
are.
solo
Just
died, solo died.
Put us traps, Salty. Put us traps at the
Yeah, the
front.
solo
The
died.
Gibby died bullet.
Put traps
It was
at the
Malty,
front.
the Gibby died.
Trust me.
This guy in the bin.
No, not in the doorway, bro. Like we trap like everywhere at the front. Like with this, what we're gonna play. Look where the zone's pulling.
He's alive here. He's alive.
Give me a sec,
here.
give me a
Can't
sec.
ping it, bro. It's a bug. It's a bug. It's
You
a
want
bug. I
me
can't
to,
ping
you
it.
want me to ping the, put
Yeah,
traps
like
in
throw
the
shit
boxes?
outside. I'm gonna
Yeah.
go outside and I'm gonna see if it's free.
No, bullet. I closed the door, careful.
There's 7 squads still.
I can still come back in, yeah?
Do we have nades? Do we have
Over
nades?
here.
I'm looking. Don't see any.
I might be able to take height. I'm gonna
Solo
do
here.
it.
At the respawn, solo.
Okay, they're actually trying to get high ground. After that, they go up there. It was strafing play from PK. I think they went up against there, who used the obviously the bracelet can get her up the top there. Oh, tries to get back up and actually fails. There's another team, looks like that SNG on the other high ground as well. And that's going to become really important with this final round closing in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, SNG currently on that left side. They can see a decent amount. Straight Flame is somehow still alive in the top 7 now as the battle alive for PK. I don't suppose a Blake Mark could be placed anytime soon, but, you know, jury's out on that one. We'll have to take a look as final circle will be closing in about a minute 10. Every single squad looking for any sort of final good position they can get. Inferno, who were down to 1 member, who fully resurrected, are somehow still in this.
Okay. Any team outside having to deal with Gibraltar ultimates now.
Surely they
Bubbles
rate
used.
portal.
Inferno trying to bother with AMG right on their doorstep. Teams going down left, right, and center here. Team Burger once again finding themselves in the final few. But no, can't quite get the bat off. That's Pricey down. And Sturika have actually found themselves in a fantastic position. They're looking to use their gas well here. Anyone below them is going to have to deal with that. And the bubble is coming in at just the right time for the Aussie team.
Aftermath Gaming, SNG, and also Sudaraika. Sudaraika now down to, what, 2 members alive. Waltzy still up there, Jaro still up there. 2 more teams remaining, down to just the 1. And Sudaraika, we heard the comms, we heard the strats, we heard how patient and preserved they can be, and they managed to get themselves into the top position. They finally get a win, and we talked about the fact that we've looked at Sudaraika's performance over the past 3 weeks, and in that first game they play, they're typically extremely good. They get a first or a second finish. This time around, struggled earlier today. Took them till game number 5 before they can finally get a W.
Yeah, and that was a tough one, man. That was no easy win. The amount of teams, the way they were coming out, lots of buildings, lots of high ground still in play in that final circle. Really tough. But what so often matters in those final circles is how late you can use your Gibraltar bubble. And as we saw, they were one of the last ones to use that. And that just meant all of their caustic barrels, their grenades, any of that kind of stuff had so much more effect against the other teams than they were feeling themselves.
Yeah, and I got to say as well, you know, towards the end there, you had PK staying alive. Inferno actually did a great job. And AMG is a team I want to talk about a little bit. I think they came second, maybe the second or third, and AMG kind of came into this particular game 0 points on board. Nothing from KP, nothing from placements, and look, they're probably not winning any major points in terms of the lobby today, but at least for their own pride, something, and they had every single circle shift go in their favor. They started Dome, and we ended very heavily on towards Dome, so expecting something good there. PK had some good fight wins, but couldn't quite reset, and they dropped down to only the one member. But even then, Strength Flame stayed alive for quite a long time.
Yeah, you really got to hope that when you finally get the circle pool that comes back to your landing spot, that you have to take advantage of it, right? And you know what? They managed to do that, right? Like, this is the time. It was Dome. It was their time to shine. And yeah, they came out. What was that? Second, third place, something like that. Yeah. Is a pretty good effort for them on that front.
And a recovery from Inferno, who got taken down to the one member. They were playing outside of circle for so long. I think they had to go for the full res. And the longest rotation of any team, the last of any team to make it over towards Dome area, and still made it within a fairly top placement. EXO was a team that got taken up I think it was by PK. Do I remember correctly? I think PK took down EXO, but either way, EXO dropped out, I think, outside of the top 10. So that's another unfortunate ending for EXO, a team that started today third place overall in overall scoreboard. And speaking of scoreboard and placements, take a look at where we are. Rather, for the placement timeline, we'll take a look at scoreboard a little bit later. But
there you go,
placement
bang on.
timeline,
11th.
Yeah. AMG finished third, SNG in second, and 11th for EXO, as mentioned.
Lightning Unicorn again, not quite pushing through enough. Ath actually in 17. That's not great for them either.
Yeah.
We could be getting a pretty spicy scoreboard looking at the end of this here, because look, Ogre 3 as well, not doing that great. PK probably picking up some points, and they were a contender. So I'm really thinking that these scores are going to be really tight here. And yeah, look, I was absolutely correct. Wow, I wouldn't have expected, though, that Ogre 3 would end up on top there. 51. That's crazy.
3 points separating first and fourth place. Primus Commander 7 points away from Sudoraiku, where I think at one point Sudoraiku weren't even in the top 10. Like a few games ago, I specifically remember saying, man, Striker are just they're down in the bottom 10 somewhere. Like, they're not even in contention. And now, boom, straight away in that top placement. One good game, some good KP, a great placement, right next to the likes of Burger & Co. And, Rage and Ogre 3. Ogre 3 could be finishing really good today. They're currently in first place. They don't have a huge lead, which means in the final game, they're going to have to really secure that position, but they're at least on the pathway to do so.
So, yeah, with Ogre 3 and Straiku both coming out strongly here and hoping that in round 6, they're the ones to clutch it out. They're the ones who finish off with a dub and push themselves to the top of the leaderboard, grab the 12 split points. This is going to be a really exciting finish.
It is, certainly. We could have a kind of photo finish here in our final game. I mean, 5 games through. It's really unclear who the real leader is, because there's not very many points separating everybody so far. We're going to go take another quick break. When we do come back, the final game of the day in Week 4 for ALGS APAC South will be on your screen, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Would you love me like this? Would you love me like this? Oh. Would you love me like this? Would you love me like this? Oh. Would you love me like this? Would you love me like this? Oh.
Welcome back for the final time today for ALGS APAC South here, about to head into the final game of the day in our final lobby here, A versus D, and it is a tight one, Genome. 4 points separate our top 4 teams.
Yeah, let's get it. It's going to be so good. I mean, look at this. Ogre 3, Rage, Team Burger, and Straiku. All very much up for grabs for those guys. Maybe even a big one by Primus Commander, who have been really impressing us today, or Kukoi, who have definitely been coming into their own in this series. They could push for a big win. 10 points behind. We've seen teams, pull out, 25 plus points today. There's no reason why those teams couldn't do the same again.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is one really good game. All it takes is for one of those other teams in that top 4, top 5 to kind of fall by the wayside, get unlucky, maybe have a circle go the wrong way, maybe take an unlucky fight or have somebody else to push into you. A lot of things can go right and can go wrong, but we'll have to see which of those will happen to which teams. As game number 6, our final game of the day, starts right now, so let's go over towards World's Edge. See if anything interesting happens. Live Official will be our hot zone again to... I'm sure the big smiles of Team Burger as they like to close things out. The nice shiny 12 points for the split standings if possible, but that 12 points is honestly up for grabs by so many teams.
Yep, it's a real close one here as we finish out the day. Hope you've all enjoyed the broadcast on Longshot here. We're so excited. We've got another couple coming up in a couple of weeks as well, Avril. We're going to have a big weekend to decide, those 2 days in a row on December 4th and 5th that will determine eventually who goes to LAN and who are the 5 representatives of APAC South to move on.
We'll have our tickets printed and ready to go. We'll have our, flights ready for those teams.
Do you reckon they get how you get the novelty bank checks? Do you reckon you get like a novelty plane ticket when you win the
boarding pass, right?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Charge rifle here.
you have to take it to the airport and on the plane with you. Yeah. With the novelty-sized passport as well, I'm sure. A lot to look forward to and a lot to play for, a lot to win here. So this is why this last game is going to be tight, because every point could matter at the end of the day. I mean, maybe the top 2, top 3 could be pretty sorted out, but I think that 5th place, the 4th place even, could be quite competitive still. Looking over towards Circle right now, it's another southern-ish circle. This time, kind of south of Landslide. It's covering Harvester. We've also got staging in there as well. So, yeah, PK, EXO, feeling pretty good about this opening.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're definitely, with the mountains in the middle there, really thinking this could be one of those ones that goes west of staging, possibly even, close to maybe south of staging as well, between down towards Harvester. I think they're really the only 2 options. I would be genuinely surprised if it landed elsewhere.
Somewhere completely random in the middle of nowhere. Honestly, we've had plenty of those today, and AMG. I've already lost a member pretty quickly. That's going to be a down. It should be a res, so don't get too excited about that one just yet. as not quite res back into play, but
I
not a
don't
great
think
start
so.
for AMG, who again haven't had great starts for most of the day outside of the last game.
Yeah, no, they've absolutely left him for dead. Saiji and Desire were miles away. They were absolutely not going back for JCA. They said, "See you later, mate. You've your fault. We're not getting involved in your mess. Like,
oh my goodness,
we're out of here."
Has been a bit of a mess. What is it? 3rd place in the last game. That's been the good result. The results not quite there. PK have had a much better day so far, and while they get to have a circle drop down right smack bang on top of them, I think they had a bit more staging control earlier. They've given that up, and that's now gone over to the hands of Kokoi, who've set up shop, and who I believe were the players PK were firing at.
Energy ammo here.
So they just take the the vault tunnel straight down towards south of staging. PK pretty happy with their position. They picked up early on. EXO, of course, lords of staging. This is what we know they like to do. As soon as they get a circle that favors them this heavily, they will just swing out towards the west and take the little Dorito building there and hold that high ground. And then from there, try and see which direction the circle is swinging and make further adjustments.
See how and where the other teams come through as well. Obviously, Team Burger weren't too far away. They started Lava Fisher, which is just around the corner. They'll be comfortable where they are. EXO, you've already mentioned. Obviously, they started staging, so they're chilled.
Ooh, Ogre 3. They're actually getting some hits onto DML over at Survey Camp. So, look at this. Hunting immediately. Ogre 3. They're on top with 51 points, right? They know every single KP matters, but they have to be safe about it. That said, if you're this far out of the map, really, who else is going to come and deal with you? Who else is going to cause you problems? Potentially Inferno. They're coming up from Epicenter and are towards the east, so they put a little bit of a stop to this, and DML have managed to get the res.
Yeah, Megsy's back to action now. This is one of those third parties where if it weren't for Inferno, perhaps Ogre 3 would actually feel confident enough to go for that 3v2 play. Because you're right, there's not that many more teams hanging around Epicenter, this northern side, with such a heavy shift to the southern side of that map. You would expect a lot of teams who have already moved away. And, speaking of moving away, DML get it to live and fight another day. And while Ogre 3 stick around, they end up in a bit of a minor skirmish with Inferno still around Survey.
Solid work with the 4x there and the 3x on the longbow as well. MBT Naga, they're struggling against Lightning Unicorn right now. This is happening in the tunnel here. We've also got, SNGs there as well. They're down to 1 though. Drauga, he's struggling, but he's probably going to try and use MBT Naga, who is stuck inside the vault, as a little bit of a shield as Lightning Unicorn come up and try to at least have a good finish to the day. And in the 2v3 here, you would imagine they'll clean up pretty quickly, and that's a done and dusted deal. Drauga didn't actually get out fast enough, though. He had the opportunity to skedaddle, and he doesn't, and loses his life. That'll be the 19th squad to go down.
Yeah, Lightning Unicorn pretty happy with that result. They eliminate 2 squads, pick up a bunch of KP, and they needed a bounce back. And Lightning Unicorn, okay, they weren't doing super hot, but you mentioned one good game for a single team, something like 20 points. You can definitely see them jump up. Can they steal away with first position? They would need a brilliant game for that one, but 2nd through to 5th in this lobby today, all up for grabs, and Lightning Unicorn, with this kind of beginning, can certainly do something like that.
Team Burger, one of the other ones we're keeping our eyes keenly on, are giving the same treatment essentially to DNZ right now, just to the north of them.
DNZ have an angle on them. I mean, SA has a longbow that's looking inside their little crawler currently. Atha's coming down the same tunnel that Lightning Unicorn had their big skirmish a little bit earlier on, eliminating 2 teams. So Ath will just come through now, seeing what's left. He begins to a fight versus Lightning Unicorn. A little bit further south from that is going to be Rage as well. So potential for plenty of third partying will be there. And by the looks of it, Ath are absolutely going to run into Lightning Unicorn.
We managed to get a crack. Lightning Unicorn, hoping that Rage, who are a bit further out, don't hear this and decide to come down and get involved. Now just going to be able to use the bubble, reset, put some distance between themselves and Ath. But, how much are Ath willing to to invest here. How far are they willing to go in? Well, Nut will start it off with an 88 in the Sentinel here, and now they're definitely thinking about it.
Well, they are, but they're thinking about getting Sergeant God back into action as well. And you mentioned Rage over towards the southern side. They actually did fire a few shots over towards Ath, just to keep things interesting, just not give away a free game to Ath or a free skirmish to Ath where they want to take down Lightning Unicorn. At the end of the day, both Ath and Lightning Unicorn will end up disengaging with Ath, moving over towards the northern side. We saw the beacon circle sort of spawn just west. It's still covering staging, so Ath, they don't have to go through this tunnel, and they're going to choose not to.
EXO still in a similar position. We get another zone look here, and it's definitely going west of staging here. So EXO are happy about that, but like, you know, we've seen how good Burger can be at playing from the middle of a final circle like this, and I actually like where they are right now. I guess the big question mark is how many teams go over the top of them, because if we get too many teams strangling them from the north side with Valkults and repositions, that's when I think they could be in trouble.
So as well, haven't really moved from the position that they started in. To the west of staging. Boy are currently camping out themselves.
Ultimate accelerant here.
And a bit of a look over on to X-Spark as well, where they're over towards Harvester. So not quite in the circle. They're going to have to eventually make some movements and potentially go through Rage and PK.
Well, they've already stomped through Magic Esports, as you can see. They're getting the spoils of their victory there and don't have too far to go as they move into Harvester. That said, you know, they've only got the Wraith Portal, not the Valk, so it's going to be hard one. The yards they have to put in to get towards that circle we revealed a little bit earlier. And as you say, some of those yards they might be looking to take away from either Rage or Primus Commander.
Rage, another team that's really trying to take away this first positioning today. They have a lot of points on board. PK also did win a game, so Primus Commander would love to be able to have another really brilliant ending in game number 6 to take a top positioning, maybe even first, and help it. Down over towards Thermal is the starting location for Sudoraiku. I think they have eyes on the last surviving member of Aftermath Gaming, which is Sai-G. That's a potential free KP for them. Would also be another squad eliminated.
Yeah, one closer to a big finish from them. No KP yet. Straiku, as you know, we saw it was I can't remember. There was another team earlier that were getting the first couple of picks onto AMG when they were coming down from the south side of the map from Dome, of course. Saiji is trying to run away, but he's probably about to run into 404, who were on top of the train station, actually, as well as Powerless, who are to the north of him.
Somebody's going to get this KP.
Yeah.
And
it's going somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, Saiji's got to just basically choose where he wants to deliver it. Straight to the hands of Surihara, so upsetting for Sudoraiku, but very well found for 404, who says thank you very much. That's an extra point for us. Now both squads will be moving north towards rest of staging, and actually if 4-4 want to move up there, they might end up walking into Powerless, which could be problematic.
Yeah, Bullet's not happy about that one. I don't blame him. Did most of the damage, didn't get the kill credit. How it goes sometimes.
It's one of those things where, like, at the end of the day, Sai-G just decides who he wants to get the kill. He's like, well, I'd rather give this kill over to Sudoraiku or 404. Yeah, maybe we get to 404. So that's kind of how that ended.
To be fair, he didn't. I don't think he had any knowledge of 404 being up the top there to the zip line, and probably that's when some sound cues might have kicked in and he realized that he was absolutely done for. But, okay, DML. They are on the other side of Fragment Tunnel, going through the landslide there. They're going to try and go over the top of Ath. They will be the northmost team.
Burno there too.
At the end of this bulk rotation, assuming it's successful, and going over the top of Natsuru-sama isn't the end of them.
Yes, you see two teams kind of Valcult at the same time, and even on the POV of DML, you saw there was Inferno towards their left. Everybody's been spotted. I think DML's position is slightly better. In fact, Inferno's just taking a bunch of damage right now. Ath and have the kind of pick of the litter of what they want to shoot at. I do believe they were shooting at DML.
Yep, they were. Now they're only really worried about Lightning Unicorn, and these guys have been going back and forth, really, you know, throughout that tunnel as the circles have shifted. They've changed their minds about which end of the tunnel they want to be on, and because Ath were most northern in that sort of situation, they've managed to go back to landslide, which is honestly a pretty good spot to be right now, and will just give them an easy walk into the next circle.
Oh, some clean shots from Bullet. I mean, Bullet right now is trying to make up for the lost KP from a little bit earlier on.
This is good for them because Powerless is in the middle of them and X-Spark.
Oh yeah, well I mean Powerless will just be sandwiched in. Powerless have lost all their shields at this point. They've domed, and that's kind of all they can do. Zabby and Fratis pretty low. Divinism might have to think about leaving his teammates if they want to survive and at least play for positioning and play for, you know, placement points. Nothing else, but sort of Raikou, they're really smelling an opportunity to collect some important KP.
Powerless actually managed to get out of this. Sure, they took a lot of damage, but none of them went down. It's actually X-Spark that ends up being the one in the middle of the sandwich because Primus Commander come in from the east. A little bit rich for Striku's blood, though, and they decide to pull out. They think it's just not worth taking the challenge. And yeah, as you say, Striku, they finish up with 2 kills. Actually, sorry, no, that's Primus Commander. Striku finished up with 1 kill only. So Primus Commander on the back end there, coming off that better.
Yeah, I mean, Striku, they want to get some kills in there. They're trying to start these engagements, but teams, you know, don't quite want to play ball with them. And unfortunately, the teams will go elsewhere. They run into another team, and it's everybody else that gets to reap the rewards from the efforts that Striku are putting in, as they will now try and shift themselves a little bit more north. Currently on board is going to be PK from his commander going over towards staging, flying over. Yeah, probably better not to go inside for now.
No, they have to go under.
Under the bridge is not the best position, but they're safe for now.
Exactly. Not the best, but safe, right? Inferno's on top of them, and it'll give them the time to think about where they want to go next and see if they can get out. That's it. You know, they don't have a Wraith, right? It's just a Valkyrie. Now they've used that rotational tool. From here, it's going to be pretty tough. Luckily for them, I think they've got some space to play under the bridge in the next circle.
Yep.
So they've got time to redo that Valk ult. You know, it'll be tough to say whether it'll actually be successful at that point, but...
Looking at Rage at the moment, but just for people's knowledge, Lightning Unicorn had to abandon the tunnels and will eventually have to push into staging where they were being looked at by Kakoi. So, I mean, this circle moving even further west poses a lot of problems for Lightning Unicorn in particular. I mean, even have to think about how they're going to move through. They would probably have to win fights versus DNZ and or DML to secure positioning, and I suppose the winner of that could have a pretty prime location. If you're the team on the north side of that circle running, you're probably in a great spot. Kim Tung takes on Fratis, so Rage actually getting some decent KP here, and
this is a bit of a three-way fight. So you've got Striku on the high ground. They're looking down at Rage, who are currently taking out Powerless. So sure, Powerless made it out of that last fight, but how long will they live for? Because Divinism down
just
now,
Zabby now,
and just Zabby without even any shields to his name will be very quickly taken out. And you can see that's a couple of nice kills going the way of Striku. They're really happy about that.
Yeah, Bullet especially. I think that's 2 from the triple take there, so they missed out on a lot of KP a little bit earlier from other teams picking up kills that they were very interested in. They'll be able to, off the back of that, move further forward north. They're running into Inferno, though. Right now, Strike is still making their presence known, just dropping in some extra damage. I mean, most of them are pretty evoed up. Waltzy's already got this gold armor anyway, so he's not getting any evo, but damage has certainly been found, and just the KP now to get more points. If they can get this sort of top 10 with a bit more KP, I can definitely see them squeezing even further forward in the standings for the day.
Striker would need a big performance to even be in the discussion for LAN after today, but they put themselves in the position to do so. That said, a lot of teams sitting around them.
So,
Ogre 3, EXO, Primus Commander.
Lightning Unicorn have dropped on top of Kakoi. We talked about the fact that kind of, you know, a bit of an update here. They got that positional staging. Speaking of another position here, Ath in a bit of a fight on 2 sides. You've got Team Burger below them, EML on the top side as well. Ath are technically in that next circle, but they're not healthy. They need to get a res on the Saiyajin God if possible. Also low for the time being, and Pricey Sharky, they're
getting
not
angles.
too far off, and yep, that's exactly right. Team Burger are really starting to close in on Ath.
Okay, so they push in. Both teams have used bubbles now. Ath did get the res, and this is apparently enough that Team Burger don't want to push this anymore. I think it's because they're a little bit worried about MT, who was their backstop and took a little bit too much damage. So they play it safe and they reset to the crawler.
Well, the Unicorn are gone. They got the staging. They had to move a little bit further out because the circle was closing, and that it's going to remove them out of contention, just shy of the top 10 as well. They're 11th place so far. Inferno still in. Still got a rat of Bastions as well, so extra player in there, sneaking into that top 10. Team Burger, they looked like they were quite keen on Ath, but now moving their attention towards Rage, who are still just under this bridge for now.
Okay, Striker on the high ground here. They haven't been favored by the circle. It's going dead center in the middle. You can see that in the mini-map currently. And that's going to not that's favoring pretty much no one besides DML, honestly, who are on the north side. Ath are actually going to go outside the circle right now to come in behind DML, and this is a good choice. They take a lot of damage doing it. They actually go down. Migsy, really worried about protecting their back. Very, you know,
they're going in.
Really just wanting to make sure and say this is their space. And they're not going to let Ath come in and take it from them.
Ath are just dropping all their members right now. This could be where Ath goes out. Could be 10th place here. Sergeant God, the last member remaining. And it's not going to be enough, surely.
Oh.
As DML, they'll only drop the one member. But Leaf can be revived. Will do so. And a bit more loot to come through as well. And the best part about this with DML, no other team to contest them. They cannot be third party. They were the only other team in that specific location. And that specific win in that fight could give them the game now, because they have this entire north side control, and you got a bit of a glimpse here as we look at this compound. There's just so many more teams.
It's a fantastic spot, but not many other teams are in good spots. Avril, the round closing here in round 5 has just reduced a lot of playable space. It's taken buildings out of the equation, and you know, teams that we're looking at like Burger are still in this. Soraiku's still in this. EXO are likely to go down, but it's Ogre 3 that they're battling with currently. That's Ogre 3 out, so the people who are on top there, the team that was on 51 points, unlikely to win from this position, you'd say.
And Burger, they're still technically in this right now. Striku, they might be gone. I think Striku are in a lot of trouble right now. EXO still surviving on a couple of members. It's bloody. Every single team is taking some losses right now. We're down to only 5 scores. PK is one of the few remaining super healthy teams, and they still have coming through the black market to try and get back in there.
Burger are getting taken out by DML. Yeah. It's a 2v1 right now. It's not over. They're both quite low, but there's a chance. There's definitely a chance that the DML, very much the passive team in this lobby, are actually going to take out 2 of the best chances to win here. Pricey, the only one left alive. We've got Primus Commander on the low ground here trying to deal with EXO as well, but with Rage ratting it out, Team Burger, they need to stay alive for as long as possible. Just a couple of placement points here could be the difference between them coming out on top of this lobby and not.
He's super low. He's going to get dropped down, and that's going to be PK taking them out. So Burger got in 5th place. PK, not PK, DML should be able to survive. They can get a little res in there. So got 3 members, plenty of time to heal up. EXO got a lot of health on their end. PK, EXO, Rets onto 1 member. Ken Tung trying to rat it up. We've seen this before. 3 teams with 4 members. 1 person alive in terms of a rat. Circle closing up. DML, they've been in a great position so far. They've won so many important fights. Can they win the game?
I think it's down to EXO now, really. These guys know how to play out of circle. Sure, they haven't had a good day, but they have the pedigree. Avril, they are a team who will absolutely not give you any quarter. DML, that said, have played spoiler this game.
And Tung's out.
There we go. Okay, down to 3 now. EXO still 3 alive. DML still 3 alive. They've actually taken the fight to them, and it could be up to PK now, who have a lot of space for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, PK are not in a skirmish right now. It's DML versus EXO. DML still have healthy members. Dome has been dropped. The EXO's trying to get into Bear. They've already lost Killer Pose, so this is going really messy for both ends. EXO down to only Dexter. They're probably going to get taken out here, which means it'll be PK versus EXO. In fact, it is. It's only Dexter versus 3. PK have got this under lock. There's no way Dexter wins a 1v3. PK have certainly done it, and they have the 2nd time today. PK have taken out a game.
Avril, I think they had something north of like 12, 14 kills. Something like that on the side of Primus Commander. Now, we were talking about them as a dark horse at the start of this game to be able to take out the win with that many kills and a win on their side. Ogre 3 went out early.
Yep.
Burger didn't do that well. They did get some placement points. Yet to be seen how many kill points they got. But with that many, that monster of a game by Primus Commander, the Indonesian team, the Loba team, might have taken out a dub here in our second series for the day.
Yeah, there's 2 Ws. I mean, I think the only team in this lobby to get 2 wins today as well, and Primus Commander right towards the end. Another situation where, were they the ones who got Kintung as well? So it's a potential another PK from eliminating Rage, and then they just had to kind of wait it out. It's, you know, EXO versus another squad, and at that point, when PK's nice and healthy, they're looking in a prime position to take it out. What a way to end, and I'm trying to rack my brain around who's got the points here, because you're right, we had some really heavy hitters from today's lobby, including Ogre being taken out. Burger went out in, what, 5th place, something like that? Didn't quite get enough, but maybe the PK could still save them. I don't want to say that Burger out just yet, but...
And Burger didn't get that many KP, I don't think.
Right.
We saw them in that central position, and they were playing it very safe. They couldn't really go for too many kills. They would have had to just, maybe be quite lucky in terms of, grabbing the last shot on someone to grab the down and then stealing some KP that way. But we saw, they tried to go up and deal with Ath, didn't want to push their luck too much, and so they don't come out with a lot of KP. Primus Commander, meanwhile, these guys were just non-stop. It was pretty incredible, really, how many teams they rolled through in this 6th game, and that might be enough. That might just be enough.
I mean,
to put them over the top.
You talk about a team coming through with maybe a 20-point game if they had, was it 12 KP? That's at least 24 right there, right? The 12 plus another 12, and that could have been more. We'll have the final count in just a hot minute, and if Burger didn't have enough kills there, then absolutely, we're looking at a PK first-place finisher. They take away the 12 points, and not only would that really push them forward to potentially sniping out that 5th place spot to go to LAN, but slows down Burger's progression a lot, and other teams' progression, maybe even EXO, where EXO haven't had the greatest day today. They would have probably have loved to get that final win. They came second, which is good, but their other results weren't quite there, whereas PK actually had that other win. So there's a lot of teams, and Lightning Unicorn had a bit of an off day. You'd have to say it wasn't the best performance.
Yeah.
A lot of those teams that we had in that top 5 who are not named Reignite or Burger, their positions are not secure in the split standings.
No, they're close to it, right? And there's still weeks left, still time for them to come through and get up to that sort of 30, 35 point, whatever it is, threshold. But exactly, they are not there yet. And if a team like Primus Commander can really come into their own at the end of the season, and then have, 12 points today, 12 points next week, who knows, the rest of the points, that could be enough to push them ahead and see, some representatives of some different regions out there at LAN. Because currently, as it stands, we don't have I don't think there's a single Indonesian in the top 5 at the start of this week. There might be by the end of it.
So go ahead and find out where the scores land for the end of the day for this particular lobby. I think that is available now. Get our final call.
Wow.
Commander 67, 10 ahead of Rage. Who themselves ahead of Soraiku, and Ogre 3 just barely getting ahead of Team Burger here. 1 point difference, and Team Burger coming through so strong at the top of the day, end up just in 5th place. Just in 5th place. To be fair, still 6 points ahead of EXOClan, but EXOClan, they had won and got a little bit more KP. I could have even seen EXOClan get 1 ahead of Team Burger, which would have put Team Burger in 6th place. That is a wild final scoreboard.
Okay, so Straiku, they were on 9 points at the start of today. They'll pick up 7 here. That moves them up to 16, almost doubling their score. But that, importantly, does put them within striking distance. If you think about 16, you've got your two games left in split 1. All of a sudden, 2 big games could get them through there, right? Rage, not doing so well, I don't believe. So they're going to struggle, I think, to get... But yeah, they were only on 4 points at the start of today. Primus Commander, look, they were on 8. So if they, they picked up 12 here, they're now on 20 there. Yeah. They are, all of a sudden, they are a serious threat in this competition. Not someone we picked out. They were a really new entrant towards the end of the ALGS Championship, and I think they might have snuck into the final lobby. But at that point, they were a very unknown quantity. Yeah, wow.
I think that puts them on, at least in my head, on the same kind of level as, when I say level, I mean in contention for maybe a top 5 is like an Ogre 3, which was
Yeah,
a team that
totally.
people probably didn't have on their radar. I think Promise Commander is another team that people probably didn't have on their radar. Now, absolutely, that has, that blip on the radar is pretty big now. You can't ignore them anymore, and an extra 20 points, or rather putting up to 20 points, puts them into contention with teams that were close around, like, the Aether, Lightning Unicorns, and Exos, who were all hovering around the 20s. Some of them will be higher now, but like you said, it means that Primus Commander are within striking distance of a lot of teams that had kind of were getting some decent distance away. And before today, you wouldn't have really put PK in any contention to do anything as far as reaching the top 5.
No. I thought they were a cool team. I liked the fact that they were, using a less, a less sought after POI and maximizing the value of that, using this Loba pick and seeing like a totally just different style of play, different to everyone else in the region. And now to see that actually come to fruition and do really well is just, it's awesome to see. Like, fantastic work by Primus Commander. The Indonesian community must be loving it. They've had some good teams in the past, like, I guess, Wolfpack, of course, also were one of the big, one of the big hopes for Indonesia, but they'd fallen off a little bit towards the start of this season. So it's cool to see someone else picking up the torch now.
Well, let's take a look at the top 20 teams so far of the split to see if PK have managed to get themselves into a very comfortable position, or at least within striking distance of our other top teams here. And wow, they're 7th place, 20, tied with Ath. That is pretty huge. So, like, kind of 6th equal in a way, 1 behind inside the ring. So they're actually only 1 point away from reaching top 5.
Yeah, so this is a cool scoreboard to see, right? I mean, the top 4 we always had kind of like as pretty close to, just being a step above the rest. Were Reignite, Team Burger, EXO, and Lightning Unicorn. And Reignite seems to have put themselves in another category altogether so far. But then the follow-up from that is not too far away from some of these new teams, some of these teams that are really proving themselves. Teams like Ogre 3 and Primus Commander.
And for every team below Reignite, that's kind of not Primus Commander here, is they've only got like a few points. Like Team Burger started in 22, they've only got 4 extra points here. Look at the bottom 20 here as well. NXL Wolfpack still slowly coming in, but I think the performance that NXL Wolfpack needed to get into contention is exactly what PK did today. They needed to be the Primus Commander. Otherwise, I mean, 2 more days left of games. We still got 5 and 6 left. It's not looking pretty for that team, who have to make a very now long shot a chance to break in. Whereas I think I look at teams like Ogre 3 and PK as kind of my outside teams to potentially snipe away a 5th spot.
Yeah, it's a long shot indeed for NXL Wolfpack, who, even if they picked up the 24 points available left in the last 2 days of play, would still probably have to rely on other teams' results to make their way towards land. So, look, we've definitely tightened up that top of the leaderboard, the top 10 now. I think with a couple of weeks coming through, it's kind of smoothed out the results. You're seeing a little bit more of, I think, what the lobbies really look like in terms of power level, because, you're not just getting a 12 point and a 9 point, like blowing out a team above the others. And I really like what we're seeing now.
Which also means that it more solidifies Reignite. Not that I think they were pretty solidified before, but there's an opportunity where, look, if Burger had a huge day today, Burger can creep up and be very close to Reignite. No one's close to them now. Reignite are 40 plus. Everybody's still in their 20s currently. And they're so far ahead that at this point, absolutely, just print out their tickets, put the names of the tickets now. I see no reason why they couldn't be in top 5, even if they bottomed out the next 2 weeks. It seems like they should still be on their current scoreline, somewhere in the top 5.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing we should be talking about is if they can remove themselves that far from the rest of the squad, that's a big deal, Avril, because that means they get 1st seed out of APAC South in LAN. And, when we get sorted into the groups, there's 40 teams going to LAN. If you are in that 1st seed, then all of a sudden you're playing against some of the worst teams from the other regions. Yeah. That's a big deal too. The kind of money available at LAN that puts you in line for is a really big deal. So if we can secure that 1st seed, it looks like they're on track to do that. That's a really good sign for them.
It's exciting stuff for sure. I mean, we got a lot done today. We have kind of basically secured Reignite. We have a lot more of the teams still chasing behind them. and 2 more days left of gameplay to figure it all out, Gino. But that's going to be week 4 done and dusted. The next time we come back, it's going to be December 4th and then 5th. It's going to be a super weekend. I mean, technically it's called like week 5, week 6, and it will all be done on a single weekend. It will be a super, couple days in a row, back-to-back matches. It will be the final opportunity for every single team to prove what they're worth and show the capabilities of making that top 5. So, once again, thanks for taking it through me. That's going to be the show. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to Longshot and Apex EA Respawn. And we'll be back December 4th and 5th to close out ALGS APAC South. Don't go too far away. December 4th and 5th. It's just around the corner. So stick around and we'll see you when that time rolls around. Eliminated here. Looking like it. Did mention Burn just having fun with a shield swap as well. Pretty cheeky Templex so far. The only member down. Zero's in a fight on the other side. And here comes Jen Burton. More damage to be found. Reignited doing so much. A melee, but inside the ring, end up still being the champions. Xeno will
play the time game here, essentially. But no, both teams wait for him. They snipe him out of the sky, and now we do have the 3v3 with Dreamfire versus BRP. The Alternator putting in massive damage here. The Disruptor round will just absolutely crush Crisp up the top there, and now it's all up to Templex with 3 squads left.
Rigger going out. Strel still in the next currently NXL Wolfpack in a brilliant position, plenty healthy as well. And Astral's taking a ton of damage right now, down to only a little bit of sliver of HP. That's going to be Shusty dropped in, and I think they're eliminated, which means NXL Wolfpack surviving in the 3-way battle. After coming through Reignite again. They forced out everything. They still have resources available. The damage across the field is so insane. 3 squads now remaining. And again, Reignite in such a commanding position. Almost all over in Stinky B. There's 2 squads there for Reignite. Have only got a couple more members left to go, and it is an easy win for game number 5 for Reignite, who are playing
against Reckless lads. But now, as these 2 teams start to do enough damage,
same amount of HP remaining, trying to play off the down shields on both sides, just both completely in the open here. Who's going to do enough damage? Look how close everybody is. Fucking Vince is even going to come down and try and make Gaijin's job that much harder.
But he can't get stuck using defenses while damage is being done to him. Hides behind the knockdown shield. And we
have only 1 member in Filthful Field.
It's a 1v1.
Pricey. It's a 1 versus 1, like you said. Pricey has slightly more HP right now. They're both playing behind their team's down shields. Trying to see if this Massive can land any shots. 77. It's going to be pretty brutal, but Pricey still has a lot to work with. Gas coming down here, so Filthful Field is not going to do it. And Burger are going to take away game number 1. We're going to have only 1 member in Filthful Field.
It's a 1v1.
Pricey. It's a 1 versus 1, like you said. Pricey has slightly more HP right now. They're both playing behind their team's down shields. Trying to see if this Massive can land any shots. 77. It's going to be pretty brutal, but Pricey still has a lot to work with. Gas coming down here, so Filthful Field is not going to do it. And Burger are going to take away game number 1.
Same time, Red are deciding this is the time they want to start the fight.
X-Spark down to 1. Red's in the best position right now. Arthur's down to currently 1 member. It's a 1v1v3. And if this is going to go the way of Red, it might just be that there are very few members to contend against right now, and it will be Red at the end of the day. Ath are going to end up taking them in their specific positioning. And
but not in time to grab down that bubble. Zach and Rosmontis still
1v2.
alive.
Rihara's the last one alive for 4-4, currently trying to get into the dome, can't make it happen. And that is going to be Ogre 3 taking it out in game number 3 as well. We were waiting to see if maybe Ogre 3 is going to have to make basically only 2 squads up. And yeah, you're right, Barrel is a lovely life currently. Already, Dexter trying to do the most, and Chambers as well, but it's just Dexter alive currently trying to battle away. PK are in a commanding position. PK Primaris Commander looking to win this game today. Number 4 should be locked up. There should be no way they lose this.
Barrel, even though with that, the bubble is coming in at just the right time for the Aussie team.
Aftermath Gaming, SNG, and also Shiroraiku. Shiroraiku now down to, what, 2 members alive. Waltzy's still up there, Jaro's still up there. 2 more teams remaining, down to just the 1. And Shiroraiku, we heard the comms, we heard the post. This is going to be really messy for both ends. EXO down to only Dexter. They're probably going to get taken out here, which means it'll be PK versus EXO. In fact, it is. It's only Dexter versus 3. PK have got this on the lock. There's no way Dexter wins a 1v3. PK have certainly done it, and they have. The second time today, PK have taken out a game. Adral.